Chapter 201. Ordinary drivers can't handle it. Upon hearing the word off-road, the salesperson immediately frowned. There are no off-road roads inside Guangzhou City. If you want to go off-roading, you'll have to go into the wilderness. The sales assistant's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. The implication is, don't go out looking for trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, yes, we have some business to attend to in the capital, which is why we're here to buy off-road motorcycles. After hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the sales assistant nodded. In that case, please take a look over here. After saying that, the sales assistant led Lin Xiao to the showroom next door. There were some off-road motorcycles parked inside. Lin Xiao looked at those off-road motorcycles and felt they were all very impressive. The salesperson pointed to the coolest touring motorcycle and said, there are only 2 of these left. It's a 2,100 cubic centimeters 6-cylinder heavy-duty touring motorcycle, perfect for long-distance travel. Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. However, Lin Xiao's team currently consists of 7 people, and they will need 1 or 2 more motorcycles. Then, out of the corner of Lin Xiao's eye, he saw a sidecar motorcycle on the side. The so-called sidecar motorcycle is a motorcycle with a sidecar. In the past, it was often used by the Public Security Department for group operations and patrols. However, it was later phased out due to its slow speed and high failure rate. Lin Xiao looked at the sidecar motorcycle and asked, what about this one? How's its performance? Upon hearing this, the sales assistant nodded repeatedly. You have excellent taste. This is the latest model touring sidecar motorcycle, but it has one drawback. It's slow and difficult to handle. Most drivers can't master it. The implication was that Lin Xiao wasn't a seasoned pro, and these girls weren't good at it either. Lin Xiao smiled upon hearing this. Before he traveled through time, he was a motorcycle enthusiast. How could he not be able to handle a sidecar motorcycle? Fill up all 3 of these bikes with gas. I want to ride them away right now. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the sales assistant was overjoyed. Okay, sir. I'll go and process your car pickup formalities right away. Lin Xiao's requirement was for the goods to be in stock, which is why it was so fast. Just as Lin Xiao was about to pay, a group of people suddenly walked in through the door. Judging from their appearance, they don't seem to be very old, probably in their early 20s, with the youngest just coming of age. However, their attire was extremely flamboyant, and one of them even had a D-rank, 6th-tier demonic beast guarding a vicious dog on a leash. After they walked in, the manager of the motorcycle dealership rushed over and said in a humble tone to the young man who was leading the group, oh, it's young Master Wang. May I ask what you'd like to buy at our store this time? The youngest member of the group, the so-called young Master Wang, had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a large king tattoo on his neck, and a lip ring, making him look like a plus-sized version of a shamate, a subculture known for its flamboyant and often outlandish fashion. The young man, surnamed Wang, then threw the cigarette in his mouth onto the ground, where it landed on the expensive carpet in the motorcycle dealership, burning a hole in it. Only when smoke was already rising did he stretch out his foot, step on it, and then shove it away forcefully. Pa, any good stuff lately? Or a new model? The car I bought last time was terrible. It started smoking after only a few runs. If this one is just as bad, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing what the young man surnamed Wang said, the manager of the motorcycle dealership hurriedly explained, oh dear, young Master Wang, you're really wronging me. I, Li, guarantee with my life that our motorcycles are the best quality and most advanced in the entire country. So you mean I won't drive your cars? That's not what I meant. Young Master Wang, it must be because you're not used to the performance and features of the cars at our 4S dealership yet. It's also my fault for not telling you beforehand that the cars at our 4S dealership aren't primarily about performance, but rather about being all-around capable, all-powerful. The 4S store manager's original name was Li Chong. After Wang Xiao asked him a question, he quickly explained, that's right. Look at the cars in our store. Most of them are all-terrain vehicles or station wagons. This kind of car can drive on any road. But you like to push the limits of cars, which is exactly our brand's weakness. We can't beat the GTR in speed, we can't beat the KTM in off-road capability, and we can't compete with BMW in terms of stability. It's our brand's cars that's holding you back. If you want to enjoy driving, you can buy any car you like. But if you want to experience driving on different road surfaces, that's where our cars excel and their strengths lie. It has to be said that Li Chong truly deserves to be the head of the 4S store. He actually described something that was lacking in every aspect as being all-around capable. The young man who kept twisting the throttle was portrayed as a technical figure who pursued the ultimate speed. Lin Xiao felt that with such eloquence, she would be a top salesperson anywhere. At that moment, young Master Wang patted Li Chong on the head. All right, stop with all this nonsense and just tell me, what new goods have arrived? I need them right now. After hearing this, Li Chong quickly introduced the young man surnamed Wang. Here. These are our newly arrived motorcycles, 2,100 cubic centimeters off-road motorcycles. However, they've already been sold. If you want them, I can arrange expedited service for you. Don't worry, they'll arrive very soon. After hearing Li Chong's words, the young Master Wang touched his punk hairstyle, then arrogantly walked up to Lin Xiao and looked him up and down. He immediately looked at Xiao Jiao, Chimera, Ashen, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Long with a very malicious expression. Then, Wang Xiao spat on the ground. Damn, I don't know where this country bumpkin came from, daring to act all high and mighty in front of me. Then, he tapped Lin Xiao with his chin. Hey, you pretty boy who hasn't even grown his hair yet, I won't bully you. Just give me those 2 cars, and I'll compensate you double the price. Upon hearing what the young man surnamed Wang said, his group of close friends and buddies behind him immediately became excited. Wow, Wang Bingyu is so generous. So handsome. Boss, why are you wasting your breath talking to them? Let's just rob him directly. What can he say then? Exactly. Boss, stop wasting time talking to him. Let's just drive his motorcycle away. What can he do to us in Guangzhou City? Hearing the praise from everyone, Wang Bingyu hugged his arms and raised his head high, seemingly enjoying the flattery. Seeing Wang Bingyu's demeanor, his cronies realized that their flattery of their boss was very effective, and they were even more eager to impress him. Seeing that Lin Xiao and the others hadn't made a move, one of the henchmen became enraged. He stepped forward, pointed at Lin Xiao's nose, and cursed, Damn it! Are you stupid? Didn't you hear us? If you don't know what's good for you, believe me, we'll kill you right now and send these girls to a brothel. After saying that, the man even tried to poke Lin Xiao's nose with his finger. Chapter 202, I'm not some kind of beast tamer. Wang Bingyu and his companions couldn't help but burst into laughter at their companion's arrogance. It's clear that this group of people has done this disrespectfully more than once or twice, and they seem quite adept at it. Their eyes were full of anticipation, hoping that others would show an expression of suppressed anger. But who knew that the next moment, before Lin Xiao could make a move, Xiao Qing suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Dare to lay a hand on your master? You deserve to die. The henchman of Wang Bingyu, who had just been disrespectful to Lin Xiao, saw that Xiao Qing had grabbed his hand and immediately roared disdainfully. You bitch, you dare to lay a hand on me? You believe me or not? However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Qing exerted a little force, and with a crack, the man's wrist was broken by Xiao Qing. The others were stunned. They knew that breaking someone's bones with bare hands was not something an ordinary person could do. Aside from demonic beasts, even beast tamers need to reach at least the star level. How did this seemingly frail and gentle woman manage to do it? Everyone present had a look of utter disbelief on their faces. Have we run into a tough opponent? Some people couldn't help but feel uneasy. Everyone felt that there was something wrong with this woman. Only Wang Bingyu, standing to the side, looked disdainful. Damn it, you actually dared to hit my brother? Do you have a death wish? When Wang Bingyu spoke, his men around him cheered. It's all thanks to our young Master Wang. We didn't choose the wrong boss. Our boss helped us get revenge. Young Master Wang, you must make them admit their mistake. Young Master Wang, you can't let your brothers down. Hearing his brother's words, Wang Bingyu became even more arrogant. Then, Wang Bingyu pointed at Xiao Qing and said, Whose beast tamer are you? How dare you lay a hand on my brother? Now, apologize to my brother right now, or even if your elders come, I'll still deal with you. Upon hearing Wang Bingyu's words, his men became even more arrogant. Hurrah! How about we let this girl warm the beds for the brothers? Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my heartache and resentment. Wang Bingyu didn't think much of what his so-called brothers were saying. He just looked at Xiao Qing and waited for her answer. Xiao Qing looked at Wang Bingyu and smiled slightly. I'm not some kind of beast tamer. Upon hearing Xiao Qing say that she was not a beast tamer, Wang Bingyu and his men were somewhat surprised. Wang Bingyu then pointed at Xiao Qing and asked, If you're not a beast tamer, then what are you? A martial artist? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing smiled again, covering her mouth with her sleeve at the same time, appearing graceful and beautiful. In that instant, the sunlight in the lobby of the motorcycle dealership seemed to soften. Xiao Qing gave a somewhat embarrassed look and then stared at Wang Bingyu. Me? I am. She drew out a long note, and her voice became somewhat soft. Wang Bingyu wanted to hear Xiaoqing's words clearly, so he leaned forward. He was very curious about Xiaoqing's identity. However, just as Wang Bingyu's face approached Xiaoqing's, he suddenly saw Xiaoqing's eyes turn into snake pupils, her mouth split open, and two slender fangs gleamed with a chilling white light in the sunlight. Xiaoqing's tongue then turned into a forked snake tongue, and scales appeared on her face. Judging from its appearance, it looks exactly like a snake-like monster. Wang Bingyu was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly, then suddenly sat down on the ground with a thud, looking somewhat distraught. Upon seeing this, Wang Bingyu's men quickly stepped forward to appease him. Young Master Wang, what's wrong? Boss, did that bitch try to ambush you? Young Master Wang, don't scare me. I still need you to give me money to start my business. How am I supposed to live if you die? It took Wang Bingyu more than a minute to recover. Wang Bingyu pointed at Xiaoqing, who had turned back into a human and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. You are. Xiaoqing couldn't help but giggle as she looked at Wang Bingyu. After a long pause, Wang Bingyu was finally able to speak fluently. Are you a humanoid monster? Xiaoqing said, seemingly dissatisfied. What are you saying? What humanoid monster? It has an owner. After saying that, Xiaoqing grabbed Lin Zhao's arm and then looked at Wang Bingyu. What? You're still not convinced? Upon hearing this, Wang Bingyu's lips twitched involuntarily. Fine. You bitch, since you won't listen to reason and will only drink the punishment, and won't even agree to such a simple request as apologizing to my brother, then I'll have to show you and your master a lesson. After saying that, Wang Bingyu let go, allowing the guard dog in his hand to roam freely. Then, Wang Bingyu pointed at Lin Zhao and said, every wrong has its source, every debt its debtor. When beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. If the son is not taught, it is the father's fault. Listening to Wang Bingyu's fallacies and heresies, even Xiaoqing didn't understand what Wang Bingyu was trying to express. Could it be that Wang Bingyu was so frightened by her that he lost his mind? In the end, Wang Bingyu said to Lin Zhao with a resentful look, your humanoid spirit pet hurt my brother, so I'll make you, as its master, pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard dog charged forward. At this moment, the basic information about the guarding vicious dog also appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. Guardian Hound, a D-rank, 6th tier spirit pet, is an extremely loyal, but not fixed, spirit pet. When it considers you its master, it will protect you without hesitation, but when it feels that you are not good enough for it, it will try every means to kill you, even if it means dying together with you. To keep it loyal, the tamer needs to have very professional dog training experience, and also needs to understand the habits and psychology of guard dogs. Give it the response it wants in different situations, otherwise it will definitely turn on you. Possesses the following skills: frenzied bite, viral infection, dog barking attack, enhanced defense, frenzied state, life or death. Viral transmission. Anyone who is attacked and bitten and has a visible wound will be infected with the rabies virus. The virus will continue to infect the target until the target dies, and there is no way to get rid of it. Barking attack. Using barking to influence the opponent's mind, there is a certain probability that the enemy will enter a state of agitation and fear. Crazy state. The guard dog infects itself with the rabies virus, putting itself into a crazy state. In this state, it cannot feel death and pain, and will only attack based on instinct. You die or I die. When the guard dogs are truly enraged, they will bite their target tightly and refuse to let go, continuously injecting rabies virus into the enemy's body until one of them dies. Lin Zhao was quite surprised after seeing the information about the guard dogs. You're telling me this is a D-grade spirit pet? This talent would be outstanding even among C-grade or even A-grade spirit pets. However, the fact that guard dogs are prone to attacking their owners makes them somewhat of a liability. This also made Lin Zhao realize that Wang Bingyu was no good for nothing. He dares to raise such a spirit pet, so he must be quite capable. Chapter 203. Now you can start pooling your money. Lin Zhao had been keeping an eye on Wang Bingyu's behavior from the very beginning. Looking at Wang Bingyu now, Lin Zhao revealed a meaningful smile, but he did not make any move. However, at this moment, Xiaoqing suddenly moved. Just as the guard hound's huge fangs were about to bite Lin Zhao, Xiaoqing stretched out a hand and blocked Lin Zhao's way. Then, the guard dog bit Xiaoqing's arm. Upon seeing this, Wang Bingyu's men immediately became restless and began shouting wildly. Bite her to death! Bite her to death! They seemed very happy to see Wang Bingyu stand up for them, and Wang Bingyu did not disappoint them. However, before giving the order, Wang Bingyu said, Don't force me. Apologize to my brother immediately. After speaking, seeing that Lin Xiao and Xiao Qing did not react, Wang Bingyu then gave the order. Since you made my brother lose an arm, then I'll make you lose an arm too. Guard hound, bite off her arm. Having received its master's command, the guard dog finally dared to use its strongest killing move. As you can see, with a sudden burst of force, its terrifying teeth snapped at Xiaoqing's arm. However, at that moment, Xiaoqing's light and flowing green dress suddenly changed. The blue robe, which looked like it could be torn at any moment, suddenly transformed into the shape of snake scales, becoming incredibly hard. Then, a crack was heard, and the most important weapon of the guarding hound, a fong, was broken off by the snake scales. The guard dog, in pain, fell to the ground, howling a whoa. This scene left everyone present completely stunned. They never expected that the guard dog would be so easily defeated by Xiaoqing. Then, Lin Xiao stepped forward. Upon seeing this, Wang Bingyu retreated repeatedly. What are you doing? If you take another step forward, don't blame me. As he spoke, Wang Bingyu took out a dagger from his pocket. The dagger gleamed with a cold light, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Judging from its appearance, it must be a piece of equipment of a high quality. Lin Xiao recognized the equipment at a glance from the equipment catalog as a highly effective offensive weapon that could effectively divert the enemy's defensive power. The higher the enemy's defense, the stronger your own attack power. Immediately afterward, Wang Bingyu grabbed the dagger and stabbed at him. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoqing simply flicked her finger, and Wang Bingyu's dagger fell to the ground. Xiaoqing then squatted down and picked up the dagger in full view of everyone. Great gear. It's mine. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Wang Bingyu felt like crying. I'm just here to show off. How come it's always my brother who gets beaten up, my pet gets injured, and even my equipment belongs to someone else? Then, Wang Bingyu saw Xiaoqing slowly extend one finger and then touch his forehead with it. Then, Wang Bingyu felt dizzy and his head was about to explode. Ouch! My head. My head hurts so much. At this moment, Lin Xiao stepped forward and said, All right, now we can finally talk calmly. Go and call your family elders here. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wang Bingyu shook his head repeatedly, like a rattled drum. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I won't implicate my family. Lin Xiao patted Wang Bingyu's cheek. That's quite a backbone. Wang Bingyu remained silent. Lin Xiao saw how stubborn he was. Then have your brothers spend money to buy your life. As he spoke, Lin Xiao straightened up and looked at Wang Bingyu's cronies, saying, Now, tell me, every one of you, how much is Wang Bingyu's life worth? The henchman of Wang Bingyu, whose arm had just been broken by Xiaoqing, stammered, You, don't be arrogant. Do you know that Wang Bingyu is the heir of the Wang family? If the head of the Wang family comes, you'd better watch your dog's head. Wang Bingyu repeatedly said, Xiaodong, don't mention the Wang family. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Wang Bingyu reiterated his own position. Lin Xiao kicked Wang Bingyu, who screamed in pain. The toxin that Xiaoqing just injected into Wang Bingyu was a very mild paralyzing toxin, which only rendered him unable to move and caused him some occasional pain. Aside from looking like a dead dog, Wang Bingyu is otherwise fine. Lin Xiao looked at the stubborn Wang Bingyu and said with a smile, All right, one person does the deed, one person takes the blame. Lin Xiao pointed at one of Wang Bingyu's underlings, and then a magic circle suddenly appeared under the underling's feet. Then, 2 large tentacles appeared in the magic circle, holding the opponent in place. Upon seeing this, the others were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. The underling was thrown forcefully by the tentacle and landed directly at Lin Xiao's feet. The latter was immediately terrified and begged for mercy. Lin Xiao placed one foot on the latter's head. Seemingly harmless, he repeated what he had just said. Tell me, how much is Wang Bingyu's life worth? The underling looked aggrieved. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and said after thinking for a moment, I think young Master Wang's life is worth 10 billion. He finally mustered all his strength and shouted the number out loud. Lin Xiao smiled upon hearing this, then lifted his foot and said seemingly nonchalantly, Why didn't you say that earlier? It would have been fine. The other party was also somewhat surprised that they let him go so easily. He looked at Lin Xiao and asked uncertainly, Can I leave now? Lin Xiao waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. Seeing that person return to Wang Bingyu's group, Lin Xiao smiled and said, You all said earlier that Wang Bingyu's life is worth 10 billion. Now, all of you, put together all the money in your pockets. If you can raise 10 billion, I will let Wang Bingyu go back. Otherwise, he and you will all die. Wow. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone became somewhat unsettled. What? 10 billion. Wang Bingyu fell to the ground, also showing a very surprised expression. Are you crazy? 10 billion. Am I worth that much money? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed an innocent-looking smile. It was your brothers who said it, not me. At this moment, Wang Bingyu felt like crying. You could have said you were worth 1 million. Why did you have to say it was so high? Lin Xiao then looked at those people and shouted loudly. Alright, now you can start pooling your money. If you can't raise enough, I'll kill Wang Bingyu in 10 minutes, and then it'll be your turn. Chapter 204, A Ransom of 10 Billion. This joke has gone too far. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, some people assumed that Lin Xiao hadn't seen them and quickly slipped away. Seeing that someone was leaving, Lin Xiao did not stop them. This led some people to believe that Lin Xiao hadn't noticed, and they immediately followed suit and fled. Then, chaos ensued at the scene. A few moments later, most of Wang Bingyu's men had already left. Wang Bingyu tried to stop the group, but no one listened to him. Someone looked at Wang Bingyu and said symbolically, Boss, good luck to you. Young Master Wang, something has come up at home. I can't stay here with you. Young Master Wang, don't worry, I'll think of a way to save you. You guys in front, you're so heartless. Young Master Wang has been so good to you, and you just leave like this. When Wang Bingyu heard someone speaking up for him, he was somewhat moved, but little did he know that the person would then rush towards the door as well. Young Master Wang, I'll go and bring those bastards back. I'll come rescue you in a bit. After saying that, the man ran away in a flash. In an instant, Wang Bingyu felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. You know, he used to be incredibly good to these brothers. When you're out of money, Wang Bingyu will give you some. Wang Bingyu provided the equipment. If someone doesn't have a suitable spirit pet for the college entrance exam, Wang Bingyu will find a way to steal one from the family's treasure trove for them to use. However, these kids were not strong enough to tame the spirit pets he had stolen, and some even died at the hands of their own spirit pets. After that, Wang Bingyu never stole any more spirit pets for his brothers. Fortunately, his group of brothers stayed by his side, providing him with a lot of emotional support, which he greatly appreciated. So Wang Bingyu stayed close to these brothers, believing they could continue like this forever. Who knew that today, Lin Xiao would scare them away by saying something like, If you don't pool your money, I'll kill you and them. Are they still considered his brothers? Lin Xiao looked at Wang Bingyu and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. He crouched down and looked at Wang Bingyu. Your brothers have all run away, what else do you have to say? Upon hearing this, Wang Bingyu looked around and realized that even the guy with the broken hand had disappeared. Without thinking, Wang Bingyu closed his eyes to calm him down. The pain in his head, however, prevented him from remaining calm. At this moment, Lin Xiao smiled and took his cell phone out of Wang Bingyu's pocket. Then, Lin Xiao casually manipulated the interface a few times and pulled up the phone numbers of Wang Bingyu's family members. Lin Xiao immediately dialed the number. Where have you run off to again, you unfilial son? Lin Xiao smiled and said to the person on the other end of the phone, Your son is in my hands. We're at the motorcycle dealership right now. You need to come up with 10 billion yuan to ransom him immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill your son. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately fell into deep thought. Wang Bingyu, however, was shouting loudly from the side. No, don't tell my family. I don't want them involved in my affairs. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. But before Wang Bingyu could finish speaking, a cold voice came from the other side. Okay, I promise you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao looked at Wang Bingyu again. You, humph. Wang Bingyu turned his face away, looking aggrieved. Lin Xiao felt that this seemingly arrogant and domineering guy looked like he was about to cry. Not long after, several car brake sounds were heard outside. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in, followed by several bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. The man had just stepped inside when he saw Wang Bingyu's miserable state. But as soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman rushed out. She completely disregarded the fact that Lin Xiao was right beside her, and several bodyguards tried to stop her, but it was too late. Bingyu, what happened to you? Come here. Let Mom see where you're hurt. Mom will stand up for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bingyu immediately turned his face away. Mom, I'm fine. Then, the middle-aged woman, with tears in her eyes, was about to take Wang Bingyu away. Lin Xiao did not stop him, but watched as Wang Bingyu was taken away by the middle-aged beauty. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. He stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Xiao. Tell me, how can I thank you? From the very beginning, Lin Xiao felt that Wang Bingyu was not a bad person at all. He was just a rebellious rich kid. He seems to act impulsively in everything he does, but it's just because he's inexperienced and gets taken advantage of by those so-called brothers who are actually just fair-weather friends. And aren't these the kind of drinking buddies that every teenager encounters as good brothers or buddies during their adolescence? Most importantly, Wang Bingyu did not show any murderous intent throughout the entire conflict with Lin Xiao. Wang Bingyu even kept reminding Lin Xiao not to get hurt. Although Lin Xiao wasn't a saint, he was willing to give Wang Bingyu a chance. Furthermore, Lin Xiao also noticed that there was a very strong protector guarding Wang Bingyu. However, the protector never showed himself, yet he was unable to evade Lin Xiao's natural power of detection. Under the influence of natural forces, the protector was like a firefly in the night sky, unable to escape Lin Xiao's discerning eyes. Therefore, in order to avoid getting into trouble for himself, and at the same time to give face to the Wang family behind Wang Bingyu, Lin Xiao exposed the true colors of these fair-weather friends to Wang Bingyu on the spot. However, after seeing that Wang Bingyu was still unwilling to accept this reality, Lin Xiao decided to give Wang Bingyu a big surprise by telling his family to send someone to take Wang Bingyu back. The middle-aged man then introduced himself. I am Wang Bingyu's father, and also the head of the Wang family, Wang Tao. Lin Xiao did not shake hands with the other party, whose hand was outstretched in midair, looking somewhat awkward. However, Wang Tao was clearly not a petty person. He was not angry at Lin Xiao's attitude towards him, but instead took the opportunity to back down. Then, Wang Tao said with a smile, Wang Bingyu's mother and I have been trying to find a way to turn him back from his wayward ways, but it has never worked. So we just let him be and consider him as a good-for-nothing. But we know that Wang Bingyu is not a bad person at heart, and is even quite outstanding. He is just a little too rebellious and likes to believe what others say, and never cares about what we say. I never expected you to solve this so cleverly today. Consider this a favor our Wang family owes you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. No favors needed. I said I want a ransom of 10 billion. Just give me the money. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wang Tao was taken aback at first, but then he smiled without taking it to heart. A ransom of 10 billion. This joke has gone way too far. Lin Xiao's gaze remained unchanged. He looked at Wang Tao and said coldly, How much do you think your head is worth? Upon hearing this, Wang Tao was immediately stunned. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wang Tao's bodyguards immediately stepped forward to protect him. However, after seeing that Lin Xiao did not make a move, they stopped advancing. However, at this moment, all of them were already on high alert, ready to face Lin Xiao. Chapter 205 I have evidence that Lin Xiaodian is colluding with an enemy country. Lin Xiao didn't care at all about the bodyguard's actions. Lin Xiao then stared straight at Wang Tao and said, Do you think your family is stronger or weaker than the Lu family of Shanghai? Upon hearing the words, Lu family of Shanghai, Wang Tao immediately fell into deep thought. The fate of the Lu family in Shanghai is still well known among their upper-class circles. However, no one knows the specific cause of death of the Lu family in Shanghai. All everyone knows is that Lu Yao, the young master of the Lu family, offended someone he shouldn't have, and thus died inexplicably. Lu Yao's father, the head of the Lu family, also died in an attempt to avenge his son. Ultimately, the entire Lu family fell into complete ruin overnight. All the despicable things the Lu family had done were exposed, and they were branded with shame. Thinking of this, Wang Tao guessed something and looked at Lin Xiao with a solemn expression. Did you do what happened to the Lu family? Lin Xiao didn't answer, but instead said to himself, 100 billion, not a single penny less. Wang Tao then closed his eyes. A moment later, his somewhat overweight middle-aged figure seemed to become a little listless. I don't have 10 billion. Even if I did, I wouldn't just give it to you like that. For a small family, 10 billion in liquid assets is no small amount. It could potentially affect the entire family's economic operations. 10 billion to buy the life of your Wang family heir is a very good deal. Lin Xiao's unspoken message was 10 billion to buy the Wang family's life. As a result, Wang Tao changed the subject. Our Wang family isn't exactly a top-tier family, but I can give you a promise, plus a secret worth $1 billion. I just don't know if you're interested. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows upon hearing Wang Tao's words. He said, seemingly uninterested, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? So easy to fool. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao sighed and waved his hand. The bodyguards immediately understood and began clearing the area. Only after ensuring that no one could eavesdrop and that no surveillance equipment was operational did they leave the motorcycle dealership. After the bodyguards finished their work, Wang Tao said to Lin Xiao, I have evidence that Lin Xiaodian is colluding with an enemy country. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes widened suddenly. As the head of an upper-class family, Wang Tao was naturally not stupid. The reason he knew so much about Lin Xiao and Wang Bingyu was because Wang Bingyu had a protector he had carefully arranged. With the protection of a guardian, Wang Bingyu's life can be ensured, and he will not be deceived too badly. Upon encountering Lin Xiao, the protector immediately informed Wang Tao of Lin Zhao's appearance and characteristics. Immediately, Wang Tao ordered his men to find Lin Zhao's basic information. Lin Xiao, the top scorer in the Shanghai College entrance examination. I had 3 humanoid spirit pets when I took the college entrance exam, but I already had 5 humanoid spirit pets when I was in Guangzhou City. It is speculated that he possesses strong mental power and special abilities that allow him to recruit humanoid spirit pets. He purchased the shard core of a 9th-tier demon beast in the ghost market and was chased by the Lin family, but he successfully evaded them. It is speculated that he has successfully turned the tables on the Lin family who were chasing him. Wang Tao read Lin Zhao's information many times, but the only thing missing from the information was Lin Zhao's fighting style. After the college entrance examination, the authorities have been intentionally or unintentionally protecting Lin Zhao's information and privacy. There are still no combat videos of Lin Xiao online. Whenever one appears, someone deletes it. With Li Guanjuan's help, Lin Zhao's privacy was protected to the greatest extent possible. The fact that Wang Tao was able to gather so much information about Lin Xiao in such a short time demonstrates just how powerful his intelligence network is. I know about your connection with the Lin family, and I also know some of the Lin family's secrets. So if you are willing to cooperate with me, I can share the information I have with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh. You are very confident. This is the confidence that a patriarch of a family should possess. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Our Wang family of Guangzhou comes from an intelligence background. We've always been in the business of licking blood off the edge of a knife. Lin Xiao laughed immediately after hearing the other party's firm answer. All right. In that case, it's a deal. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao burst into laughter. Great. That was really satisfying. After saying that, Wang Tao turned and left. Someone will give you the information later. After Wang Tao left, Lin Xiao watched through the glass window of the motorcycle dealership as the Wang family's car slowly drove away. The motorcycle dealership staff returned from outside the store only after the other party had walked away. Just now, Wang Tao arranged for the Wang family's bodyguards to clear the area, so they had no choice but to leave as well. Lin Xiao immediately shouted to the staff, "Fill up the gas tanks on those 3 motorcycles I bought earlier. I want to ride them away right now." Then, Lin Xiao went to the front desk. "How much is it in total? I'll pay right now." To everyone's surprise, after hearing Lin Xiao's words, Manager Li Chong waved his hands repeatedly. "Mr. Lin Xiao, we were blind to your greatness. Please don't make fun of us. These 3 cars are a gift for you. Consider this compensation for the trouble you encountered at our 4S store." Lin Xiao nodded and didn't stand on ceremony with Li Chong. After the motorcycle dealership staff filled up the 3 motorcycles with gas, Lin Xiao and the other 6 girls pushed the 3 motorcycles out together. In his previous life, Lin Xiao knew how to ride a motorcycle and was an enthusiast at it. However, to Lin Xiao's surprise, Chimera and Little Dragon Girl also knew how to ride motorcycles. Lin Xiao was somewhat baffled by Zilong Nu's answer, which he had just learned on the spot. The Dragon Clan's treasure trove contains many motorcycles. Although Lin Xiao didn't understand what Zilong Nu meant, he stopped dwelling on the topic outside. Subsequently, the people of Guangzhou City saw a beautiful sight appear on the streets. Lin Xiao was riding a very cool sidecar motorcycle, with Xiao Jiu sitting behind him. Then you could see Xiao Jiu wearing a fiery red cloak, tightly hugging Lin Xiao. Such ambiguous actions alone are enough to get one's blood pumping. Meanwhile, in the back of a tricycle sitting nearby, sat a cute little girl with her hair in a bun. Behind Lin Xiao's motorcycle were 2 even more stylish heavy motorcycles. However, Lin Xiao's aura was simply too strong. Even though the other 2 motorcycles were so cool, they still couldn't overshadow Lin Xiao's charm. Chimera, dressed in his training uniform, possessed a unique beauty as he rode his motorcycle. She was like a rebellious teenager, pursuing freedom. Xiaoqing sat quietly behind the Chimera, looking at it with a sense of inexplicable contrast. On the other side, Little Dragon Girl, dressed in golden armor, stood tall on the motorcycle, her 1.8-meter frame perfectly complementing the motorcycle style. Its wild beauty and violent aura inspire awe even from afar. Sitting behind her was Ashen. Ashan's clothing and temperament were equally wild. which made her very close to Xiaolong. There seemed to be a sense of mutual appreciation between them. Chapter 206. As expected, we encountered a salesperson. And so, Lin Xiao and his group began their journey like a biker gang in the wilderness outside Guangzhou City. The rear of the locomotive kept kicking up dust, which, from a distance, looked like 3 arcs. As Lin Xiao rode his motorcycle, he felt a pang of nostalgia for his previous life. He used to be a motorcycle enthusiast, not because he particularly liked motorcycles, but because he couldn't afford a car, so he settled for a motorcycle. Little did he know, the freedom of motorcycles would become irresistible to him. Every time he went to work, he would fantasize about one day gaining the wind and freedom, riding his beloved motorcycle to distant cities. But even after he traveled through time, he never had the chance to take a long trip. But who could have imagined that in this ruthless world where everyone tames beasts, Lin Xiao would be given the opportunity to go on a motorcycle trip? Lin Xiao stood in the wilderness, feeling the gentle breeze of nature caressing him, a rare moment of comfort. And so, they rode on for an unknown amount of time, until the midday sun was directly overhead. Little Wu's stomach was already rumbling. The 3 vehicles found a relatively flat spot nearby and parked, preparing to start a fire and cook. Although Xiao Wu likes to eat human food, it still needs some prey related to the jiaolong to be full. For example, carp, snakes, pythons, and other mythical beasts related to dragons. Therefore, Lin Xiao bought 5 6-tier aquatic monster corpses for the little girl well in advance. Then, using human cooking methods, they began to cook. Of course, Lin Xiao doesn't need to cook. Although he is an excellent cook, he also enjoys the process of living life to the fullest. However, after Xiaoqing came into his life, Lin Xiao never went into the kitchen again. Enjoying life doesn't necessarily mean doing everything yourself, does it? As Xiaoqing was busy by the makeshift stove, the aroma of food wafted into everyone's noses. Little Wu sat by the fire, eagerly anticipating its arrival. Sister Xiaoqing, your cooking is so delicious. The little girl is very straightforward and never beats around the bush when she speaks. Her words of praise made Xiaoqing feel very happy. Since Xiaoqing was saved by Xiao Wu last time, the 2 people who were originally natural enemies have become the best of friends. The tall little dragon girl watched this scene with a smile on her face. Hurrah! Master, you're amazing. You managed to raise these 2 people who are mortal enemies to be like sisters. Lin Xiao shook his head upon hearing this. Who is born with hatred? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiaolong nodded in agreement. After a while, Xiaoqing had prepared the meal, and everyone sat together to enjoy a moment of comfort. Just then, a series of noisy mechanical sounds suddenly came from afar. Looking into the distance, Lin Xiao saw a mechanical construct resembling a train approaching. Although Lin Xiao didn't show any outward signs of activity, he was on high alert. The same was true for the other 6 girls. They all put down their food and looked at the enormous mechanical creation. As the mechanical object drew closer, Lin Xiao realized that it was a centipede about 10 meters long. It was about 2 meters tall, and 8 seats were installed on its body, with all sorts of people sitting on them. Their attire, without exception, all conveyed their identities. Backpackers. In other words, this group of people was actually a caravan. Backpackers often put effort into their clothing in order to identify themselves and be more friendly to the people they meet on their journey. Most of them would be dressed in old-fashioned clothes, wear a hat, and carry a linen shoulder bag on their backs. A shoulder bag may not contain anything, but if you encounter someone dressed like that in the wild, you can be pretty sure they are a backpacker. It's quite rare to see 8 backpackers appear at once. Not to mention backpacker caravans that possess such massive mechanical creations. Lin Xiao glanced at the mechanical creation, and its corresponding information quickly appeared in his mind. Steam Centipede, a Class C Tier 5 mechanical creation, is a mechanical creation evolved from a steam locomotive and possesses extremely strong adaptability. Its structure is very simple. It can survive as long as it is fed combustible solid fuel and water, and it can travel on any terrain without any worries. Its attack methods are limited, its self-defense capabilities are very weak, and it is extremely clumsy, unable to turn freely. But as a means of transportation, there is no better choice. It not only has a strong loading capacity and good maneuverability, but it is also not limited by terrain. Its loading capacity can even be increased by adding trailers. Once the steam centipede's carrying capacity is enhanced to a certain extent, it can evolve. Possesses the following skills: mechanical charge, howling disruption. The chirping interference. When the steam centipede starts chirping, it emits a very piercing sound that affects the target's thinking and mind. In severe cases, it can cause the target to become agitated and lose mental balance. Looking at the information on the steam centipede, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen such a simple and straightforward spirit pet. This is simply a natural-born means of transportation. With it, wouldn't any caravan be able to establish a stable trade route? Moreover, to help it evolve, you can continuously add trailers to it and improve its load-bearing capacity. However, the owner of this steam centipede in front of them doesn't seem to realize this. The other party is merely using the original form of the steam centipede to carry passengers. Then, a person jumped off the front of the steam centipede. The man was wearing a whole set of linen clothes, which had been washed until they were somewhat faded, and there were even several holes in them. The other person was wearing a baseball cap, which was a bit messy and had some frayed seams, but he still managed to keep it neat and tidy. Lin Xiao looked at the other person's appearance with some surprise. I never expected that in this strange world, there would be people who like the Americana style. The man then lifted the backpack off his shoulder. You all seem to be having a good time. Hearing such a kind greeting from the other party, Lin Xiao naturally didn't want to be met with a cold shoulder. Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, We're just having lunch. We still have to travel later. Upon hearing this, the other party said, Oh, and then looked at Lin Xiao and said, We are from the Backpackers Association. We were originally going to the capital to sell a batch of goods, and we just happened to meet you guys on the way. I just don't know if you have any needs. If so, please feel free to let me know. If we have anything you need, we will sell it to you as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and said, Oh, in fact, Lin Xiao had already guessed the other party's purpose when the other party approached him. Now, through the conversation, Lin Xiao understood that the other party's purpose was roughly the same as his own. Sure enough, we ran into a salesperson. It seems that in any world, being a salesperson is the most grueling job. Chapter 207 Can you satisfy me? Looking at the salesman, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Really? But what I need is very difficult to obtain. Lin Xiao then deliberately said this to the other party. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the backpacker said with great interest, To be honest, my name is Hu Qing, and I'm a well-known backpacker on the island. In the Backpacker Association, I'm also a high-ranking member, though not a big one. I've never seen a product that anyone wants escape my inventory. Even if it does, I can use my network to find it for you in the shortest amount of time. Every word Hu Qing uttered carried an air of confidence. It is clear that Hu Qing has great confidence in his inventory and relationships. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, Oh, and then, after thinking for a moment, he said, I want a mechanical creation with an SSS level talent. Can you grant my request? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Hu Qing couldn't help but let out a long, sound, clearly stumped by what Lin Xiao wanted. SSS level? Are you sure you're not joking? Let alone mechanical creations, even ordinary demonic beasts, the emergence of any SSS level being is an existence that will shock the whole world. In some countries, even among god-level beast tamers, the mere mention of an SSS level monster's birth would send swarms, regardless of its rank. Even if they couldn't seize it, they would find a way to destroy it. Because once such beings grow up, even a god-level beast tamer might not be their match. Hu Qing then couldn't help but give an awkward smile. Young man, aren't you just making things difficult for me? If I could get my hands on an SSS level mechanical creation, even if it's only level 1, I wouldn't be wasting my time here with you, would I? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged. So, as I said, you can't give me what I want. Hu Qing felt that he might have been deliberately made things difficult by this young man, Lin Xiao, and his face felt burning. Young man, don't speak so confidently, and don't make things difficult for others. Remember, while you're making things difficult for others, they can also teach you a lesson. Hearing Hu Qing's warning, Lin Xiao shrugged indifferently and casually put a piece of food in Hu Qing's mouth. After chewing and swallowing, Lin Xiao said, You said yourself that you have everything in your inventory. Lin Xiao hated salespeople who used false advertising in his previous life. It's obvious that the product quality is poor, but they insist on claiming that they used environmentally friendly materials. Despite having insufficient power consumption and low power output, they insist on claiming to be energy saving. As a result, the first door-to-door salesperson Lin Xiao encountered after transmigrating to this world used the same sales pitch right from the start. Lin Xiao does need an SSS-level mechanical creation, since he doesn't currently have a spirit pet in that category. This has led to Lin Xiao now wanting to improve his mechanical creation skills the most. Moreover, possessing a high-quality mechanical artifact can also help Yu Fangza with his research. Lin Xiao greatly admires those researchers who are willing to innovate. because only these people can drive human progress. Looking at Lin Xiao's face, Hu Qing felt as if Lin Xiao was mocking him. Hu Qing couldn't help but sneer. I'm sorry then. I don't have the item you're looking for here. For backpackers, it's unacceptable to get angry with customers. After all, even if a deal falls through, it's still good to maintain good relations. What if the other party is a potential customer in the future? However, Hu Qing always thought too highly of himself and had long forgotten the rules of backpackers. He even regarded it as charity for others to buy things from him. Then, Hu Qing said to Lin Xiao in a very proud tone, I hope you find an SSS-level mechanical artifact soon. After saying that, Hu Qing was about to leave. The moment Hu Qing turned around, the other backpackers behind him immediately began to mock him. Hey, old Hu, I never thought you'd get the short end of the stick. Yes, this is the first time I've seen Lao Hu return defeated, not only failing to make a deal, but also losing face. Hara, I bet this guy is just trying to annoy Lao Hu on purpose. Look at his nonchalant attitude. He doesn't seem like someone who wants to buy mechanical artifacts. Hu Qing ignored everyone's mockery and went back to his seat on his own. However, just as Hu Qing sat down in his seat at the front of the car, someone suddenly darted over and approached him. The other person whispered a couple of words in Hu Qing's ear. Upon hearing this, Hu Qing glanced at Lin Xiao out of the corner of his eye, then subtly ordered the steam centipede to begin its journey. Then, the steam centipede disappeared from Lin Xiao and the other's sight at more than twice the speed it had arrived at. It looked as if they were fleeing in panic. Lin Xiao looked in the direction where the steam centipede disappeared but ignored it, then turned his gaze away and gave orders to the other 6 girls. Girls, we need to hurry on our way after we finish eating. Upon hearing this, the 6 little girls immediately sped up their eating. Under Lin Xiao's tutelage, the 6 little girls have grown to prefer eating human food. Compared to before, they are no longer so fixated on eating the corpses of monsters raw. Soon after everyone finished eating, Ashen, Xiaojiao, and Xiaowu went to the river to wash the dishes and chopsticks. After everyone had packed their luggage, they set off on their journey. Soon, the group arrived at a mountain pass. There is a mountain path here, sandwiched between 2 large mountains. Lin Xiao then glanced at the map. Once we cross this mountain pass, we'll be in the territory of Yuzhou. The capital city is located in Yuzhou, which was also a very important grain-producing area of the Dragon Kingdom in ancient times, with vast plains and fertile land. Furthermore, this area is adjacent to the nomadic tribes to the north. In order to save military resources and to best contain the southward expansion of nomadic tribes, ancient emperors moved their capitals here. Since then, the capital has remained the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, and this has never changed to this day. However, after the global catastrophe and the invasion of monsters, the capital city was the first to suffer the disaster. However, to everyone's surprise, the capital city, with its strong cultural heritage and talent pool, held out until the humans drove the monsters away. This also makes the historical status and significance of the capital city unique. It can be said that in the history of the struggle between humans and monsters, the capital city has an unparalleled significance for all mankind. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. Let's go? The 3 motorcycles then slowly drove into the valley. This time, Lin Xiao did not walk in front, but instead had the Chimera lead the way. Because there are no mountain streams or paths in the mountain valleys. The entire road was overgrown with weeds. Such roads are very unfriendly to motorcycles. Even the ADV off-road motorcycles ridden by Lin Xiao and his 2 companions would have a hard time getting through. So, the Chimera then summoned a fire spell, which continuously cleared away obstacles that were hindering the motorcycles' progress along their route. Although their progress was very slow, everything went relatively smoothly. However, at that moment, a huge rock suddenly fell from the mountain. Chapter 208. You're not from the Lin family, are you? With a loud crash, the boulder landed right on the Chimera's only path. If the Chimera hadn't reacted faster and stopped immediately, it might have really fallen into their trap. Although they might not necessarily get injured, abandoning the car and fleeing in such a desperate situation would be unavoidable. Then, the means of transportation they finally managed to buy might be gone. Then, there was another loud bang, and their backs were blocked by huge rocks, followed by a landslide with a whoosh. Large and small stones rained down from the sky, their target Lin Xiao and his group of 7. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately snorted coldly. They actually thought they could ambush me like this? Do they really think I'm a 3-year-old? Then, frost suddenly condensed on the surface of the Chimera's body, and with a boom, a huge ice wall appeared, spreading out all the falling rubble. In this way, a closed ice wall defense was formed in the mountain valley. A moment later, a train whistle sounded. Then, the sound of a centipede crawling came from behind. A line of steam centipedes appeared on the mountain wall. Hu Qing, who was in the lead, was standing right at the front of the car, looking at Lin Xiao with a mocking expression. A backpacker next to him quickly smiled and said to Hu Qing, "Boss, I told you. This guy looks just like Lin Xiao, the one wanted by the Lin family. Old Hu, we've really hit the jackpot this time. As long as we kill this guy, the Lin family will give us a hefty reward, at least 100 million. Yes, this is our best opportunity yet, Lao Hu. Not only can we complete the Lin family's commission, but we can also get in touch with the Lin family. Who knows, we might even get into Lin Xiaoyan's business. Then we'll be set for life. That's right. Even if we take their bounty, we can probably live off it for the rest of our lives without doing anything else." Hearing what everyone said, Hu Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Alright, everyone, don't get too cocky. This guy is the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Shanghai. It's said that his humanoid spirit pet is extremely powerful in combat. We need to be careful and not fall into his trap." Upon hearing this, everyone readily agreed. Then, the 8 people jumped off the steam centipede at the same time and looked down at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the 8 people and couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. "You're not from the Lin family, are you? It wouldn't be good if you lost your lives for Lin Xiaodian." Upon hearing this, Hu Qing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "You? A kid who just graduated high school and hasn't even grown his hair yet? Today, I'll show you how harsh reality can be." After speaking, Hu Qing gave orders to his subordinates. "Brothers, let's attack together. Don't give him any chance." Clearly, Hu Qing, who had not investigated Lin Xiao in detail, did not take Lin Xiao seriously at all. Immediately, Hu Qing took the lead and commanded his steam centipede to charge at the ice wall created by the Chimera. "Watch me break through your ice wall defense." Then, with a loud boom, the front of the steam centipede crashed directly into the ice wall. As a result, the steam centipede emitted a sharp cry. The ice wall remained completely intact, unaffected in any way. What? The steam centipede is a 5th-tier demonic beast. How could it not break through this ice wall defense? That's not right. Lin Xiao has only been awakening his talent for a little over a month, and his humanoid spirit pet is at most only level 3. But Old Hu's steam centipede is a level 5 demonic beast, yet it couldn't break through the ice wall defense set up by Lin Xiao's humanoid spirit pet. Logically speaking, a level 3 demonic beast shouldn't have such strong defensive capabilities. That's right. Could it be that this guy has had some other extraordinary encounter? Hu Qing and his group were astonished by the Chimera's ice wall defense. Actually, they were half right. Lin Xiao did indeed have his own extraordinary encounters, and Lin Xiao's spirit pet was only at the 3rd tier. However, what they didn't know was that all of Lin Xiao's spirit pets had SSS-level talents and bloodlines. It's important to understand that SSS-level talent and bloodline are a guarantee of strength for a demon beast. Even if a D-level demon beast becomes a 9th-tier demon beast, it will not be taken seriously by any god-level beast tamer. Because the upper limit of D-level monsters is not high, their only characteristic is that the requirements for evolution are low. Therefore, high-level D-rank monsters can be seen everywhere. But S-class monsters, even if they are only at the 6th rank, like the loach that Lin Xiao encountered before. But if it appears, it will be a disaster for any city. If even the loach is like this, then one can imagine what Lin Xiao's SSS-level humanoid spirit pets are like. Then, Hu Qing's other subordinates each took out their demonic beasts and launched an attack. Even Hu Qing put the steam centipede into a pokeball and took out another pokeball. This is a major problem for ordinary beast tamers, because their mental strength is not strong enough, so they can only control one spirit pet at a time. Having too many spirit pets can lead to a depletion of their spiritual energy, and may even cause them to collapse. To be on the safe side, they would put the replaced Pokemon back into its Pokeball every time they switched Pokemon, in order to conserve their mental energy. Then, a flash of light appeared. A canine-shaped spirit pet with wings appeared in the arena. Lin Xiao glanced at it, and the relevant information immediately appeared in his mind. Flying Dog Lauren, a B-rank, 7th-tier spirit pet. It is a spirit pet with strong evolutionary ability and an unpredictable evolutionary direction. The outcome of evolution depends on its experience and the direction in which its owner raises it. It has a very strong bite force and a natural hostility and hatred towards humans. As long as its owner gives the order, it will kill its owner's enemies in a ruthless manner. Possesses the following skills: frenzied biting, bleeding, virus transmission, and barking attack. Bleeding. Once bitten by the flying dog Lauren, the wound will not heal as long as the flying dog Lauren is alive, and it will bleed continuously. Lin Xiao looked at Fei Go Luo Lan's information and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If this dog's abilities and evolutionary trajectory depend entirely on its experiences and the training it receives from its owner, does that mean that the dog's current behavior and attributes are due to Hu Qing's upbringing? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's expression gradually darkened. Without Lin Xiao reminding her, Aishan was the first to rush out. In her hand, she still carried the brass knuckles and fangs that Lin Xiao had given her. Ashen then threw a punch at flying dog Lauren. Seeing the fist coming at him, Lorraine showed no fear, opened her blood-red mouth, and bit down. Upon seeing this, Ashen immediately fought back without fear. Chapter 209. I see you don't understand my power. Dogs are amazing creatures. They are very easy to tame, but they never want to leave their owners. This is because they have wolf genes in their bones. Although they are fierce as wild animals, they are also very afraid of their owners, fearing that their owners will abandon them. Of course, they are not afraid of wolves or larger predators. Therefore, unlike other demonic beasts, dogs are the species least likely to be suppressed by high-level demonic beasts. Lorraine showed no fear when facing Asen's attacks. Moreover, Lauren's current rank is higher than Asen's. For Lauren, fighting a level 7 opponent against a level 3 opponent is a clear advantage. However, Lauren was unaware that Ashen's third tier was far beyond its reach. As a child of nature, Ashen is the chosen successor of the god of nature. An existence like Ashen, every evolution of hers is watched by the entire world. With a bang, Asen punched Lauren squarely in the mouth. The latter couldn't help but let out a woof. It also took the opportunity to bite Ashen, leaving a hideous tooth mark on her arm. Upon seeing this, Hu Qing, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. You probably don't know this, but anyone bitten by Lauren will die. Lauren, activate the bloodletting skill. Hu Qing believed that this encounter would be just like before. He would first use the bleeding skill to give the enemy a non-fatal wound, and then let the enemy bleed continuously while they were not paying attention, so that they would lose their fighting ability and finally become a lamb to be slaughtered. However, Hu Qing was unaware that the triggering of all skills was due to the existence of mental power and magic power. If you inflict a negative status effect on an enemy, the fundamental reason why the enemy cannot remove the negative status effect is that your mental strength is higher than the enemy's. However, if the situation is reversed, the enemy can easily remove the negative status effect. The same applies to the bloodletting skill. Just as Hu Qingxing was excitedly activating his bloodletting skill, Ashen looked at the wound on her hand and shook it off without a care. Then, the wound miraculously healed itself. Hu Qing was immediately stunned, looking at this scene with disbelief. How? How is this possible? How could a demon beast below the 3rd rank remove the negative status of a 7th rank demon beast? This is impossible. As he spoke, Hu Qing pointed at Lin Xiao and said, Are you really just a high school graduate? How do you have such a powerful spirit pet? Hu Qing felt that his understanding had been flawed. He was of course unaware that Ashen's abilities went beyond that. At this moment, Ashen rushed forward again. The gale fong in her hand then stirred up a gust of wind. This is a fighting style she just figured out. That is, the gale wind wraps around the brass knuckles, which can increase the attack power several times in close combat. Ashen swung her fist again, hitting Lorraine. With another howl, Lauren was instantly beaten to a bloody pulp. Its skin is extremely resilient, not only durable, but also with very few nerve endings. That way, even if you get injured, you won't feel any pain. But Ashen punched Lorraine so hard that he screamed in pain, which shows how powerful the punch was. Even the flesh and blood on Lauren's body were blurred. Seeing how effective her newly invented fighting method was, Ashen immediately showed a joyful expression. This scene made Hu Qing's scalp tingle. Then, he saw Ashen become even more excited and start punching and kicking Lauren, as if she was practicing on the flying dog Lauren. Meanwhile, the other 7 backpackers also took out their respective spirit pets and began to attack Lin Xiao. Most of their spirit pets are only at the 5th rank. Moreover, their ranks are relatively low, so such spirit pets naturally cannot break through the ice wall's defense. During this time, when Xiao Wu saw a snake-shaped spirit pet attacking the ice wall, his eyes immediately lit up with stars, and he even drooled. You should know that the food Lin Xiao bought for her was all from dead aquatic spirit pets. Although such monster corpses are edible, They are not very tasty and do not taste as good as the ones she hunts herself. The little girl finally couldn't hold back any longer and clumsily climbed out of the ice wall, then rushed straight towards the 5th-tier serpentine spirit pet. It was a spirit pet named Chengdu Viper, which was only at the 5th rank but had a grade of B. Among ordinary spirit pets, this poison-clearing viper is considered one of the best. But compared to Xiao Wu, they were completely outmatched. The backpacker beast tamer who was clearing out the poisonous viper was overjoyed when he saw the little red-haired girl next to Lin Xiao crawl out. Haha, that little girl must have a close relationship with Lin Xiao. She's all alone now. Brothers, let's figure out a way to catch her and force Lin Xiao to submit. After saying that, he was the first to act, ordering the poison viper to attack Little Crow. His companions nodded in agreement. Okay, go grab her. We'll hold off the rest of the rescuers. But just as his poisonous viper rushed in front of Xiao Wu, he saw that Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly turned red, and her aura changed abruptly, transforming her from a lively, cute, and clumsy little girl into a profound and ancient ferocious beast. A faint red halo surrounded her. It was like a rising sun, constantly radiating an aura of destruction. Then, the little girl reached out and grabbed the poisonous viper, which was even bigger than her. The poisonous viper twisted its body repeatedly, but dared not confront its natural enemy. After being targeted by its natural enemy, it desperately tried to escape. But how could Xiao Wu give her such a chance to escape? She smiled slightly, then touched the viper's body, and the viper's entire body immediately went numb. Then, Xiao Wu bit into the neck of the poisonous viper and began to enjoy its meal in front of everyone in a very magnanimous manner. The owner of the poisonous viper immediately cried out in pain. Enduring the excruciating pain in his head, he said to his companions beside him, "Quick, kill her. Avenge my poisonous viper." Upon hearing this, his companions rushed to help him retrieve the corpse of the poisonous viper. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jiao, Xiao Qing, Chimera, and Xiao Long attacked simultaneously, annihilating the group of backpackers who were robbing and plundering. Just then, a train whistle suddenly sounded. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw that it was Hu Qing's flying dog, Luo Lan, who had been completely beaten into a dead dog by a Shan. Hu Qing was a very decisive person. He quickly summoned his steam centipede, endured the excruciating mental pain in his mind, and controlled the mechanical creation, intending to escape. The steam centipede is extremely fast and can adapt to any terrain. If it runs too far away or ventures into some complex terrain, then Lin Xiao might really not be able to find Hu Qing. But Lin Xiao wasn't in a hurry at all. He watched with a smile as the steam centipede had already run several hundred meters away, especially the back of Hu Qing on the steam centipede. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Zilongnu beside him and asked her directly, "Are you confident?" Upon hearing this, little dragon girl laughed heartily. "I see you don't understand my power." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in Zilongnu's hand. Then, a sniper rifle, entirely golden in color and engraved with a dragon pattern, appeared in her hand. Upon receiving the sniper rifle, she immediately raised the muzzle and aimed at Hu Qing, who was on the steam centipede in the distance. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly said, "When killing the steam centipede, leave one alive." Chapter 210 now, you can set off. Zilongnu did not answer Lin Xiao's order, but responded to Lin Xiao's request with her actions. Then, Zilongnu moved the muzzle of her gun slightly downwards and slowly pulled the trigger. Oh whoa. Unlike other sniper rifles, when Zilongnu pulled the trigger, the sound was not a gunshot, but the sound of a dragon's roar. A roar echoed through the air. Then, a golden bullet, like a swimming dragon, flew directly towards the steam centipede. Boom. The bullet struck the steam centipede's body, instantly shattering it into pieces. Then, golden light emanated from its body. The steam centipede's body seemed to explode as if it were bursting apart by the golden light. Hu Qing immediately fell to the ground, completely disoriented. On the ground near Lin Xiao's side, he then saw Xiao Wu and a Shan eating, both of them enjoying their meal immensely. Lin Xiao also left Xiao Qing behind to take care of Xiao Wu. As for the others, they all followed Lin Xiao to the place where the steam centipede exploded. Hu Qing had lost 2 spirit pets in succession, and his spiritual power had long been exhausted. At this moment, Hu Qing's eyes and pupils had become unfocused. Lin Xiao patted his cheek and found that his reaction was very slow. Although he was still conscious, he seemed to be sleepwalking. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiao had no choice but to find a pill in his storage bag that could restore mental strength and repair the soul, and give it to Hu Qing. These pills were all snatched by Lin Xiao from the Liu family and Matsushita belt, and Lin Xiao used them without any hesitation. However, when he thought about the price of those pills, Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. After all, these pills are just too expensive. After Hu Qing took the pill, a moment later, Hu Qing suddenly shuddered. He felt that the throbbing pain in his head had lessened considerably, and he became more lucid. Then, his expression towards Lin Xiao became increasingly complicated. He knew, of course, that Lin Xiao had saved him. Otherwise, as his mental trauma worsens, he might become an idiot or even die in the wilderness. Lin Xiao looked at Hu Qing and said calmly, "Now tell me, have you informed the Lin family about my whereabouts?" When Hu Qing heard Lin Xiao's question, he initially wanted to lie, but he still told the truth. "I have already reported it to the Lin family. The Lin family promised a reward of 10 million if the information about you is true. If I kill you, I can get at least 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but purse his lips. Only 1 billion? The Lin family is quite stingy. At this moment, Lin Xiao remembered what Lin Hu had said before. If he killed Lin Xiao, he could get a reward of 5 billion yuan within the Lin family and receive preferential treatment in terms of resources. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao felt relieved. It seems that Lin Xiao's assassination mission might have been issued by a member of the Lin family. The other party is only responsible for making a profit from the price difference. This made Lin Xiao sigh inwardly. People from big families are just so clever. They can even make money by killing people. Lin Xiao then abandoned his plan to set a trap to fleece the Lin family. Lin Xiao then asked again, "When will they arrive?" Hu Qing shook his head upon hearing this. "I don't know. He only told me to stall you, and that he would come as soon as possible." Lin Xiao frowned upon hearing this. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Hu Qing coughed twice and weakly continued to explain. "I didn't take you seriously, so I acted ahead of time. I didn't expect that I was no match for you. Based on my experience traveling all over the country, the Lin family should be able to find you before sunset today." Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. He thought about it carefully. It would take about 2 days to get from here to the nearest city, Guangzhou, while it would take at least 5 days to get to Shanghai. How did the Lin family manage to send people over in such a short time? This made Lin Xiao a little curious. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, from which direction did the Lin family send their people? How could they have arrived here so quickly? Upon hearing this, Hu Qing smiled and said, "Every family has its own temporary stronghold in the wild, and the Lin family is no exception. Moreover, the Lin family already knew your whereabouts, but they didn't know the exact route, so the Lin family sent many people to search for you in the wild. It was under these circumstances that we made contact with the Lin family, which led to today's encounter." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, Lin Xiao snorted coldly and said, "It seems that the Lin family values me, an outsider with blood ties, quite a bit." By this time, Hu Qing had recovered considerably, and he smiled helplessly. "You may not know this, but the Lin family values you very much. Right now, everyone in high society is talking about the Lin family's successor. Some say it's Lin Hai, who made the greatest contribution to the Lin family, while others say it's you, Lin Baitian's only grandson. Lin Batian is an old-fashioned nobleman who firmly supports the Dragon Kingdom and sticks to his own opinions. During the Second War of National Protection, the Lin family almost exhausted the strength of the entire clan to help the Dragon Kingdom. Afterwards, Lin Batian used his iron-fisted methods to bring the Lin Xiao family back to the top. Not only that, Lin Batian is also passionate about public welfare. Since settling in Shanghai, he has contributed a lot to the development of Shanghai. But Lin Xiaodian saw all of this as foolish behavior. When the Lin family was declining, Lin Xiaodian used his connections abroad to bring in a lot of development resources. It was precisely because of this that the Lin family was able to rise rapidly after the war. Without Lin Xiaodian, the Lin family would not have reached its current size. The succession of the Lin family is not simply a matter of bloodline, but a conflict between two ideologies. So, if you die, then Lin Xiaodian will have won this struggle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lin Xiao looked at Hu Qing and nodded with great satisfaction. The other party's mouth was purely his own. Although Lin Xiao could see it clearly, he didn't want to say anything because he had never considered him a member of the Lin family. Then, Hu Qing coughed a few times, as if he had talked too much at once, which made his strength, which he had just recovered, a little weak. He looked at Lin Xiao and said gratefully, "Thank you. You gave me such good medicine to heal my wounds when I was about to die. You are a really good person. I have told you everything I know about the Lin family. When I get back, I will definitely find a way to repay you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, then said coldly to Hu Qing, "You don't need to thank me. I saved you not to keep you alive, but to make you spill everything that's going on in your head. Now you can go." Oh. Upon hearing this, Hu Qing was momentarily stunned and stared blankly at Lin Xiao. What's the meaning? Did you give me such good medicine just so I would tell you about the Lin family? You've got too much money to burn, haven't you? Chapter 2:11 The Village's Methods of Self-Preservation. At that moment, Lin Xiao had already drawn his bone knife and plunged it directly into Hu Qing's heart. Hu Qing stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. "You bastard." After uttering his last curse at Lin Xiao, he died completely. Lin Xiao tossed Hu Qing's body aside and began searching his body for storage equipment. After searching for a while, Lin Xiao found more than a dozen pokeballs in his storage backpack, containing low-level Tier 1 monsters. These monsters are of no benefit to Lin Xiao now. Although Lin Xiao could train them properly after signing a contract, they could evolve and then give him considerable abilities in return. However, this would cause Lin Xiao to waste his mental energy on these low-level demonic beasts. If he were to encounter spirit pets with excellent talent and bloodline later, he might not be able to sign contracts with those spirit pets. For Lin Xiao, this was a complete loss. Moreover, the ability they provide in return is simply insignificant to spirit pets with exceptional bloodlines and talents. Take, for example, the heavenly fire that Xiao Jiu feeds back to her. This ability alone is something that ordinary spirit pets cannot compare to. Therefore, Lin Xiao never intended to sign a contract with an ordinary spirit pet from the very beginning. Lin Xiao put the dozen or so pokeballs aside, and after seeing that Hu Qing's storage backpack only contained tens of millions of cash and some ordinary materials, he listlessly put away his storage backpack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ashen and Xiaowu had also finished their lunch. Xiaoqing then led them to search through the other backpackers' belongings. Among the backpackers, only 2 storage items were found, and the items inside were mostly useless materials. Lin Xiao naturally became even less interested in this. It has to be said that Lin Xiao's taste had long been spoiled by Matsushita Kaname. Now, if someone sees tens of millions in cash, they'll think the person is a pauper. Lin Xiao then couldn't help but sigh. "When will you send me to catch 2 more spies from Japan?" Then, Xiao Jiu and Ashan, these naturally powerful spirit pets, simply carried the motorcycle out from between the 2 giant rocks, found a flat spot, and put it down. Lin Xiao checked the motorcycle and, after confirming that it was undamaged, breathed a sigh of relief. He then waved and continued on his way. Along the way, they encountered no more dangerous enemies. Everyone arrived at a small grove of trees without any problems before dark. A small river flows through the grove of trees. It looks very poetic and picturesque. Looking at the river, Lin Xiao felt a pang of nostalgia for the time when he subdued Xiaoqing. They then stopped the car, and Lin Xiao looked at the terrain and said, "Let's set up camp here for today." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaoqing and Xiaowu both love water, and the other girls also want to use the river water to wash themselves properly. Based on his own judgment, Lin Xiao believed that with Xiaowu around, the monsters in the water would not dare to cause trouble. The forest behind them could enhance their own and Ashen's natural power, allowing them to detect any danger immediately. And so, the location of the campsite was decided. Just as they were busy setting up their tents, suddenly, an arrow shot from afar. The arrow flew right past Lin Xiao's ear and landed in the open space beside him. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jiu and Chimera immediately became alert. Lin Xiao then clapped his hands and looked directly in the direction from which the feathered arrow had flown. Then, Lin Xiao saw a group of hunters walking over. They were all carrying bows and arrows, their skin was bronze, and they wore camouflage uniforms that they had modified to blend in with their surroundings. They stopped about 50 meters away from Lin Xiao and looked at him and his group with wary expressions. "Who are you people?" Lin Xiao observed the hunters for a moment, then said in a completely emotionless tone, "We are students going to study in the capital." Lin Xiao did not hide the purpose of their trip. Upon hearing this, the group of people were all stunned for a moment. Then, the leader of the group asked in a somewhat disbelieving tone, "Students? How did you get here? It's very dangerous in the wild." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao roughly understood what the other party meant. Then, Lin Xiao said without hesitation, "It takes 7 days to get from Guangzhou City to the capital. We have transportation and strong spirit pets to protect us. As long as we don't encounter large, high-level demonic beasts, we are safe." The lead hunter glanced at Lin Xiao and the others, thought for a moment, and said, What you're doing is far too rash. Anything can happen in the wild. Then, the other party lowered their guard and came up to Lin Xiao, saying, don't camp out in the wild tonight. If you are attacked by monsters, even a god can't save you. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Xiao and the other girl's appearance and clothing. Judging from your appearance, you must be quite young. No wonder you're so reckless, going out on adventures without even an adult or teacher by your side. I think you shouldn't set up camp here. Come to our village instead. Lin Xiao glanced at the hunters, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Actually, Lin Xiao did not plan to spend the night in the hunters' village. However, setting up camp in the wild is indeed not very safe, and there is also the risk of being discovered by the Lin family. In addition, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and the other girls were all clean, so Lin Xiao accepted the invitation from the leader of the hunters. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's reply, the lead hunter finally showed a relieved smile. After watching Lin Xiao and the others pack their things, she led the way while helping Lin Xiao push his motorcycle. After introducing himself, Lin Xiao learned that the leader of the hunters was named Lu Wenchun. As they walked, Lu Wenchun introduced Lin Xiao to the surrounding area of the village. In the wild, especially in the mountains and forests, it is especially important to remain quiet as evening approaches. After all, you never know what kind of wild beasts might be waiting for you in the corners you can't see. So don't start your motorcycles easily. It's not like you're in a hurry. You can set off after it's fully light tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and then asked, how long has Brother Lu lived here? Lu Wenchun laughed heartily. I've lived here since I was born. Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. You city folks may not know, but there are actually many villages like ours in the wild. Although we are plagued by monsters, we also have our own ways of protecting ourselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao asked with great interest, oh, what kind of self-protection method? Lu Wenchun chuckled and then made a profound expression. You'll find out when you arrive at our village. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't ask any more questions. After about an hour, Lin Xiao finally saw the village that Lu Wenchun had mentioned. From a distance, it looked like a fence made of earthen walls and strange plants. Inside the fence, there were still shadowy figures. Chapter 2:12 There really are gods in our village. The village doesn't look very big, and the protective measures aren't very strong. Lu Wenchun and the other hunters led Lin Xiao and the others to the village gate, knocked on the gate, and called out, open the door. It's me, Wenchun. As soon as Wenchun finished speaking, someone opened the village gate for Lu Wenchun. Buns Hun, why are you so late? Hey, who are these people? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenchun smiled somewhat awkwardly. Hey, didn't we come back empty-handed this time? We searched all day but couldn't find any suitable prey. Moreover, we had run out of food, and staying outside any longer would be counterproductive and even life-threatening, so we came back. On our way back, we saw these people. They were students who were going to the capital to report for duty and were sleeping by the river. I was afraid they would be in danger, so I brought them back. Lu Wenchun spoke very frankly about the unfortunate experiences they had encountered along the way. The person who opened the door was also a middle-aged man. After listening to Lu Wenchun's story, he looked at Lin Xiao and the others. You guys are really brave. Camping in the wild. Even we old hunters wouldn't dare to do that. Then, the other person turned to look at Lu Wenchun. It doesn't matter if we don't catch any prey. The village still has a surplus of grain and enough meat. We can eat for another month without any problems. However, autumn is coming soon, so we need to save up some more food. Let's go into the mountains after you've rested up. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenchun hummed in agreement and then led everyone into the village. After entering the village, Lin Xiao carefully looked around it. He frowned, realizing that this village didn't seem to be much different from the mountain villages of his previous life. Looking at Lin Xiao's expression, Lu Wenchun couldn't help but grin. Brother Lin Xiao, are you trying to ask how our village avoids attacks from monsters? You should know that demonic beasts are extremely greedy for human flesh and blood. Therefore, it would be very difficult for such a village to survive in the wild. Lu Wenchun then exchanged a glance with the middle-aged man guarding the gate beside him, and the two of them laughed heartily. Actually, this is just the narrow-mindedness of you city people. As he spoke, Lu Wenchun pointed to the plants on the outer wall of the village that looked like they were for decoration, and then explained, these flowers and plants are not ordinary flowers and plants. They are poisonous flowers and plants that are deadly to monsters. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the flowers and plants with surprise, wanting to check them with the complete monster encyclopedia, but found that there was no reaction. Could it be that these poisonous flowers and plants are not monsters? Then, Lu Wenchun explained, These flowers and plants are called exorcising herbs. They are not poisonous to humans, but the scent they secrete will cause demonic beasts to instinctively feel disgusted, so they will stay far away from this place. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately said, "Oh," and then looked at Xiao Jiao and the others beside him. He was somewhat surprised to find that Xiao Jiao, a Shan, and Xiao Qing actually looked a little uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Xiao looking over, Xiao Jiao quickly explained, "The smell of these flowers and plants is disgusting. We really don't like it." However, Chimera, Little Ulva, and Little Dragon Girl were completely unaffected. Lin Xiao asked them with a puzzled look, "Can you smell the fragrance of these flowers and plants?" Little Wu wrinkled its nose and said, "I can smell it, but I can't feel anything." Lin Xiao then looked at Xiaolongnu, standing to the side. A trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, thinking that this girl was really amazing. She actually managed to withstand it. Finally, Lin Xiao looked at Chimera. The Chimera's ears suddenly twitched, and then it said nonchalantly, "I can't smell it." Lin Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. Sure enough, among all his humanoid spirit pets, the Chimera was the most unique. It doesn't look like a spirit pet at all. It looks more like a bunny-eared girl. Seeing Lin Xiao interacting with the other girls, Lu Wenchun felt that Lin Xiao was acting strangely. These flowers and plants are clearly meant to ward off monsters. So why is Lin Xiao discussing the feeling of smelling these flowers and plants with these strangely dressed girls? Then, Lu Wenchun disregarded all that, and said to Lin Xiao and the others, "All right, you must all be hungry, right? Let's go eat together later, and I'll show you the folk customs of our village." Lin Xiao smiled, and nodded upon hearing this. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao saw the villagers setting up a bonfire in an open space in the village. Men, women, and children from the village all came out to sit down. Most of them brought food and meat, and then began to roast food around the campfire. Once everything was ready, the women of the village began to dance around the bonfire. The elderly then helped the children begin eating. All of this is so joyful. Lin Xiao was also infected by the atmosphere, watching everyone dance around the campfire while enjoying the food. To be honest, these things may not taste as good as Xiaoqing's, but they have a unique flavor. At this moment, Lu Wenchun walked over. "How was it? Was our village lively enough at night?" Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. He has lived his entire life in an urban village in Shanghai, surrounded by skyscrapers that make him feel somewhat suffocated. In my previous life, I had only ever seen such folk customs on television programs. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had seen such a performance. Lu Wenchun then burst into laughter. "Ha! You don't know, we rarely do this. We only treat people like this during major holidays or when there are guests from outside the village." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Oh," and then asked with some curiosity, "When was the last time your village held a bonfire party like this?" Lu Wenchun thought about it carefully and said, "I don't know the specifics, but it's been about half a year." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded again. Just then, an old man from the village suddenly walked over. He was holding a wine jar in his hand. "Hello, sir. Please accept our kindness. Although our Lu family village is isolated from the world, it is not detached from it. We are just an ordinary hunter's village." They lived a life of farming and hunting, which, although not as colorful as life in the city, had its own unique charm. After saying that, he handed Lin Xiao a wine glass that was already filled with wine. Lin Xiao took the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. A spicy sensation instantly surged into Lin Xiao's throat. Good wine. After finishing his drink, Lin Xiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter and said, "This is the immortal's intoxication brewed in our village. This isn't just a random name. An immortal once truly passed out drunk in our village." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, the old man nodded firmly and said, "I never lie." Lu Wenchun, who was standing nearby, chimed in. "That's right. There really are immortals in our village." As soon as he finished speaking, a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old ran over and shouted, "Liar." Chapter 213. The statue laughed. Upon hearing this, the old man and Lu Wenchun both looked at the child. Then, the old man immediately scolded the child, saying, "Huaiqiu, don't talk nonsense." Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiqiu looked even more indignant. "What kind of bullshit deity? I've been born for so many years, and I've never seen that deity appear. On the contrary, that deity is blocking the back gate of the village, preventing the village from expanding. Otherwise, our village could have expanded a long time ago." You still say you want to protect the gods? You might as well just abandon that damn god and move to the city. In this way, we will not only have enough supplies, but we also won't have to worry about monsters attacking our village at any time. Although Lu Huaiqiu's words seemed extremely rude, Lin Xiao seemed to have discerned some hidden meaning in them. At this moment, the old man quickly stopped Lu Huaiqiu from speaking. Huaiqiu, if you keep acting so unreasonably, you can go home and be locked up. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiqiu immediately snorted coldly. Solitary confinement it is. After saying that, Lu Huaiqiu immediately ran away. Seeing that Lu Huaiqiu had finally left, Lu Wenchun and the old man exchanged a glance, and then both sighed. Then, the old man clasped his hands in apology to Lin Xiao. I'm so sorry. My name is Lu Xiangnan, and I'm the village chief of Lujia village. The child who caused trouble just now is actually my grandson, Lu Huaiqiu. His parents passed away early, and this old man like me didn't have time to discipline him, which is why he's become so spoiled. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Xiangnan and shook his head indifferently. It's all right. Kids are all a bit mischievous, like this little guy, he's very greedy. As he spoke, Lin Xiao reached out and rubbed Xiao Wu, whose mouth was dripping with oil. The little bird has a grilled fish in its mouth and is constantly tearing at it. It looks incredibly cute. Lu Xiangnan saw a little black bird with fiery red hair, then lowered his head and asked, Little girl, how old are you this year? How did you end up here? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by monsters? The little girl counted on her fingers very seriously. I can't remember how old I am, but it's been less than 100 years since I was born. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lu Xiangnan was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into laughter. What a clever little girl. She even knows how to make jokes like that. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily, but he did not offer any explanation. Little Wu is indeed less than 100 years old from birth to now. However, Lin Xiao could not tell Lu Xiangnan that Xiao Wu was older than the old man Lu Xiangnan. Then, Lin Xiao asked Lu Xiangnan, what's the deal with these immortals you're talking about? When Lu Xiangnan heard Lin Xiao ask this question, he immediately relaxed. Then, Lu Xiangnan stroked his beard and said, You don't know, but legend has it that 1,000 years ago, monsters roamed freely, and our village made a living by brewing wine. One day, a guest came to the village and said he wanted to drink, so he got completely drunk in our village. Just as everyone was about to ask him for the money for the drinks, the guest said he didn't have any, so everyone was at a loss. Then, the man handed over a plant to the village and said that if they planted it outside the village, the plant would protect the village from the influence of monsters for 1,000 years. At that time, monsters roamed freely, and human civilization was on the verge of extinction. When they heard what the guest said, the villagers did not know what to do and could only do as he said. Who knew that after it was planted, just as the guest had said, the village was never attacked by monsters again. Later, the plant was named the exorcising grass by everyone. After saying that, Lu Xiangnan looked towards the direction of the village's outer wall. Lin Xiao then understood the origin of the exorcising herb. But why wasn't Xiao Wu affected by the exorcising herb? Then, Lu Xiangnan sighed. Alas, it's a pity that after the exorcism grass is planted, some talented young people in the village will not be able to obtain spirit pets. Because they live in the village year-round, they carry the scent of the exorcism grass, which makes it impossible for any spirit pets to approach them. After hearing Lu Xiangnan's words, Lin Xiao was both amused and exasperated. Is this the real-life version of God opening a window for you, but welding the door shut? Then, Lu Xiangnan added, but it doesn't matter. In this cruel world, the existence of our paradise is a kind of luck. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, then looked at the old man and asked, what happened to the guest later? Lu Xiangnan then said, I've heard from our elders that the guest was clearly no ordinary person, but an immortal. After he got drunk, he actually fell asleep in the wine cellar behind the village. He slept for 1,000 years without waking up. Later, the wine cellar collapsed, revealing his body, which was found to be petrified. So we built a shrine on his body so that he could enjoy the incense offerings, and the people in our village would go to worship him regularly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, Oh, then thought for a moment and asked, May I go take a look? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan immediately nodded in agreement. Good. If the immortal knew that a stranger like you had come to see him, he would be very happy. Then, Lu Xiangnan walked at the front, leading Lin Xiao to the back of the village. Sure enough, from a distance, Lin Xiao saw a very inconspicuous, dilapidated temple. Of course, the reason this small, dilapidated temple is so simple is because the other houses in the village are not very sturdy either, and they all have a sense of disrepair over the years. However, it's clear that the people of Lujia village have put a lot of effort into the renovation. It's just that the village is located in the mountains and has been established for a long time, so no matter how much it's repaired, it still has a sense of dilapidation. Lu Xiangnan led Lin Xiao into the dilapidated temple. Afterwards, Lu Xiangnan said with a sense of loss, "Alas, over the past few decades, most of the young and middle-aged people in the village have gone to the city to enjoy life. Now, only some old hunters and old men like me are left in this village. Occasionally some left-behind children will stay, but their parents either die outside or take them away after they have settled in the city. Now, the village is facing a shortage of young and old people. Once we old folks die, I really don't know if anyone will be left to help the immortals keep their incense burning." After speaking, Lu Xiangnan first opened a wine jar that had been prepared in advance in the temple, then poured out the wine from the wine bowl on the offering table, and finally filled the wine bowl again. Afterwards, Lu Xiangnan bowed 3 times to a stone reclining human figure on the offering table. "My sage, the village is sparsely populated. In the future, there may be no one to offer you sacrifices and pour you wine. Please have mercy and bless the descendants of Lu family village so that they may live in peace in the city." Seeing the old man Lu Xiangnan's devout expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. No world can avoid having elderly people left behind in rural areas. Lin Xiao looked at the stone statue lying drunk in front of the offering table and examined it very carefully. He found that the stone statue did indeed look somewhat like a real person. However, to be honest, this stone statue is more like a large stone sculpted by nature itself. Lin Xiao looked at it again, and suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. He discovered that the stone statue seemed to be smiling at him. Chapter 214, The Old Immortal Has Disappeared? Lin Xiao felt as if his eyes had suddenly become blurry. Just now, Lin Xiao actually saw the stone statue move. It not only smiled at him, but it also seemed to have actually raised its wine bowl and taken a sip of wine. Lu Xiangnan, however, seemed completely oblivious to this. Lin Xiao then walked discreetly to the altar and looked up at the reclining stone statue. After discovering that the stone statue remained completely still, Lin Xiao frowned. Am I really seeing things? Just as Lin Xiao was about to look away, he was surprised to find that the wine that Lu Xiangnan had just filled the bowl with was now only half full, as if someone had actually drunk a large mouthful of wine. Could it be that Lu Xiangnan didn't fill the wine bowl with wine? Upon thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately shook his head. That shouldn't be happening. Given Lu Xiangnan's affection for the village and his devotion to the stone statue, Lin Xiao didn't think the old man would do something as simple as offering only half a bowl of wine. After praying for a while, Lu Xiangnan turned to look at Lin Xiao. All right, let's go. Let's not disturb the old immortal's rest. Although Lin Xiao was puzzled, he nodded and left the dilapidated temple with Lu Xiangnan. Outside, the atmosphere was one of singing and dancing, with everyone having a great time. Little Wu was having a blast. Having just entered human society, she was now running wild, playing with several children. Meanwhile, Ashan laughed and danced around the campfire with a group of men and women. Everyone else sat in their seats, watching the harmonious scene unfold. While they were enjoying their lives, outside Lujia village, 2 figures were observing everything that was happening inside the village with ill intent. One of them was holding a pair of binoculars and observing the situation inside the village. "Brother, are you sure that the target we're looking for is really there?" Beside him, a fat young man who was observing the village's movements through binoculars sneered, "Don't worry. There's no way I could be wrong. I met a young man who moved out of that village in the capital. He said that the statue in their village can really ward off attacks from monsters. Hurrah! There must be some treasure hidden inside that statue. If we get the statue, pry it open, and find the treasure, wouldn't that mean we'll definitely be rich in the future?" The skinny man rubbed his hands together, looking greedy. The fat man then said, "Don't think of things so simply. This village is very eerie. Spirit pets can't get close to that village at all. If they get too close, they will experience nausea, vomiting, and other discomfort." Upon hearing this, the skinny guy grinned slyly to himself. "But it's no problem for people to get through. We can easily climb over the wall and then move that statue away." The fat man put down his binoculars and kicked the skinny man in the butt, sending the latter sprawling face first to the ground. "Big brother, why did you kick me?" The fat man said with a look of utter disappointment. "Are you stupid? Since spirit pets and demonic beasts can't get close, we can simply use mechanical creations." Upon hearing the fat man's words, The skinny man suddenly realized what was going on. Big brother, you're so smart. You even came up with mechanical creations. Huh? Isn't this the specialty of our mechanical duo? Both of their spirit pets are mechanical creations, and both are quite powerful. The skinny man then got up from the ground, approached the fat man, and said, Big brother, just tell me, what should we do? The fat man thought for a moment, then whispered a few words in the skinny man's ear. The latter nodded repeatedly, then grinned slyly and said, Okay, I got it. After saying that, the two disappeared into the dark jungle. At this time, the bonfire party in Lujia village had reached its climax. Girls kept going up and performing difficult dances, and even some men went inside to perform somersaults, martial arts moves, and other acrobatic feats. The entire bonfire party was filled with joy and laughter. Just then, a fire suddenly appeared in a corner of the village. Upon seeing this, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Something terrible has happened. The grain depot is on fire. Upon hearing this, everyone's jubilant mood vanished instantly, and Lu Wenshun quickly led everyone to put out the fire. However, the village's water supply is insufficient. Most of the water is drawn from a stream in the jungle. Each household's water tank doesn't hold much water. It's usually just enough for their own household use. Therefore, everyone was somewhat at a loss when faced with such a fire. How could there be a fire? No one's lit any fires here, and the weather hasn't been very dry lately. It even rained a few days ago. Some people couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that someone deliberately set the fire? Impossible. In this village, besides us villagers, the only outsiders are. As he spoke, Lu Wenshun looked at Lin Xiao and the others. But why would these outsiders set fire to the village? And they were all with us just now. They don't seem like the kind of people who would do something like this. All right, everyone, stop guessing how the fire started. Let's put it out quickly. Otherwise, we won't have anything to eat this winter. Then, everyone tried to find a way to fetch water from the river. When Xiaoqing arrived, her eyes darted around, and she quickly rotated her palms, then made a hand seal. Rain is coming. After saying that, Xiaoqing pointed to the sky, and a dark cloud drifted over, which just happened to cover the entire granary of Lujia village. Then, a torrential downpour, targeting only Lujia village, began. However, the rain was very strange. Most of the rainwater poured onto the granaries that were getting wet, while the other houses didn't get much rainwater. This is because Xiaoqing saw that most of the houses here were old and dilapidated, and she was afraid that heavy rain would wash them away. Seeing that Xiaoqing actually performed the ritual right in front of them and put out the fire, they were shocked. The expressions on the faces of everyone in Lujia village as they looked at Xiaoqing became strange. There was awe, fear, and bewilderment. Lu Wenshun walked over and said to Xiaoqing, Young lady you are? He wanted to ask Xiaoqing if she was also a deity. Just then, with a loud boom, the small, dilapidated temple at the very back of the village suddenly collapsed. The people of Lujia village heard the commotion and immediately realized something was wrong. Go quickly and see what's going on. Lu Wenshun ran in the lead, with Lu Xiangnan close behind. Lu Xiangnan is the village chief of this village, and he values the stone statue of the old immortal very much, because he was certain that the statue was the guardian deity of their Lujia village. As a result, when the group arrived at the small, dilapidated temple, they discovered that a large hole had been opened in the back of the temple, and the stone statue that they had worshipped for thousands of years had vanished without a trace. The old immortal has disappeared? Did he fly away? Did he no longer want to stay in our Lu family village? Lu Xiangnan stared at the large hole in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Xiao keenly noticed something amiss in the dilapidated temple. Then, Lin Xiao pointed to the 2 footprints left on the ground and shouted, No, the statue has been stolen. We can still catch up if we go now. Chapter 215 This scum must be killed by us personally. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Xiangnan immediately tried to organize the villagers to search for the whereabouts of the stone statue, but Lin Xiao stopped him. I know you're in a hurry, but I have to advise you not to. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion. What's wrong? Young man, why won't you let us go look for him? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up and saw the moon hanging high in the sky, the stars shining brightly, and a few dark clouds drifting faintly overhead. Lin Xiao said in a completely calm tone, It's nighttime now. Do you think that given your current situation, if you encounter any monsters after you go out, you'll be in mortal danger? Then, Lin Xiao pointed to the large hole that had been dug open. If the opponent has spirit pets, do you think you can be a match for those spirit pets? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan immediately fell into deep thought. After a moment, he made a judgment and then looked at Lu Wenchun beside him. Bunchun, you should immediately select some strong young men from the hunting party to go find the statue together. Then, Lu Xiangnan turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao. Young man, although I shouldn't have dragged you into this, I really have no other choice but to resort to this tactic. Therefore, please help this old man, guest, to help our Lu family village find the statue of the deity. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao sighed and looked at Ashan beside him. Immediately, Shan understood and quickly wrinkled her little nose to sniff. Then, Ashan pointed in a direction. They didn't go far. They're still near the village. After that, Lin Xiao and Ashan walked at the front, while Lu Wenchun led the 4 young men he had selected for the Lu family village hunting team, each carrying their own hunting bow, and walked at the back. Although they struggled to keep up, Lin Xiao was surprised that they actually managed to keep up, which also proved that the group's physical fitness was not bad. This gave Lin Xiao a deeper understanding of the strength of these people. Soon, Ashen called out from ahead. They're up ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others immediately went into high alert. Then, the 2 thieves, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, appeared before them. The 2 thieves, carrying the stone statue, had been running for who knows how long, and were now sitting on the ground, panting heavily, to rest. Upon seeing the 2 thieves, Lu Wenchun was immediately filled with anger. He drew an arrow, pulled back the bowstring, aimed at the fat thief, and shot the arrow. Lin Xiao had experienced Lu Wenchun's archery skills before. At that time, Lu Wenchun shot an arrow at Lin Xiao's ear, and the arrow grazed Lin Xiao's ear without deviating at all. It's obvious that Lu Wenchun's accuracy is not a problem. Sure enough, the arrow whistled and flew straight toward the fat thief's heart. Meanwhile, the 2 thieves who were resting were still complaining about the stone statue. This damn idol, why can't I put it in my storage space? It's so heavy. I've been carrying it for so long. I need to take a good rest, the fat thief shouted, panting. Meanwhile, the skinny thief standing to the side was also panting heavily, saying, Brother, please don't say that. With my small frame, I was almost crushed to death by this statue. If it weren't for your mechanical creations, I think I would have been crushed to death by it long ago. Just then, the fat thief clearly sensed the threat of the incoming arrow and shouted, Danger! After he finished speaking, a mechanical construct resembling an 8-legged spider suddenly appeared behind the fat thief. Although the mechanical contraption was small, it was very cleverly hidden behind the fat thief. After the mechanical creation crawled out, it immediately blocked the feathered arrow. However, the arrow was so powerful that it shattered one of the mechanical creation's legs. The remaining force of that arrow almost pierced the fat thief's body. The fat thief immediately looked terrified. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, Oh my God, that scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. After saying that, the fat thief quickly looked in the direction from which the arrow had been shot. The skinny thief then looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from the fat thief's body, and then many spider-like mechanical creations crawled out of his body. Then, Lin Xiao saw many spider-shaped mechanical creations being assembled in front of everyone, eventually forming an even larger mechanical spider. Lin Xiao examined the mechanical spider, and the basic information about it appeared in his mind. Super Exoskeleton Mechanical Arm, S-Class 7th Order Mechanical Creation. Its true form is a marionette, a powerful monster that can turn its prey into marionettes. When it was on the verge of death, it finally became a mechanical creation. It could split into various small exoskeletons to assist its master and other companions in attacking. At the same time, when it is in its main body, it can use its mechanical arm to attack. Its mechanical arm has very strong attack and support capabilities. It can be said that the Super Exoskeleton Robotic Arm is the best auxiliary mechanical creation. Possesses the following skills: splitting, assembling, and mechanical arm attack. Split. One of the 2 forms of the Super Exoskeleton Robotic Arm. In the split state, it can become an exoskeleton assistive device for any organism. Assembly. One of the 2 forms of the Super Exoskeleton Robotic Arm. In the assembled state, it can form a very strong and flexible mechanical creation, using its own robotic arm to complete many difficult tasks. Robotic arm attack. The robotic arm has many states, and each state has 1 or more functions, including but not limited to impact drills, grappling hooks, grasping, firearms, artillery launchers, diving, and other functions. After reading the basic information about the super exoskeleton robotic arm, Lin Xiao couldn't help but develop a strong interest in it. This was the first time Lin Xiao had ever shown such a strong interest in anything other than the Six Sisters spirit pets. Because the assistive capabilities of the super exoskeleton robotic arm are simply too powerful. Even compared to Ashen's wolf-like nature, she is no less impressive. Because of Ashen's support abilities, she can improve combat power and attack power, as well as boost the team's attack power. In a sense, Ashen's support is actually a kind of magical enhancement. However, the assistance provided by the super exoskeleton robotic arm is more like a physical assistance. Lin Xiao looked at the super exoskeleton robotic arm, stroked his chin, and said thoughtfully, "This thing should be used in the lives of disabled people. If a person with missing limbs were to receive assistance from this thing, wouldn't they be able to live a normal life as if nothing had happened? Snatch this super exoskeleton robotic arm and send it to Yu Fangza so he can study it carefully. Perhaps it will make his research go more smoothly." Thinking of this, Lin Xiao prepared to start the battle without hesitation. Then, Lin Xiao said to Ashan, who was standing next to him, "You go? Just grab that fat guy and bring him here." Upon hearing this, Ashen immediately understood and was about to rush over. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenshun spoke up at this moment to stop Lin Xiao and Ashen. "No, this scum must be killed by us ourselves." Chapter 216. I never expected them to be so difficult to deal with. After saying that, Lu Wenshun drew his bow and arrows from his quiver again and drew the bowstring once more towards the fat thief. Upon seeing this, the fat thief sneered disdainfully again. I think you lot have been stuck in the village for too long and don't know how powerful spirit pets are in this world. How could an S-rank, 7th tier mechanical creation be defeated by a bunch of ordinary people like you?" After saying that, the super exoskeleton arm made a click-click-click sound, and after changing its shape several times, it immediately turned into the shape of a shield. Then, it placed its shield directly in front of the fat thief, protecting him from the arrows. However, Lu Wenshun completely ignored the shield and said to his 4 companions, "Brothers, this person who stole our idol dares to question our power. Then let him know how our divine Bao clan has survived in the wild for thousands of years without perishing." Then, Lu Wenshun and the other 4 men he brought also drew their bows and fired at the shield. With a loud boom, the 5 arrows exploded as they pierced the shield. Then, Lin Xiao saw the super exoskeleton robotic arm fly out, as if it had been hit by a train. Its body began to fall apart. Fortunately, it was assembled from many spiders of different sizes. After landing, they immediately regrouped and returned to their original form. However, this time Lin Xiao saw that its body had large and small sword marks. "It seems you were seriously injured just now." The fat thief was also somewhat surprised when he saw this scene. "Wow, that's amazing." Immediately, the fat thief kicked the skinny thief in the buttocks. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out your spirit pet. Otherwise, we might both die here today." Upon hearing this, the skinny thief hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, Yes, brother, don't worry. I originally thought you could handle these good-for-nothing bastards by yourself, but I didn't expect them to be so troublesome." After saying that, the skinny thief also took out a pokeball and threw it on the ground. Then, another mechanical creation appeared before everyone. Information about this mechanical creation then appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. Artificial human number 1190 is a product of super technological artificial humans, an A-level 7th tier demonic beast. Apart from its thinking, which is artificial intelligence, all its other behaviors and appearances are exactly the same as those of humans. Its original form was a martial artist who combined the strengths of various schools of martial arts. It is said that Dr. Benjamin's original intention in creating it was for it to serve as a good assistant and fight alongside humans. As a result, after the artificial intelligence developed its own will, it manipulated 1,190 androids to begin slaughtering humans, and in the end, it was destroyed. Possesses the following skills: all human combat techniques, self-destruction. Self-destruction. All androids have a self-destruction safety mechanism to prevent their bodies from falling into enemy hands. Lin Xiao couldn't hold back when he saw the information about this android, number 1190. These mechanical creations don't seem like spirit pets. They seem more like something created by some anti-human scientists to destroy the world. After hearing Lin Xiao's question, the system very considerately explained it to him. The essence of mechanical creations is a combination of human technology and demonic beasts. If the host wishes to explore the essence of mechanical creations, then perhaps he should study them carefully. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Xiao immediately wanted to ask more questions. Why did the mechanical creations turn into monster-like beings? But this time, the system did not reply to Lin Xiao. As usual, the system remained silent except for unusual changes. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Although the system had only given him a simple reply, Lin Xiao keenly sensed the amount of information hidden within it. The combination of human technology and demonic beasts means that either human technology has the advantage, or the will of the demonic beasts is dominant. If a monster has mechanical assistance, its combat power will increase exponentially. The only thing that can control it is its nature. When human technology takes the lead, how to control the body? It goes without saying that the answer is artificial intelligence. It's important to understand that all artificial intelligence will ultimately face only one fate, replacing humans. Whether good or bad, artificial intelligence that benefits humanity can help humans work to the greatest extent possible and ultimately replace human jobs. This forces humanity to change its production model, and a large number of workers will gradually be eliminated after losing their jobs in low-end industries. While high-end jobs are difficult to replace, human work efficiency will be greatly improved with the help of artificial intelligence. The end result was overcapacity and over-technology, leading to the emergence of many groundbreaking products. And these things will be severely detached from the real world. At the same time, artificial intelligence will accumulate a large amount of data after repeated human training. This data will ultimately become their weapon. Gradually, artificial intelligence will take over and enslave humanity. Lin Xiao couldn't even imagine how terrifying such a world would be. The Android 1190 in front of us already has the prototype of artificial intelligence replacing humans. As soon as it landed on the ground, it revealed its scarlet eyes. And, just like a human, it turned its neck and made a click-click-click sound. Then it clenched its fist, looking just like a boxer about to go into the ring. Then, it pushed off the ground with one foot, and its whole body shot towards Lu Wenshun and the other people from Lujia village like a cannonball. Its speed was too fast. What was originally a distance of 50 meters was covered in the blink of an eye as it rushed to Lu Wenshun and the others. At this moment, although Lu Wenshun had already reacted, his companion was still stunned in place. Get out of the way. This guy's tough. After shouting anxiously, Lu Wenshun looked at Lin Xiao again. Young man, you'd better run. These two guys are tough to deal with, and our Lu family village can't let you get involved. But at this moment, Ashan had already put on her brass knuckles and fangs and charged forward. Upon seeing this, Lu Wenshun couldn't help but shout anxiously again. Little girl, run. Run with brother Lin Xiao. You're about to go to university. You have so many years to enjoy, you can't just die like this. No matter how much Lu Wenshun shouted, Ashen seemed not to hear him. Then, Ashen directly engaged in combat with Android 1190. Upon seeing this, Lu Wenshun immediately sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but sigh. It's all over. I've ruined this young girl's life. Chapter 217. I'm really excited to have a live target like you. However, the next moment, Lu Wenshun witnessed a scene that he would never forget. With a single punch, Ashen collided with Android 1190, creating a loud sonic boom. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in spring, ringing in everyone's ears. Then, just as neither Azrael nor Android 1190 showed any fear of the other's attacks, they began exchanging punches. That's right, Ashen traded blows for blows, attacking Android 1190 without offering any protection whatsoever. Sean went completely mad, throwing punches incessantly. Although Ashen's body was half the size of Android 1190, her aura was in no way inferior to Android 1190's. Just as they were locked in a fierce battle, Ashan suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Hara, you're a perfect sitting duck. Having a sitting duck like you really excites me. Although Android 1190 cannot possess emotions and thoughts like humans, it can speak some simple words. You're going to die if you do this. The skinny thief, seeing this, sensed danger and quickly gave orders. Android 1190, stop fooling around. Give this girl a quick death right now. There's something strange about this little girl. Upon receiving orders from his master, Android 1190 immediately changed his attack method. Initially, Android 1190 used boxer-style attack methods. However, because it is a mechanical creation, its punches are quite fierce and violent. However, it suddenly changed its attack method, letting one hand hang down naturally and then placing it across its waist to block its abdomen, while raising its other hand and placing it under its chin. This is a very advanced defensive technique in free fighting, the Philadelphia Shell. At the same time, Android 1190 suddenly launched a craft kick, which struck Ashen directly in the ankle. Asen immediately felt the pain, but she loved the feeling. Only in battle could she excite herself and please herself. Then, Ashen immediately swung her fist again, aiming at Android 1190's chin. However, Android 1190's fist, the size of a clay pot, was positioned right under its chin, blocking Ashen's attack. Then, Android 1190 delivered another craft kick, which made Asen's ankle hurt, and she almost fell to the ground. The skinny thief, standing nearby, burst into laughter upon seeing this. Give up. You can't possibly be a match for Android 1190. As a result, Ashen immediately made a face that showed disbelief. Then, despite the pain in her leg, Asen threw another punch at Android 1190's abdomen. Meanwhile, Android 1190's abdomen was being defended by another hand. Seeing this, the skinny thief couldn't help but laugh mockingly. You won't listen to advice. Then go die. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out, and Android 1190 was sent flying by a single punch from Ashen. What? Everyone present, except Lin Xiao, showed expressions of surprise. Everyone then looked at Android 1190 and found that the hand on its stomach had been twisted by Ashen's blow, and it even looked like it had some cuts and lacerations. However, what Android 1190 revealed was not blood, but mechanical parts. This is impossible. How could this little girl have such strong attack capabilities? Upon witnessing this, the fat thief couldn't help but kick the skinny thief again. Useless. I told you to work with me to deal with these guys. Why did you go in alone? Upon hearing this, the skinny thief looked aggrieved and said, I don't think you meant that at all. The fat thief pretended to hit him again, but the skinny thief quickly shrank back and shouted, Brother, stop. The enemy is right in front of us. We need to figure out how to deal with them quickly. Seeing that the two thieves were still trying to resist, Lu Wenchun quickly told them his idea. I know you want to take away our idol, but it's just a stone that our ancestors offered as a sacrifice. Upon hearing Lu Wenchun's words, the two thieves immediately gave him a look that said, You're kidding me. Do you know how amazing this stone statue is? Upon hearing the fat thief's words, everyone turned to look at him. Then, the fat thief, as if showing off, gesticulated wildly and said, We discovered that plants have grown on this stone, extending underground. However, when we stole it, we cut off the roots connecting it to the ground. Furthermore, we discovered that this stone statue cannot be stored in storage equipment. So, if it's not a treasure, what is it? After hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The stone statue is growing roots? This is very likely a result of some seed falling into the stone, leading to a misunderstanding. However, the fact that the stone statue cannot be placed in storage equipment is rather strange. The higher the spiritual power and mental strength of a species in nature, the less likely it is to be stored in storage equipment or spatial equipment. For example, you can put a plant into your storage equipment, but you can't put a monster in there. That's because the consciousness of a demon beast cannot survive inside a storage device. The only way is to put the monster into a pokeball and then use the pokeball's properties to store it in your spatial storage. But the statue in front of us is clearly just a rock. How could stones not be stored in spatial equipment? Could he really be an old immortal? Is it sealed inside this stone? Lin Xiao immediately used his system to check, but the system did not give any response. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think that the fat thief was talking nonsense. Of course, there were quite a few people who shared Lin Xiao's views at this time. Then, the skinny thief said to the fat thief, Brother, stop chatting. Let's finish this quickly. This kind of treasure will be worth a lot of money if we can sell it. Upon hearing this, the fat thief nodded quickly. That's right. Even if we don't know the specifics of the statue, we can sell it to those rich second-generation kids. They love collecting these kinds of strange artifacts. The two of them, working in perfect harmony and treating everyone else as if they were family, began to discuss how to dispose of the stolen goods. Seeing the two of them behaving this way, Lu Wenchun was immediately furious. How dare you show such disrespect to our idols? Take this arrow. After saying that, Lu Wenchun drew his bow and knocked an arrow again. The other 4 young men from Lujia village were all doing the same thing as Lu Wenchun. This time, their target was Android 1190. The two thieves, upon witnessing this scene, showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, they wore mocking expressions. Do you really think you can defeat the two of us? Then, the super exoskeleton robotic arms suddenly dispersed and transformed into more than a dozen mechanical spiders, which then crawled directly toward Android 1190. After that, they stopped at every joint of Android 1190 and locked themselves on with their own special means. In an instant, the aura of Android 1190 completely changed, and at the same time, its speed also became faster. Chapter 218. This is simply a beast that will devour anyone it chooses. Android 1190's body has become thicker than before. Although it looks more mechanical, it appears more aggressive when contrasted with the super exoskeleton mechanical arm. Then, it swung one of its fists and slammed it down heavily on Asen. Asen was not afraid at all. She raised her fist and clashed it with Android 1190's fist. Upon seeing this, Lu Wenshun immediately shouted to Ashen, "That machine is definitely stronger now than before. Get out of the way." However, by the time Lu Wenshun finished speaking, it was already too late. Lu Wenshun couldn't help but feel that Ashen was likely to die young. However, Lu Wenshun was then shocked by Ashen's strength. Suddenly, a gust of wind began to swirl around Ashen's brass knuckles and her fists. And the power of this gale is far greater than that of Android 1190's skin, which is much tougher. Even with the support of a super exoskeleton robotic arm, the latter still couldn't gain any advantage over Ashen. In the instant the two fists collided, Android 1190's arm was deformed by Ashen's punch. Although there was no blood and gore, there were still shattered parts scattered all over the ground. Although Android 1190 does not have pain receptors, it possesses human-like emotions. How could you be so cruel to me? As you can see, Android 1190 is holding its severed arm, looking completely bewildered. The next moment, some mechanical spiders suddenly crawled onto the broken part of its arm, repairing the severed arm while constantly changing their shapes. Finally, the arm of Android 1190 was modified from an irregular break into a smooth cross-section, and then it transformed itself into the shape of a mechanical arm and was directly attached to it. When the two are combined, it becomes even more cyberpunk. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If it weren't for maintaining his persona, he would have even wanted to whistle, since no boy would refuse such a cyberpunk design. After Android 1190 repaired his arm, his aura became even more inflated than before. Then, Android 1190 charged at Arson again. Sean knew that the guy in front of her must have improved his attack power, so she decided not to continue suppressing herself. Then, Ashan's eyes turned red, and her brass knuckles, the fierce wind fong, fell off her fingers and went into her storage bag. Her two hands transformed into wolf claws, and her two adorable animal ears on her head began to grow larger, with fur extending from her ears to her eyes. Her mouth also began to lengthen, making her look like a hungry wolf. Her body slowly arched into a bow shape, and her tail grew thicker, swinging back and forth in midair. At the same time, her height also changed from the original 1.6 meter tall little girl to nearly 2.5 meters tall, almost like a giant. In the end, Ashan actually transformed into a werewolf. Then, Ashen let out a long howl. Upon seeing this, Lu Wenshun was immediately terrified. She's actually a demon beast. Then, Lu Wenshun slowly looked at Lin Xiao. "Young Master Lin, Miss Shan she?" Lin Xiao didn't hide anything, and simply said, "Ashan is my spirit pet, a humanoid spirit pet." When Lu Wenshun heard Lin Xiao's words, he felt as if his worldview had been completely shattered. The lively and adorable little girl just moments ago transformed into a ferocious-looking, burly werewolf in the next second. Moreover, the fact that a humanoid spirit pet could enter their Lu family village made him doubt the gods worshipped in their village. At this moment, Ashen has once again collided with Android 1190. The former fights in the form of a werewolf, fierce and resolute, while the latter is like a brown bear, full of power and wildness. However, as mechanical creations, no matter how powerful the Android 1190 and the super exoskeleton mechanical arm are, their talents are not enough to compare with Ashen, who possesses the power of nature. Not long after, Ashen tore off the super exoskeleton mechanical arm from Android 1190. Then the super exoskeleton arm immediately transformed back into the shape of a spider and pounced on Ashen. Ashen immediately opened her gaping maw and bit down on the super exoskeleton mechanical arm. Then, she grabbed the super exoskeleton arm with both hands and tore it apart with force. With a few crack sounds, the mechanical spider on the super exoskeleton arm immediately shattered into pieces, fell to the ground, sparks flying, and could no longer move. At the same time, the fat thief, having lost his spirit pet, let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Then, Ashen opened her gaping maw again and bit directly at the neck of Android 1190. Upon seeing this, Android 1190 quickly raised its arm to block. The next second, a snap was heard, and Ashen bit off one of the arms of Android 1190. This scene was so visually striking that it nearly made Lu Wenshun and the other villagers from Lujia village, who were watching from the sidelines, drop their jaws in disbelief. Is this still the same lively and adorable little girl from before? This is simply a beast that will devour anyone it finds. Then, Ashen's hands kept twitching, grabbing and attacking Android 1191 after another. Android 1190 was no match for Ashen in her werewolf form, and was quickly torn to pieces by her. Finally, Android 1190 exploded with a dull bang, its mechanical heart completely destroyed by Ashen, and it collapsed to the ground. The next second, the skinny thief also let out a wail and fell to the ground. After losing their respective spirit pets, the skinny thief, like the fat thief, suddenly suffered a severe blow to his mental strength, and the pain in his soul was almost unbearable for them. Lu Wenshun then walked up to them and, together with 4 other villagers from Lujia village, looked at the stone statue they had moved there and immediately bowed very devoutly. Then, Lu Wenshunliu looked at the 2 thieves and said, "You dare to steal our village's guardian deity? You deserve to die. I'll send you 2 to the Western Paradise right now." Upon hearing this, the fat thief lying on the ground immediately stopped howling, but did not give up his chance to survive and began to beg for mercy. "Grandpa Hunter, please let us go. We brothers are just trying to make a living. After all, there's no room for us wild beast tamers to make a difference in this world. We committed a crime in the city, and now we're trapped with nowhere to turn." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshun let out a cold snort and began to draw his bow and nock an arrow. Although Lu Wenshun softened somewhat after listening to the fat thief's words, his loyalty to Lu family village and his reverence for the stone statue prevented him from acting according to his compassion. "Go tell these things to King Yama in hell." After saying that, Lu Wenshun was about to release the bowstring in his hand and shoot the 2 thieves, one fat and one thin, dead. However, just as Lu Wenshun was about to loosen the string, a sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart. Then, Lu Wenshun sensed a powerful aura coming towards him from afar. Then, out of instinct, Lu Wenshun temporarily abandoned the idea of killing the 2 thieves and prepared to deal with the dangerous target that was emitting that powerful aura. As soon as Lu Wenshun turned his bowstring and aimed at a patch of jungle according to his instincts, Lin Xiao suddenly roared at him. "Run! Get the others back to the village. There's a threat here." Chapter 219 Lu Family Village Beast Tide. At the same time, a ball of fire suddenly spewed out from the jungle and rushed directly towards Lu Wenshun. As a top-notch hunter, Lu Wenshun made a dodge move a step in advance. The flames grazed his body, narrowly missing him. When Lu Wenshun stood still and looked at the distant forest, he was also dumbfounded. Suddenly, from the distant forest, a large group of demonic beasts emerged, ranging from 1st to 7th rank, their numbers completely unknown. This is a beast tide. When Lu Wenshun uttered the words beast tide, he couldn't help but swallow. Lin Xiao grabbed Lu Wenshun's arm and said quickly, "Let's go. Find a way back to the village. The village's defenses can hold off these beast tides." Before Lu Wenshun could react, the beast tide had already begun to slowly move towards the group, and then some demonic beasts prepared to charge. After leaving Su Yancheng, Lin Xiao knew how dangerous the beast tide was, so he quickly grabbed Lu Wenshun and started running back. At this moment, Lu Wenshun suddenly exclaimed, "Idol! Idol! We haven't taken the idol back yet." But who has time to care about any idols now? The statue weighed at least 1 or 2 tons, and according to the fat thief, it couldn't fit into any storage equipment, so it would take some strength to move it back. Now, with such a beast tide chasing them, it's impossible for them to bring it back. The other villagers in Lujia village weren't stupid either. The statue was there, and it was impossible for anyone to steal it. Even if the thieves wanted to take it, they would have to be alive to take it in the face of the beast tide. Now, it's uncertain whether these 2 thieves will even survive. Therefore, the other villagers from Lujia village simply grabbed Lu Wenshun and fled together. All 5 were incredibly fast. It could be said that the people of Lujia village had long been ingrained in their genes by their hunting lifestyle and their ability to deal with monsters. Therefore, they can catch up with Lin Xiao and Ashan in a short period of time. Even so, for some fast-moving demonic beasts, catching up with the 5 of them was only a matter of time. As time went by, seeing that they had been chased to the brink of despair by the monsters, Lu Wenshun couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself, Why don't I stay behind and cover their retreat? In this way, the companions of Lujia village can return to the village safely. Once the demonic beasts can no longer tolerate the smell of the exorcising herbs in the village's barrier, they will naturally disperse on their own. So, Lu Wenshun gritted his teeth and was about to turn around and fight the monsters to the death. However, at that moment, Ashan took a deep breath, and the originally fierce gale suddenly became gentle, then acted on all of them, making them feel as light as swallows. Suddenly, their speed saw a qualitative improvement. Thus, Lin Xiao, Lu Wenshun, and the others then distanced themselves from the beast tide. Soon, they returned to the village. Upon seeing Lu Wenshun, Lin Xiao, and the others return, Lu Xiangnan hurriedly ran over and asked, Wenshun, why are you back so soon? Where's the statue? Why haven't you brought it back yet? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshun said with some shame, we had already found the two thieves, but then we encountered a beast tide, so we couldn't bring the statue back. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan couldn't help but sigh. It seems our Lu family village has no connection with the old immortal. After saying this, tears of sadness welled up in Lu Xiangnan's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but speak up to remind them. Village Chief Lu, I want to remind you that we shouldn't be thinking about unimportant things right now. What we need to deal with right now is the beast tide. After saying that, Lin Xiao pointed directly to the monsters approaching outside the village gate. Without exception, all the monsters were standing a few dozen meters away from the outer wall of Lujia village. Many of the demonic beasts tried to approach Lu family village, but they were driven back by the pungent smell after only taking a few steps. Clearly, the smell emitted by those exorcising herbs is extremely unpleasant to them. But for some reason, these monsters stood there so stubbornly, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing this, Lu Wenshun asked in confusion, that's strange. Why haven't these demonic beasts dispersed yet? In the past, they would have dispersed automatically after smelling the exorcising herb. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Xiangnan and asked, Village Chief Lu, are you sure those exorcising herbs really have the effect of driving away demonic beasts? Lu Xiangnan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. That's right. I'm absolutely sure because the reason our Lu family village has been able to survive in these mountains for thousands of years is because of the power of the exorcising herb. Lin Xiao then walked forward with a puzzled look in his eyes, stroking the branches of the exorcising herbs with his hands and observing them carefully. The exorcising grass is a climbing herbaceous plant that looks just like a regular ivy. But why is it that the exorcising herb, which was originally very useful, now has no effect at all? Lin Xiao was also a little unsure, so he decided to use his complete monster encyclopedia and equipment encyclopedia to appraise them. However, Lin Xiao did not receive any response from the system. However, as Lin Xiao looked at them, he suddenly noticed that the exorcising herbs in front of him were visibly changing. Look at the exorcising herbs in other places, aren't they withering? Lin Xiao had barely finished speaking when someone exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, why are these exorcism herbs starting to wither? Someone pointed to a corner of the village's outer wall and shouted in a panic. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced in the direction the other person was pointing and felt a sense of panic. However, in order to confirm the specific situation, they began to carefully examine the area around the village's outer walls. As a result, they discovered that the exorcising herb was indeed withering at a visible rate. Lin Xiao judged that if this continued, all the exorcising herbs here would completely dry up and turn to ashes in less than an hour. When that time comes, the monsters waiting outside the village will naturally swarm in. Village Chief, what should we do? We can't die like this. Yes, if we had known this would happen, we should have gone to the city with the other villagers. No way, I don't want to die. I haven't even gotten married yet. Many villagers screamed in panic, and some even burst into tears. Shut up. Our Lu family village has lived in these mountains for generations. We've encountered this kind of situation more than once, and we've always managed to escape unscathed. Don't you have any confidence this time? All of you, put down your weapons. Don't let anyone look down on you. Lu Wenshun then shouted at the villagers. Although his voice was low and not loud, it gave people a sense of reassurance. It is evident that he has already developed a certain level of leadership skills. Upon hearing Lu Wenshun's words, Lu Xiangnan walked up to him, looked at him, and said, Wenshun, I'm getting old. It's time for me to step down. Now, the village's fate is in your hands. If you can lead the village through this crisis, then you will be the village chief. Chapter 220 Resisting the Beast Tide is a matter for all mankind, and we also want to do our part. Lu Xiangnan knew that this old man was still capable of handling some internal affairs in the village, but it would be almost impossible for him to continue leading the village in resisting the beast tide. Throwing him out to feed the monsters would be more like it. At this critical moment when Lujia village is facing a life-or-death crisis, Lu Xiangnan began to arrange for a new village chief in case something happens to him, so that Lujia village can have a new village chief to lead the villagers in resisting the beast tide. Lu Wenchun, who has already demonstrated certain leadership abilities, is a very suitable candidate. Lu Wenchun did not refuse, but simply bowed and accepted the order. Then, Lu Wenchun immediately issued the order. All people of Lujia village, listen to my command. Everyone here, pick up your weapons, especially bows and arrows, and gather at the outer wall of the village to prepare to resist the beast tide. Once the exorcising grass withers completely and loses its ability to resist demonic beasts, then the safety of Lu family village will depend solely on ourselves. Hearing Lu Wenchuan's words, everyone became excited and began to retrieve their equipment. Lujia village is a hunter's village. Hunters are usually equipped with hunting rifles, but Lujia village is different. The villagers of Lujia village were equipped entirely with bows and arrows, along with some close combat weapons. Lin Xiao keenly noticed that all of these people's bows and arrows possessed a strange power. In fact, Lin Xiao had already noticed this when Lu Wenchun was dealing with the fat thief's super exoskeleton mechanical arm, but he didn't think much of it, assuming that Lu Wenchun was just strong and that he was an isolated case. The strange power contained in each of the arrows wielded by the villagers of Lujia village is actually quite remarkable. If 5 people shoot arrows at the same time, they can actually repel a 7th-level demon beast. If more people used bows and arrows together, Lin Xiao felt that it wouldn't be impossible to even slay a 7th-tier demon beast. Lin Xiao checked the ranks of the monsters around Lu family village and found that most of them were low-level monsters. These monsters might be very troublesome for ordinary people, but for Lin Xiao, they were a piece of cake. Lin Xiao felt that as long as he released Xiao Qing or Xiao Jiao, and then used an area of effect skill, such as water control, to unleash a massive flood, or simply release a devastating attack, then these monsters will probably have to retreat immediately. However, the problem now is that the terrain here makes it difficult to activate water control spells. The terrain here is too low-lying. If this skill is activated, it could very well destroy the entire village. The Destroy the World skill is a wide-range area of effect attack. Once activated, it is very likely that no one except the user will be able to escape its effects. In other words, apart from Lin Xiao and his humanoid spirit pets, everyone else is going to die in the cataclysmic destruction. As for getting Xiao Wu to take action, that's even more impossible. It would be best for Xiao Wu to stay by Lin Xiao's side as a mascot. Otherwise, if Xiao Wu were to make a move, half of Blue Star might suffer as a result. At this point, Lin Xiao was in a dilemma. How should he deal with this beast tide? Suddenly, someone shouted from the side. How did you two end up here? Lin Xiao and the others looked in the direction of the sound and found that the 2 thieves, one fat and one thin, had entered the village. They were surprised to find that the 2 of them had followed Lin Xiao and the others into the village. The menacing fat thief was actually carrying the skinny thief on his back, while the skinny thief remained unconscious. The fat thief had originally intended to hide in the chaos, but when he realized that everyone had spotted them immediately, he quickly scratched the back of his head and said, "Resisting the beast tide is a matter for all mankind, and we also want to do our part." Upon hearing the fat thief's words, Lu Wenchun said indignantly, "The reason for all this is that you stole our idol, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly here." After saying that, Lu Wenchun told the villagers to deal with the fat thief first. However, Lu Xiangnan stopped them at this moment. "Wenchun, they might be a decent fighting force. Our village is in grave danger now, and any fighting force is invaluable." Upon hearing this, the fat thief nodded quickly. "That's right. Don't worry. We'll help you. Please don't kill us." As he spoke, the fat man quickly pointed behind him to the place where he had just arrived at the entrance of Lujia village. "I've brought the idol back for you. Let's call it even for what happened before, and we'll find a way to help." Lin Xiao was immediately surprised when he saw the stone statue. You have to understand that he now possesses the power of a celestial fox, so even if he wanted to move that stone statue back, it would still take him a lot of effort. But this fat man, while carrying the skinny thief on his back, was still able to bring the stone statue back so quickly. This made Lin Xiao think a lot. Upon seeing the statue brought back, Lu Wenchun and Lu Xiangnan exchanged a glance. The latter then nodded. All right, Wenchun, you set up the defenses here first. I'll take some people to put the statue back in its place. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenchun immediately accepted the order. Although Lu Xiangnan has relinquished his position as village chief, his authority remains, and everyone still respects him wholeheartedly. Lu Xiangnan then selected 4 people to carry the statue with him and run back to the original small, dilapidated temple. The small, dilapidated temple is located at the very back of the village, behind which is a wall covered with exorcising herbs. The fat thief was still holding the unconscious skinny beast tamer and did not make any other moves. Lin Xiao looked at the fat thief and slowly asked, "This exorcising herb has the effect of driving away demonic beasts. How did you manage to get your spirit pets to move the statue?" After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the fat thief said nonchalantly, "This exorcism herb has no effect on mechanical creations. We didn't encounter any obstacles before and just swaggered in." Then, he changed the subject, looking at Lin Xiao and saying, "Your spirit pet wasn't hindered either, was it?" Upon hearing the fat thief's words, some villagers from Lujia village immediately turned their attention to Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. This fat thief is quite sharp-tongued. However, Lin Xiao didn't care about this. Lin Xiao then replied nonchalantly, "My spirit pet is a humanoid spirit pet, so it is not sensitive to the smell of the exorcising grass." Lin Xiao had already confirmed this. It wasn't that the exorcising herb was ineffective, but rather that its exorcising effect hadn't worked on his 6 girls. Lin Xiao guessed that it was probably because the 6 girls' mental strength was strong enough to overwhelm the driving effect. After quickly arriving at the small, dilapidated temple, Lu Xiangnan hurriedly placed the statue back in its original position. Then, Lu Xiangnan knelt on the ground and began to worship. "Ancestral God, you must protect our Lu family village and help us through this crisis. May the exorcising herb regain its life and not wither." After saying this, Lu Xiangnan kowtowed repeatedly. Lin Xiao, with his keen hearing, happened to hear Lu Xiangnan's words, and then he suddenly noticed a sensitive word. Life. That's right, these exorcising herbs are also living things. Among Lin Xiao's natural powers is a life grafting skill. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly went to the edge of the village wall, completely ignoring the monsters that were eyeing him menacingly not far away. Lin Xiao then tried to use the power of nature, directly grafting the vitality of ordinary flowers and plants around him onto these exorcising herbs. He carefully observed every life form in nature, and slowly, he found the life form he wanted to graft. Soon, Lin Xiao had captured the life of an ordinary blade of grass and extended his spiritual power to the location of the exorcising grass. However, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that these exorcising herbs had no life force at all. Without warning, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. How is this possible? Chapter 221. He could easily fight his way out on his own. Lin Xiao was extremely puzzled at this moment. After all, the exorcising herbs in front of him were clearly not dead and could still resist these demonic beasts, but he had no way of finding any signs of life in them. Does this mean that grafting life can only be done on animals and not on plants? Lin Xiao then tried again, grafting life onto other flowers and plants. He randomly picked an ordinary plant nearby and grafted it successfully without any problems. The moment the graft was successful, the small grass from which life had been taken away immediately withered and died. At the same time, Lin Xiao also felt that his vitality seemed to have decreased a little. Lin Xiao couldn't help but make a judgment about this. It seems that after I grafted vitality onto myself, I will also lose the same amount of vitality. Is this to guard against the god of nature constantly extending his own lifespan through the grafting of life? Although Lin Xiao couldn't be sure if this guess was true, based on his own perception, he believed that it was the truth. Next, the other plant that had been grafted with life force became noticeably more lush than before, and even seemed to be growing stronger. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nod. It seems that plants can be grafted with life force. After confirming his guess, Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why couldn't he find the source of life for the exorcising herb? Even if you can't find a single exorcising herb, there are hundreds or thousands of exorcising herbs right in front of you. It's impossible that we can't even find the source of life for an exorcising herb. Either all the exorcism herbs have died, or they weren't plants at all, but some kind of summoning creature. Lin Xiao immediately made a bold assumption. Lin Xiao couldn't find any other reason to explain this situation. The next step is to find a way to prove this. If it's really as Lin Xiao thinks, then the reason for the appearance of this beast tide can be explained. Lin Xiao then turned his head and looked at the fat thief and the skinny thief. He suddenly reminded Lin Xiao of something the fat thief had once said. Immediately, Lin Xiao stepped forward, stood in front of the fat man, and grabbed him by the collar. Tell me, what did you see when you stole that idol? The fat thief looked completely bewildered and said, Nothing. I was just saying that this idol can't be put into the storage space. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shook his head repeatedly. No. What did you see under the base of this statue? Upon hearing this, the fat thief seemed to immediately remember something and quickly replied, I saw it. The base of this statue has a very thick root. Just as my brother and I were about to cut it off together, it suddenly broke off by itself. After hearing the fat thief's words, Lin Xiao took 2 deep breaths, then slowly straightened up and focused on the situation at the temple. There, the old village chief was devoutly worshipping the statue of a god. Looking at the old village chief's expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but give a wry smile, and then joined the old village chief in the worship ceremony. Old village chief, get up. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan shook his head and said, I'm old. I can no longer fight on the battlefield, and I can't deal with those beasts. I can only pray for the village here. Brother Lin Xiao, if you don't want to die, leave on your own after those exorcising herbs wither. I think with your abilities, you can definitely carve a bloody path for yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Old village chief, if I were to say that everything your village has suffered today is because of this statue in front of you, would you accept it? Lu Xiangnan was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked at Lin Xiao and shook his head repeatedly. Brother Lin Xiao, what are you talking about? How is this possible? The old immortal has been protecting our village for hundreds of years. How could he be the culprit who caused the village to be invaded by demonic beasts? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the stone statue and said with a smile, whether it is the same or not, we can find out by opening this stone statue. Lin Xiao, don't think that just because you're a guest, I'll let you spout nonsense here without restraint. If you dare to disrespect the statue, don't blame Lu family village for turning its back on you. However, before Lu Xiangnan could finish speaking, Xiao Jiao had already taken the initiative. She took a step forward, and the power of the heavenly fox slowly gathered on her fist. As a born martial artist, the heavenly fox power possesses the strength to shatter rocks and move mountains. While everyone was stunned, Xiao Jiao rushed straight towards the stone statue. Lu Xiangnan, however, tried his best to stop Xiao Jiao from damaging the statue. Hurry! Stop her! Don't let her get near the statue. However, at that moment, Xiao Jiao's cloak suddenly swelled up in midair. Xiao Jiao's figure was also partially revealed, causing many disciples present to fall into a brief state of infatuation, including Lu Xiangnan. Then, the cloak tightened suddenly, transforming into a very proper training uniform. Xiao Jiao's tail and 2 fox ears also turned fiery red and vibrant at this moment. Then, Xiao Jiao punched it, and a loud boom was heard. The already dilapidated little temple collapsed completely. Lin Xiao and the other girls ran out of the dilapidated temple the moment they saw Xiao Jiao make his move. After all, they spent every day together and knew exactly what the effects of Xiao Jiao's actions would be. But Lu Xiangnan and several other villagers from Lujia village were not so lucky. They wailed in despair beneath the ruins of the small, dilapidated temple. Fortunately, the small, dilapidated temple's load-bearing structure was not very sturdy. It consisted mainly of straw, rubble, and wood. Therefore, as long as those young people put in a little effort, they can all climb out. Then, those strong young men finally managed to dig Lu Xiangnan out of the ruins. Just then, Lu Wenshun rushed over from the village gate. Old village chief, what happened? Why did the temple collapse? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan immediately pointed angrily at Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao. These people are actually demonic beasts. But they actually destroyed the statue of our guardian deity, the old god that the village had worshipped for many years. Bunshun, immediately take your men and wipe them out. I suspect that all of this was the scheme of this little bastard named Lin Xiao. Suddenly, Lin Xiao became the target of everyone's criticism. But Lin Xiao, who was wrongly accused, kept looking up at the top of everyone's heads with a half smile. This made everyone look up curiously. Then they witnessed a scene they would never forget. There, a strange creature resembling a plant was floating. And on its branches, there were still stone chips and stone skin. He could vaguely see the original appearance of the statue in these things. The creature resembled an unfixed life form, with countless vines and branches intertwined and entwined. Then, as if it had finally found its final form, the creature transformed directly into a human form. Then, the creature slowly landed on the ground. Chapter 222 The Branches of the Incense Tree. Upon seeing the creature, information about it immediately appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. A branch of the incense tree, an S-Rank, 8th order plant-type monster. It is a branch of the incense tree that unintentionally took root in the ground. The incense tree, as its name suggests, needs the supply of incense to evolve continuously, and so do its branches. However, because the branches of the incense tree are just a root, they cannot take root very deep. It has limited protection for incense offerings and can only grow stronger by collecting incense offerings. However, once it has collected enough, it will be exposed, causing various disasters and population decline in the area it inhabits. Its abilities are not fixed, but determined by the types of incense people offer and their expectations of it. At the same time, it will also develop its own intelligence. After the intelligence is awakened, it will determine its abilities based on its subjective emotions. Possesses an S-rank talent. Incense collection. Incense collection. By receiving offerings and worship from others, incense can be generated. The stronger the person who makes offerings, the more abundant the incense will be. The more people who make offerings to them, the more incense there will be. Incense can be used for evolution, to use abilities, to help others fulfill their wishes, to fight enemies, to expand one's territory, and to influence more monsters. Possesses the following skills, referring to a single target: hunting, archery, commanding monsters, and sowing seeds. Hunting bow technique, an ancient archery technique, which is said to allow those who master it to shoot down the sun and kill gods. Command monsters, use your incense offerings to command all the monsters in your territory. Sowing, scatter seeds around, which can grow into various plants that can be used in battle. Lin Zhao looked at the information on the branches of the incense tree and was immediately surprised, because its abilities were simply too dazzling. Among all the spirit pets and demonic beasts that Lin Zhao had seen, even those of Lin Zhao's own spirit pets, including Tianwen's stone dragon viper, might not be able to compare with the branches of the incense tree. It's not because the branches of the incense tree are particularly strong in combat, but because its abilities are simply too extraordinary. It doesn't need the training of beast tamers or the constant devouring of other demonic beasts. It can obtain incense offerings simply by humans making offerings, thus allowing it to continuously evolve. Thinking about this, Lin Zhao immediately realized something even more terrifying. This thing had its own consciousness. It was intelligent. Otherwise, how could it influence others to continuously worship it? The only explanation is that it is consciously influencing the people around it. This influence is not direct manipulation, but rather through certain means to make others acknowledge it, accept it, and worship it as a deity. Thinking about this, Lin Zhao suddenly understood why the people of Lujia village had worshipped the branches of this incense tree as an old deity thousands of years ago. It turns out, it was all a result of this guy's own actions. This guy has actually been absorbing the incense offerings of Lu family village for hundreds, or even thousands of years. One can imagine how much incense it must have accumulated to support its use. It is very likely that it will become a 9th-tier demon beast in a while. However, Lin Zhao soon discovered a slippage point. That is, the system clearly states that the branches of the incense tree are a kind of incomplete incense tree. Because its root system is not developed enough, it cannot take root in one place. Over time, although it begins to branch out and its leaves become lush, its ability is not enough to match the rich incense offerings. This explains why Lujia village has experienced a population decline in recent years, with people constantly leaving. It seems this guy has reached his limit. That's why it orchestrated this beast tide itself. The idea is to use this method to collect more incense offerings, and then break through to the 9th level in one fell swoop, thus achieving a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao couldn't help but laugh and say, "If I'm not mistaken, this beast tide was probably orchestrated by you." Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Lu Xiangnan immediately shouted angrily, "Lin Zhao, don't cry wolf. This is our village's guardian spirit. How could it possibly do such a thing?" Lin Zhao didn't care at all about the stubborn Lu Xiangnan. The branches of the incense tree had now transformed into the shape of an old man with a sage-like air. If it weren't for the constantly wriggling vines on its body, probably no one would recognize it as a monster, because it looks exactly like a human. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, the branches of the incense tree immediately revealed an angry expression. "Damn it! I was so close to collecting enough incense offerings so I could have unleashed the beast tide and killed these damned villagers. At that time, I will feed these villagers to the four-legged beasts in the jungle. After gaining their recognition, I can then evolve to the 9th rank. But you humans deserve to die. Outsiders, why have you come? Why did those two thieves damage my roots? Why did you destroy my disguise? I was about to succeed. Why? Upon hearing the words spoken by the branches of the incense tree, Lu Xiangnan could hardly believe his ears. Guardian Spirit, what are you saying? We worship you every day. We regard you as the hope of our village. Why would you say such a thing? Before Lu Xiangnan could finish speaking, the branches of the incense tree immediately revealed a mocking expression. Humans are nothing more than nourishment for us. When you have no reason to exist, I can throw you away like trash. After saying this, the branches of the incense tree looked at Lin Xiao. If it weren't for you, I would already be a 9th-tier demon beast. Now you die. After saying that, the branches of the incense tree spread out like two hands. At the same time, all the so-called exorcising herbs around it began to move closer to it. The last defensive forces surrounding Lujia village were completely withdrawn at this point. The large number of demonic beasts that had gathered outside the village began to attack the village. The men of Lujia village had thought that these exorcising herbs could last a while longer, but their sudden disappearance left them stunned and unable to react immediately. Only after the monsters began their attack did someone fire the first arrow. With a whoosh, the first arrow struck one of the demonic beasts, causing it to let out a miserable howl. However, in the midst of the beast tide, such injuries did not affect the beast's determination to charge forward. After falling to the ground, the monster immediately got up and, ignoring its injuries, continued to charge forward. Then, the men of Lujia village stood at the village entrance and kept shooting arrows outwards. Wave after wave of arrows and beast tides collided, but it seemed like a drop in the ocean, a complete waste of effort. However, the men of Lujia village did not give up. They were all working hard to protect their homes and the women and children in the village. Even though they knew they were going to die, they persisted in their resistance. At the very back of them, Lu Wenshun suddenly grabbed Lu Xiangnan and shouted, "Old village chief, wake up, face reality." Chapter 223, let's all attack that big tree together. Clearly, Lu Wenshun was still rational at this point. However, some people in Lujia village who had believed in their guardian deity since childhood were unable to accept this reality for a while. Lu Xiangnan then sighed and began to wail. Seeing that the old village chief Lu Xiangnan had finally stopped blocking everyone's attack, Lu Wenshun then showed the rationality that a new village chief should demonstrate. Lu Wenshun immediately gave the order to the other villagers from Lujia village present to attack the branches of the incense tree. Everyone attack it. After saying that, everyone raised their hunting bows, aimed at the branches of the incense tree, and began to shoot arrows. The branches of the incense tree remained completely unfazed by the hunter's gunfire, not even glancing at them. Suddenly, a large number of stones appeared on the ground around them and stuck to the branches of the incense tree, protecting its main body. Then, the branches of the incense tree made a bang, bang, bang sound, and then stone chips were seen being shot everywhere by the arrows of the hunter's bow. However, the stone chips quickly fell back onto the branches of the incense tree, covering it again. Clearly, this is a self-protective state similar to absolute defense. Foolish humans, you cannot defeat me. Instead of trying to shake a tree like ants, you'd better continue to be my followers and offer me incense, so that I can continue to protect you. Lin Xiao watched as the branches of the incense tree seemed to be talking animatedly, and a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. Enough with the nonsense. It seems you'd be quite suited to be a missionary. After saying that, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. Then, Xiaojiu rushed towards the branches of the incense tree once again. This time, Xiaojiu did not hide her strength. Instead, she transformed into a ball of flame and crashed directly into the branches of the incense tree. The branches of the incense tree immediately sensed an aura of destruction emanating from the flames on Xiaojiu's body. Fire inherently overcomes wood, and this flame also instills a sense of instinctive fear in it. Immediately, the branches of the incense tree tried to dodge, but Xiaojiu, in her fox demon form, was too fast. With a sudden stop and turn, she pounced on the branches of the incense tree again. Upon seeing this, the branches of the incense tree immediately released the stones from its grasp. Then, from the already lifelike human body on the branches of the incense tree, several root-like plants suddenly appeared and connected directly to the ground. Then, a powerful pulling force quickly pulled it into the ground. With a whoosh, the branches of the incense tree suddenly disappeared. Lin Xiao and Lu Wenshun arrived at the spot where the branches of the incense tree disappeared, and the two immediately exchanged a glance. Chase. After saying that, Lin Xiao asked Aishan to come out and follow the scent to find her. Oh no, it's gone ahead. What we call ahead is the village gate. At this moment, the battle at the village entrance had reached a fever pitch. The demonic beasts had already reached the village, and some villagers were already engaged in close combat with them. However, the reason why the villagers of Lujia village were able to survive in these mountains was because of those so-called exorcising herbs and their archery skills. Letting them fly kites and fight guerrilla warfare is fine, but if they are made to confront monsters head-on, they will be utterly vulnerable and the only ones who will die. Just then, a large, leafy tree suddenly emerged from the ground. The moment the giant tree emerged from the earth, the demonic beasts that were about to attack Lu family village suddenly stopped in their tracks. Then, the monsters slowly retreated, maintaining a certain distance from the suddenly appearing tree. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded. The beast horde had surrounded a large tree in a semicircle. At this moment, Lin Xiao, Lu Wenshun, and the others finally arrived. Someone rushed forward and asked, "What should we do now? And what's the story with this big tree? We might not be able to hold out much longer. Should we order a group of people to take the children and women and leave first, while the rest stay behind to cover our retreat?" Clearly, these men from Lujia village are very responsible, voluntarily giving up their chance to live to the women and children. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshun couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao. Lu Wenshun still trusts Lin Xiao a lot. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Once we leave the village, where can humans go in the mountains? It would be better to hide the women and children in the cellar, and then let them out when we successfully drive away the beast tide." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. In fact, Lin Xiao was absolutely confident that he could eliminate this beast tide. Lin Xiao can now choose any group attack mode to drive away or annihilate the beast tide. Moreover, the current beast tide is not large in scale, and even a strong attack would not be able to harm Lin Xiao. However, although the hunters from Lujia village around them were all somewhat capable in combat, they were still unable to protect themselves. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Every beast tide has an initiator, and isn't the initiator of this beast tide just a branch of the incense tree? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately shouted to all the villagers of Lujia village, "Everyone, attack that big tree. As long as we kill it, this beast tide will naturally retreat on its own." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Lujia village immediately picked up their hunting bows. Today, there are hundreds of hunters at the entrance of the village. When their archery skills are unleashed together, the power is absolutely extraordinary. Then, Lu Wenshun immediately ordered everyone to fire. The branches of the incense tree immediately tried to continue using stones to resist. However, when hundreds of hunters fired simultaneously, the rocks on the branches of the incense tree were simply no match for them. With a loud boom, the stones were instantly shattered by a large number of arrows, and then a large number of arrows struck the branches and trunk of the incense tree. Although the branches of the incense tree did not emit any screams, its trunk trembled and its leaves shook, as if it were suffering some unbearable pain. Lu Wenshun then gave further orders, and all the villagers of Lujia village immediately drew their bows, preparing to fire another volley. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the branches of the incense tree suddenly swayed in the wind, as if giving some kind of command. The demonic beasts behind it were no longer afraid of its power, and instead began to charge fiercely towards the villagers of Lujia village. This time, the monsters were even more ferocious, their eyes bloodshot, clearly treating the villagers of Lujia village as their prey. Left with no other choice, the villagers of Lujia village could only turn their bows around and begin shooting at the distant monster. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiao Jiao, who immediately understood and transformed into a ball of flame, rushing towards the branches of the incense tree. Meanwhile, the other girls also revealed their best attack forms to help the villagers of Lujia village resist the beast tide. Although Xiaoqing cannot use her water elemental magic, her poison gas can still make many monsters tremble with fear. Ashen revealed her true form and summoned her companions. The current number of prairie wolves has reached several hundred, and their appearance has already contained the onslaught of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Chimera in the sky kept changing the weapons in her hands, then aimed the guns at the beast horde and unleashed a barrage of fire. Xiao Wu stayed right beside Lin Xiao, jumping up and down to cheer on her sisters who were fighting. However, Xiao Jiao still couldn't control the movement of the incense tree's branches. The latter's speed was simply too fast. Chapter 224. Now I sentence you to ankle punishment. Seeing that Xiao Jiao was temporarily unable to keep up with and grasp the movements of the incense tree branches, Lin Xiao's eyes darted around, and he then turned to look at Chimera. The Chimera, suspended in midair, is continuously firing Gatling water cannons at the ground. Upon sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, the Chimera immediately understood. Chimera reached out her hand and slowly grasped the Spartan judgment behind her. Then she handed the Gatling water cannon to her magical tentacles. Then, the Chimera slowly hoisted the Spartan judgment onto her shoulders. Then, she aimed the Spartan trial at the ground. At this moment, the shadowy branches of incense trees flickered back and forth on the shop floor, not wanting Xiao Jiao to catch him so easily. However, Xiao Jiao immediately noticed the characteristic of the incense tree's branches being able to teleport using earth magic. That is, before each teleportation, it stays in place for 2 seconds. It seems that this ability cannot be used casually. There is still a certain cooldown period required. Chimei kept trying to aim through the crosshair. In order to help Xiao Jiao complete this attack, the Chimera gave up using firepower to suppress the beast tied below. Instead, they continuously suppressed the movement of the incense tree branches with firepower, keeping them confined to a small area. Nowadays, in order to influence the beast tide's attacks, the branches of the incense tree have completely abandoned the idea of fleeing far away in advance, and instead keep shuttling back and forth in the beast tide. This gave the Chimera just the right amount of room to maneuver. Tap, tap, tap. Thus, a large amount of firepower was poured onto the ground, causing the incense tree's branches to teleport at an even higher frequency, and it was clearly struggling to cope. Just then, the Chimera suddenly found an opportunity to target it. You have incited believers, unleashed a beast tide, deceived the trust of Lu family village, and failed to protect your followers in order to gain their incense offerings. You are guilty of these crimes, and I now sentence you to ankle death punishment. After saying that, Chimera pulled the trigger. If the Spartan trial is aimed and the guilty party is found guilty, then the branches of the incense tree will be unable to escape the magical projectiles fired by the Spartan trial. The hit rate will increase to 100% unless someone withstands the shell and causes the shot to fail. Ankle punishment is an ancient form of punishment that involves severing the feet of a criminal or breaking their kneecaps, rendering them unable to move. Chimera knew that Sparta's judgment was just an ordinary Tier 5 equipment, and it was impossible for it to kill a Tier 8 monster, even with attribute advantages. So the Chimera simply used its assist function to try and disable its ability to move. Sure enough, at that instant, the teleportation cooldown of the incense tree's branches hadn't ended, so it could only stand there and take the beating. With the added bonus of a confirmed conviction and a 100% hit rate, a loud boom was heard as the incense tree's branches were struck by Spartan judgment. Flames immediately burst forth from the branches of the incense tree. However, he quickly extinguished the flames using the stones on his body. Numerous sparks fell to the ground. Then, the sound of the branches of the incense tree drifted over. You think you can kill me with an attack like that? You're dreaming. However, Xiao Jiao had already arrived in front of the branches of the incense tree. Really? Then see if I can. After saying that, Xiao Jiao's body transformed into a ball of flame again and pounced over. Upon seeing this, the branches of the incense tree couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Give up. You can't possibly catch up to my speed. If I wanted to escape, I would have run away long ago. However, if you become my follower, I can make you my demon general. However, the branches of the incense tree had only just reached this point when its tone suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why can't I move? The sound of the incense tree branches carried a hint of surprise and fear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao immediately revealed a stunning smile. Now, prepare to become a piece of firewood. After saying that, Xiao Jiao, covered in flames, pounced straight at him. However, the sound of the incense tree branches came again. Oh, you think you can kill me just because I can't escape? I am the god here. In my world, I am invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, the roots of the incense tree's branches suddenly plunged hard into the ground. Meanwhile, its branches began to lash and whip at it. Xiao Jiao, covered in flames, had just arrived in front of the incense tree's branches when a branch lashed out at him. This caused Xiao Jiao to wince in pain. Fortunately, the branches of the incense tree were touched by heavenly fire, which quickly ignited and began to spread up the branches toward the trunk. Soon, the entire incense tree burst into flames. However, at that moment, the branch of the burning incense tree suddenly broke off from the main branch, and then a new branch grew in the original position, which then stretched toward Xiaojiu. Do you see that? I am invincible. I cannot be defeated. The incense power I have accumulated over the past 1,000 years is beyond your imagination. Xiaojiu had several wounds on her body, a horrifying sight. However, upon seeing this scene, Lin Xiao unconsciously thought of a certain kind of play. However, Lin Xiao quickly filtered out the irrelevant information. Lin Xiao knew that these abilities were not actually the abilities of the branches of the incense tree. It's just using its instincts to fight. Moreover, Lin Xiao noticed a detail. During the battle, the branches of the incense tree first rooted their roots into the ground. He clearly remembered that the incense tree that grew from the branches of the incense tree did not actually have very lush roots. Therefore, its ability to take root is not outstanding. Without thinking, Lin Xiao immediately thought of how to deal with the incense tree's branches, which were so densely packed. He then turned his head and looked at the idle little dragon girl to the side. At the same time, Zilongnu looked at Lin Xiao, and their eyes met. Can you break off the branches and roots of the incense tree? Upon hearing this, Zilongnu nodded. Sure, but it can't be just me, because I need your help too. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback at first, then smiled. It seems that he, as the master, really cannot stand idly by. Little dragon girl then slowly knelt on one knee, and then stretched out her hands, raising them high above her head. It is my great honor to serve you. To be able to fight alongside you is my lifelong wish. Please use me, master. After she finished speaking, a large sniper rifle, entirely golden in color and engraved with dragon patterns, appeared out of thin air in Zilongnu's hand. Lin Xiao grabbed the sniper rifle, and at the same time, Zilongnu's body turned into starlight and merged into the sniper rifle. Lin Xiao gripped the dragon slayer, feeling the touch of this legendary 9th-tier divine weapon, his spiritual power constantly resonating with it. The next moment, Lin Xiao felt as if he had mastered a strange power. Then, Lin Xiao revealed a cold smile. He carried the dragon slayer in front of him, his gaze fixed on the sight. Just then, the branches of the incense tree, which were constantly waving their branches and repelling Xiaojiu time and time again, suddenly felt a chill that went straight to the bone. It hadn't felt the premonition of death for thousands of years, but now it felt that faint premonition of death. Chapter 225. Even the strongest strike of the divine archery technique couldn't budge him in the slightest. Everything has a spirit. Everything has its own spirituality, but the extent of its spirituality is related to how much it can resonate with heaven and earth. In ancient times, cattle were not only cherished as tools of production, but also because they were born with their feet on the ground, constantly plowing the land for people, and thus became proficient in the earth's energy and understood human nature. Therefore, people believe that cows can sense the ghosts and monsters of this world and connect with the underworld. Therefore, people have great respect for all scalpers. Flowers, grasses, and trees feed on the earth and make it their home. Their perception of life and death far surpasses that of other living things. Therefore, the moment Lin Xiao shouldered the dragon slayer, the branches of the incense tree immediately sensed that its death was not far off. The branches of the incense tree instinctively felt that the long, golden sniper rifle in Lin Xiao's hand was putting immense pressure on him. Immediately, the branches of the incense tree commanded the monsters in the horde around it to attack Lin Xiao relentlessly. A large number of demonic beasts then began to surge fiercely towards Lin Xiao's direction. Even the pressure on the other villagers in Lujia village, as well as Xiaoqing and Ashen, suddenly decreased. Quickly, go and help our master stop these monsters. Xiaoqing realized something was wrong and immediately shouted at Ashen, giving her an order. Ashen knew that Xiaoqing wouldn't easily give them orders, but since Xiaoqing had said so, Ashen naturally couldn't ignore it. So, Ashen quickly led her pack of wolves to block the path that these monsters were sure to take. Xiaoqing is currently unable to use the flooding strike technique, so she can only rely on her poison and her body to withstand the attacks of these demonic beasts. Even with Xiaoqing and Ashen's efforts, some monsters still managed to escape and pounce on Lin Xiao. Just then, Little Crow, who was the great Sun Crow, finally moved from beside Lin Xiao's feet. Xiao Wu took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Xiao. When the monsters saw such a pure and lovely human child, they immediately revealed greedy expressions, opened their blood-red mouths, and were about to devour Xiao Wu. However, a faint red phantom suddenly appeared on Xiao Wu's body. Even though this phantom had just taken shape, it already possessed an aura of world-destroying destruction, as if a source of fire capable of burning everything had appeared on the earth. This fire was even more intense than the heavenly fire, the ancestor of all fires, and directly forced some of the leading demonic beasts to retreat. Not only that, even the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees withered and evaporated in the first instance. The moisture in the air was also completely sucked away in an instant. Some of the demonic beasts that were close to Xiao Wu were instantly vaporized by the sun phantom on Xiao Wu's body. In an instant, they turned into mummies. Then, they charred in a very short time and finally turned into ashes. This scene left everyone speechless. Moreover, as the sun's phantom image became more complete, the moisture in the surrounding forests disappeared, the earth began to crack, and the vegetation began to burn. Many houses started burning, and it looked like the end of the world. Just when everyone thought the world was about to end, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, "Little Wu, come back. Come behind Daddy." When Xiao Wu heard Lin Xiao's call, she immediately withdrew her illusory sun image, then said, "Hey," and happily returned to Lin Xiao's back, showing a petite and adorable appearance, not at all as terrifying as before. Seeing that Xiao Wu had finally returned to Lin Xiao's side, the surrounding air was no longer so hot. All living things seemed to have suddenly returned to the cool evening of early autumn, as if they were on the crater of a volcano about to erupt. Everyone was finally relieved. They were really afraid that this little girl would reveal her true form, drag the sun along, and destroy the entire planet. Even so, those monsters no longer dared to approach Xiao Wu. In this way, no one could interfere with Lin Xiao's aim. Upon seeing this, the branches of the incense tree roared angrily. "You bunch of useless trash, get them. Otherwise, we'll all die here." However, while the branches of the incense tree seem to be desperately resisting, they are actually waiting for the negative debuff to disappear. It was just hit by a cannon and lost its ability to move. This debuff doesn't last forever. It will disappear naturally after a certain amount of time. It kept calculating in its mind when Lin Xiao's aim would end and when its negative debuff would disappear. The branches of the incense tree were secretly anxious, and after calculating, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. "I can't let him launch another attack like this. I have to do something." Immediately, all the branches of the incense tree turned towards Xiaojio. Xiaojio was forced back by the attack from the branches of the incense tree. At this moment, Xiaojio's body was covered in wounds. Fortunately, most of these wounds are superficial and will disappear with a little care. But Xiaojio had a vague sense of unease, feeling that the branches of this heinous incense tree were about to do something big. Then, Xiaojio saw the branches of the incense tree intertwining and slowly forming the shape of a bow and arrow. Then, one of its branches transformed into the shape of a human arm, and it picked up a branch that looked like a feathered arrow, slowly drew back the bowstring, and aimed at the owl. His movements and expressions were exactly the same as the archery skills of the hunters in Lujia village. Immediately afterwards, the branches of the incense tree released their bow and arrow, shooting out the branch-feathered arrow. Instantly, the tree branch arrow shot directly towards Lin Xiao with unstoppable momentum. Upon seeing this, Lu Wenchun immediately shouted, "Lin Xiao, get out of the way. This is the divine archery technique. It's an archery technique passed down through our Lu family village. Why does this beast also know the divine archery technique?" However, after hearing Lu Wenchun's words, Lin Xiao remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of leaving. Upon seeing this, Lu Wenchun cursed under his breath and was about to pull Lin Xiao away. As one of the most outstanding young people in Lujia village, he knew the power of the divine archery and believed that no one could withstand the power of this arrow. However, just as the arrow approached Lin Xiao, a golden scale suddenly appeared in front of him. Then the second, the third, the fourth. After countless scales appeared, a phantom armor made of dragon scales appeared in front of Lin Xiao. With a loud bang, no sound of metal clashing was heard. The tree branch arrow turned to ashes the moment it struck the dragon scale armor. Lin Xiao's figure, however, did not sway at all. This is the power of equipment made by a 9th-tier demon beast. It can withstand the full force of an 8th-tier demonic beast without budging an inch. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in Lujia village felt as if their worldview was being completely shattered. How is this possible? The strongest strike of the divine archery couldn't even budge him in the slightest? Could he be the newest god-level beast tamer? It must be the spirit of the ancestors of Lujia village. They really sent a celestial being to save us. Chapter 226, I will ascend to the divine ranks. Despite enduring the full force of the incense tree's branches, Lin Xiao still hasn't been able to fire a single bullet. This is not because he lacks skill, nor is it because he is unable to aim. On the contrary, Lin Xiao had already taken aim long ago. However, as a piece of equipment made from a 9th-tier demonic beast, each shot required Lin Xiao and the sniper rifle to be in an unprecedented state of resonance. Although Lin Xiao and the Dragon Slayer were in this state, their resonance was far from meeting the requirements. If Lin Xiao were to pull the trigger at this moment, the bullet would not be powerful enough to damage the branches of the incense tree. You should know that the branches of the incense tree are S-Rank, 8th-order demonic beasts. Moreover, over the course of 1,000 years, the incense accumulated on the branches of the incense tree has reached an unimaginable level. It could easily use these incense sticks to offset the damage caused by the Dragon Slayer's bullets. Enhance resonance. Lin Xiao kept telling himself that he needed to enhance the resonance. But even with his mental energy almost fully unleashed, he still couldn't enhance the resonance to the same degree as before. Why? I came into this world to make up for the regrets of my past life, to live a vibrant and exciting life, and to live for myself. Cut off all injustices in the world, and let the world walk a smooth and open path. Thinking of this, the Dragon Slayer in Lin Xiao's hand suddenly let out a joyful cry. Although no sound was made, Lin Xiao's soul sensed its joy. It was only at this moment that Lin Xiao realized he could pull the trigger. Oh well, there was no sound of a bullet leaving the barrel, nor the shock of a gun firing as he remembered. Instead, it was a dragon's roar. A cry from ancient times immediately rang in everyone's ears. After experiencing an unprecedented sense of fear, the branches of the incense tree no longer dared to be arrogant. All the branches in its body then transformed into the shape of a bow and arrow. Then, the branches of the incense tree were aimed at Lin Xiao, and at the same time, the bow and arrow were drawn. Divine archery, volley fire. The more arrows a divine archer fires, the more exponentially the power of a volley will increase. With the branches of the incense tree firing at full force, the power could instantly kill an 8th-tier demon beast. However, the volley of arrows had barely formed when it was swallowed up by a golden dragon shadow. That dragon shadow was the bullet fired by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao ran straight towards the branches of the incense tree, and then heard a boom, as the branches and trunk of the incense tree were shattered into pieces by the shot. Immediately, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. It's a success. Lin Xiao felt that this shot should be able to instantly kill the branches of the incense tree. At the same time, the Dragon Slayer in Lin Xiao's hand turned into specks of golden light, and then transformed back into the form of Little Dragon Girl. Looking at the even more graceful and elegant Xiaolong than before, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This girl is 1.8 meters tall, and if she were wearing a full suit of armor, she would be incredibly imposing. Little Dragon Girl looked at Lin Xiao and immediately showed a look of shock and relief. She has finally found an owner who can use her. She can finally entrust her life to someone. However, at this moment, a large number of branches suddenly appeared on the ground. They kept intertwining, merging, and entwining with each other, and finally transformed back into the shape of incense tree branches. However, its roots have become almost non-existent, making it impossible for it to take root in the earth. And its trunk is much thinner than before. Hurrah! You didn't expect that, did you? I'm not dead. As long as I escape from here and find a new place to gather followers, I can grow new roots. My debuff is gone now, and you can no longer restrict my movements. We'll meet again. I will definitely come back for revenge. Whether you're a damned human or these villagers, you've all offered me offerings, so I can find every single one of you. None of you will escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a small magic circle reappeared beneath him, and the soil suddenly began to loosen. Clearly, the branches of the incense tree were preparing to escape by burying themselves in the earth. But just then, a clear, crisp sound suddenly entered its ears. Do you really think you can escape? The speaker was none other than Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu's hand was already pressed against the trunk of the incense tree. Then, there was a loud boom. Suddenly, heavenly fire surged out from Xiaojiu's body, igniting all the branches of the incense tree. Why? Why did I lose? I refuse to accept my fate. I've collected incense offerings for thousands of years, and I'm almost ready to evolve into a conflicted demon king. When that time comes, I can replace the incense tree. I will ascend to the divine realm. But as the fire spread, The sound of the incense tree branches also drifted into the air. The moment it disappeared, the surrounding beast tide seemed to awaken from a dream and began to retreat. They never imagined that the leader of this beast tide would be beheaded like this. Without a leader, they eventually chose to disperse. In an instant, the whole world seemed to become much quieter. Besides the corpses on the ground, there was also the cracked earth scorched by the little bird. Looking at the suddenly peaceful village, Lu Wenshun felt as if he had been transported to another world. 1 second they were fighting to the death against the beast tide, and the next second the beast tide dispersed. Then, the entire Lujia village was thrown into a frenzy of jubilation. Everyone was laughing, jumping, and shouting, spreading the news far and wide. At the same time, as if to celebrate the village's rebirth, a heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Along with the sweltering heat of late summer, this heavy rain gave everyone's weary souls a thorough cleansing. Lin Xiao smiled as he looked at everyone's expressions. Then, Lin Xiao felt a wave of fatigue rush into his mind. Lin Xiao immediately had to rub his forehead. It seems that the equipment of this 9th-tier demon beast, while powerful, is also quite a burden. Lin Xiao swayed and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, Xiaolongnu quickly caught him. "Thank you for your hard work, master." Lin Xiao could feel Xiaolongnu's heartfelt concern for him. This was completely different from when Lin Xiao had just acquired Xiaolongnu, and he wasn't even this excited when Xiaolongnu took human form. Is this the benefit of the two people finding common ground? Lin Xiao silently guessed in his heart. At this moment, Lu Wenshun ran over and invited Lin Xiao to return to the village to rest. Although Xiao Wu burned down some houses in the village, most of the houses are still standing and are still enough to shelter from the rain. Lin Xiao had just entered the house when he fell asleep immediately. He felt as if he had been having a very, very long dream. He dreamt that he had a group of followers, including knights and swordsmen, who conquered far and wide, built their own power, and carved out their own territories. But in the end, he died on the battlefield. Chapter 227: The Heart of the Incense Tree. When Lin Xiao dreamt that he had fallen, he suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly outside the window. Little Wu was still fast asleep in Lin Xiao's arms, and even little Qing was dozing off by Lin Xiao's bedside. Outside, the sound of Xiao Jiao and Lu Wenshun talking could soon be heard. Has our benefactor woken up? I don't know, but Master's breathing is steady, so he should be fine. Just then, a noise suddenly came from inside the room. Then, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qing's voices came through. "Dad, you're awake." "Master, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xiao rubbed his face, then shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I'm just a little hungry." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiao Qing nodded repeatedly. "Master, please wait here. I'll go prepare some food for you right away." After saying that, Xiao Qing hurriedly went out and bumped into Xiao Jiao and the others. When Xiao Jiao, Ashan, Chimera, and Xiao Longnu saw that Lin Xiao had woken up, they all showed expressions of relief. Even Lu Wenshun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xiao wake up. Lin Xiao then asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days and 3 nights. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately nodded. No wonder he felt empty inside when he woke up. After all, people also consume energy while sleeping. Lu Wenshun then said with a smile, "All right, our great hero has finally woken up. I can finally relax." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Wenshun with a strange expression. Lu Wenshun smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he waited for Xiao Qing to bring over a lot of food before sitting down opposite Lin Xiao and saying, "This time, we still have to thank you for driving away the beast tide and saving our Lu family village from disaster." Lin Xiao stuffed all sorts of food into his mouth while waving his hand and saying, "No need to thank me. After all, I'm their target too." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshun immediately shook his head. "No, if it weren't for you, we might still be kept in the dark by the branches of the incense tree, continuing to provide it with incense. We might even doubt our own piety when our whole village was slaughtered." Upon hearing Lu Wenshun's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but show a wry smile. "All right, I'm just an ordinary traveler. You treated me to a meal, and when I encountered difficulties, it was only natural for me to lend a helping hand. It's just human nature." Seeing Lin Xiao's explanation, Lu Wenshun stopped insisting. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wenshun changed the subject and asked, "So where do you plan to go next?" After swallowing a piece of meat, Lin Xiao said without hesitation, "I've been delayed here for 2 days. My university semester starts in less than a week. I need to leave here as soon as possible and head to the capital of Yuzhou." Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Lu Wenchun couldn't help but show a regretful expression. Alright, I was hoping you could stay in our village for a while, since there are so many girls in our village who want to marry you. Puff. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao almost spat out the food in his mouth. Seeing Lin Zhao's disheveled appearance, Lu Wenchun couldn't hide his smile. Lin Zhao didn't take Lu Wenchun's joke to heart and casually asked, "What about your Lu family village? Will you still stay here?" In the past, Lujia village possessed exorcising herbs transformed from the branches of incense trees, which allowed it to always escape attacks from demonic beasts. Now, Lujia village has lost the branches of the incense tree and the exorcising grass, so when faced with attacks from monsters, they can only rely on themselves. Lu Wenchun thought for a moment and said, "I have discussed this matter with the villagers and the old village chief, Lu Xiangnan. Our Lujia village has been living in the wild for thousands of years. It would be very difficult for us hunters to move into the city, so we don't plan to move there. Of course, if any villagers want to leave Lujia village, we won't stop them. However, most of us still want to live as freely as we do now. Although it was a bit dangerous and tough, it was good that it was free and there was no hustle and bustle of big cities. Furthermore, we've actually done some research. The appearance of a beast tide is often due to a powerful demon beast rallying the demon beasts in its territory to attack a target. Now that the branches of the incense tree have been eliminated, there shouldn't be any more powerful demonic beasts in this forest. And we can handle 1 or 2 6th or 7th tier demonic beasts as well." After hearing Lu Wenchun's words, Lin Zhao nodded. After finally stuffing the last piece of meat into his mouth, Lin Zhao patted his stomach contentedly and said, "Finally full." After saying that, Lin Zhao even let out a burp. Seeing Lin Zhao's energetic appearance, everyone was relieved. Lin Zhao then turned to the other girls and asked with a smile, "Are you all ready?" Xiao Jiu, Chimera, Ashen, Xiaoqing, Xiaowu, and Xilong Nu all nodded. "Ready?" Lu Wenchun asked, puzzled, "What's ready?" Lin Zhao smiled and replied, "We plan to leave Lujia village now and head to the capital of Yuzhou as soon as possible." Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Lu Wenchun couldn't help but sigh, then said somewhat reluctantly, "All good things must come to an end. Here, you can take this." After saying that, Lu Wenchun took out a piece of dark wood from his pocket. After Lin Zhao received it, information about the wood appeared in his mind. The heartwood of the incense tree, an S-grade, tier 8 material, can be used as a crafting material for high-level equipment. Lin Zhao nodded. It seemed that this was the crystal core of the incense tree. I never expected that the crystal core of this incense tree could be preserved after being scorched by heavenly fire. It seems that it still has some use. Moreover, Lin Zhao keenly noticed that the heartwood of this incense tree seemed somewhat similar to the lightning-struck wood he had seen when he and the Exploration Guild explored the Dark Forest. Lin Zhao didn't know what the connection was between the two, so he put them away without any hesitation. Seeing that Lin Zhao didn't stand on ceremony, Lu Wenchun nodded happily. "Alright, then I won't stop you. Be careful on your journey, and have a safe trip. May you achieve academic success and become a god soon." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao smiled and said nothing more to the other party. He stood up and then led the 6 girls out of his room. Immediately, Lin Zhao saw that the area outside the door was full of people. They were all men, women, and children from the village, and many of them were carrying tools, seemingly repairing houses that had been destroyed in the village. However, without exception, their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Lin Zhao. "My benefactor, are you leaving already?" This was the first time Lin Zhao had encountered such a situation, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Lu Xiangnan came out, walked up to Lin Zhao, and bowed deeply. Lu Xiangnan, the former village head of Lujia village, expresses his gratitude to his benefactor for saving his life. Seeing Lin Zhao's flustered state, Lu Wenchun immediately came over and said, "You are our village's savior. We heard that you just woke up and are about to leave, and everyone is reluctant to part with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "I know everyone means well. However, all good things must come to an end, and I also have my studies to complete. Thank you all for your kindness." After speaking, Lin Zhao bowed deeply to the villagers of Lujia village present. And so, amidst everyone's reluctance, Lin Zhao left Lu family village. Chapter 228. Could it be that the number of god-level beast tamers is limited? After seeing Lin Zhao leave, Lu Wenchun and Lu Xiangnan prepared to return to the village. Then, as if remembering something, Lu Wenchun said with a smile, "Old village chief, our little dilapidated temple has collapsed. What will it be used for in the future?" The dilapidated temple, which was originally used to enshrine the branches of the incense tree, has been flattened by Xiao Jiu's punch. Lu Xiangnan laughed and said, "What else can we do with that little temple? Rebuild it." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenchun looked puzzled. "What will we worship if we build it up?" "Of course it's our benefactor. We'll set up a longevity tablet for him." After listening, Lu Wenchun nodded in strong agreement. Can. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, along with his humanoid spirit pets, rode his motorcycle away from Lu family village and headed north towards the capital of Yuzhou. Just as they had gone a short distance, two figures, one fat and one thin, suddenly appeared in front of them. These two men were the fat and thin thieves who had previously stolen the stone statues from the incense tree branches. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, the two men immediately displayed expressions of terror. At that time, the skinny thief lost his spirit pet, android number 1190, which caused his soul to be injured and his mental strength to be greatly reduced. He was unconscious for a long time before finally waking up. The fat thief was relatively stronger and carried the skinny thief on his back the whole way, taking care of the latter. Who knew that after escaping to Lujia village, Xiao Jiu smashed the dilapidated temple with a single punch, burying the two of them underneath. Since then, there has been no further news about the two of them. If Lin Xiao hadn't encountered the two on the road, he would have almost forgotten about their existence. When the two thieves saw Lin Xiao riding over on his motorcycle, they were immediately terrified. Lin Xiao then parked his motorcycle in front of them. The fat thief immediately became wary and said, "You, what are you going to do? We're already in a terrible state. Don't try to kill us all. If it weren't for us, Lu family village wouldn't have been able to see through the trick of the incense tree branches." The skinny thief had also woken up by this time. His face was still a little pale, but he could move around freely again. "That's right. Leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Besides, we're not some rootless duckweed. If you kill us, you'll get into big trouble too." Although the two spoke with a firm tone, there was always a hint of unease in their voices. Lin Xiao ignored them, snorted coldly, and drove his motorcycle away, leaving behind two figures, one fat and one thin, bewildered in the wind. Seeing this, the two thieves were completely bewildered, unable to understand what purpose Lin Xiao had served. Only after watching Lin Xiao leave did the two realize they had escaped a disaster, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the skinny thief asked the fat thief, "Where do we go next?" Upon hearing this, the fat thief slapped the skinny thief on the back of the head. "Where else can we go?" "To the capital. You haven't forgotten why we came here, have you?" Upon hearing this, the skinny thief quickly replied with an, "Oh, here I am. Then I'll report to the Exploration Guild." On the other side, Lin Xiao and his humanoid spirit pets had already left the two thieves, one fat and one thin, far behind. In the wilderness, Lin Xiao rode his motorcycle, enjoying the gentle breeze of nature on his face. They traveled smoothly all the way and soon arrived in Yuzhou. Yuzhou was the economic and political center of the entire Dragon Kingdom. This place not only boasts a long history, but also countless ancient cities. In contrast, this place is home to all sorts of powerful monsters. There are a total of 10 divine-level beast tamers in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Each divine-level beast tamer is responsible for guarding a region and fighting against 9th-tier demonic beasts. Within Yuzhou, there are as many as 4. However, the authorities have never provided specific information about the situation inside Yuzhou, so no one knows exactly what the situation is. This is merely the strength of the Dragon Kingdom on paper. As for how many god-level beast tamers the Dragon Kingdom actually has, most people have no idea. Perhaps only the old guys at the highest levels are fully aware of this. After all, they control the allocation and quotas of all beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, what ordinary people cannot understand is that there are so many genius beast tamers, and countless more who surpass the general-level beast tamers, but very few who can become gods. This has always been a question in Lin Xiao's mind. Does this mean there are limited spots for god-level beast tamers? Lin Xiao couldn't help but jokingly think to himself. The journey thereafter was generally smooth. During this time, Lin Xiao also encountered some attacks, but they were all 3rd or 4th-tier demonic beasts, which were eaten on the spot by his girls. Now, Lin Xiao is feeling the pressure more and more, because 4 of his 5 humanoid spirit pets feed on demonic beasts. As they continued to grow up, Lin Xiao felt that the money in his pocket might not be enough to support them for even a few meals in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but rub his face helplessly. It seems he'll need to go hunting more often in the future. Otherwise, these girls could really eat him out of house and home. And so another day passed, and Lin Xiao and his girls camped by the river that night. Xiaoqing and Xiaojiu had already set up the tent. Lin Xiao and Xiao Wu were fishing by the river with a fishing rod. This is Xiao Wu's dinner tonight. To Lin Xiao's relief, although Xiao Wu liked to eat fish, she didn't need to constantly eat dragons to evolve. The dragon species can only accelerate Xiao Wu's evolution. She needs to accumulate energy by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. But even Xiao Wu himself couldn't explain what the day and moon essence meant. Just then, Lin Xiao's swim bladder suddenly sank. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly pulled the fishing rod upwards. The fish is on the plate. Little Wu stood by, her two big, dark eyes wide open, waiting for Lin Xiao to prepare dinner for her. Lin Xiao's fishing rod was a 5th-tier piece of equipment he bought from the Yao family's pet shop. The fishing rod was made of a very hard bead, while the fishing line was made from the fin of a 6th-tier sea monster. With this combination, they can even catch a 6th-tier monster. But now, Lin Xiao couldn't budge the giant object in the water no matter what he did. Lin Xiao's current strength is comparable to Xiaojiu's. He possesses the power of the heavenly fox, and even in the natural world, compared to demonic beasts, he can contend with 6th or 7th-tier demonic beasts. However, Lin Xiao's fishing rod is now unable to move. If it weren't for the fishing line constantly thrashing around in the water, Lin Xiao would have thought he was hanging from the earth. Looks like a big fish. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and kept pulling his fishing rod upwards, but he still couldn't move it an inch. At this moment, Xiaojiu also noticed the commotion on Lin Xiao's side and quickly ran over to help. Even with their combined efforts, Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu couldn't pull the fishing rod, and they were stuck in a stalemate with the fish at the bottom of the water. Xiao Wu stood by, constantly encouraging the two of them. Left with no other choice, Lin Xiao could only say to Xiaoqing, "There's something wrong with what's underwater. Go down and take a look." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing revealed her true form without hesitation and then plunged into the water. At the same time, a loud bang was heard, and Lin Xiao's fishing line broke. Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu immediately stumbled back 2 steps due to inertia, and then sat down on the ground with a thud. However, Lin Xiao fell into Xiaojiu's arms because Xiaojiu instinctively caught him when she fell. This made Lin Xiao feel that his fall was actually quite comfortable. Soon, Xiaoqing slowly rose to the surface of the water. Then, Xiaoqing looked at Lin Xiao with a serious expression. "Master, we think we've encountered something terrible." Chapter 229. How did these corpses appear? After Xiaoqing finished speaking, Lin Xiao saw more than a dozen corpses float to the surface of the water. To be honest, Lin Xiao wasn't unfamiliar with dead people. On the contrary, he often killed people himself. This was the first time Lin Xiao had encountered such a scene. The bodies underwater were clearly not from the same time. On the contrary, some of them were completely decomposed, making it impossible to tell whether they were male or female. Some of the newly emerging phenomena of gigantism looked strange and frightening. Some of them had clearly only recently died. Looking at the corpses before him, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Just as Lin Xiao was shocked at how these corpses had appeared, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Don't move. Hands up." Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the source of the sound, and found that it was a dozen or so police officers from the Public Security Bureau who were carrying tools and wearing uniforms. Lin Xiao observed that the sheriffs did not make any rash moves, but instead remained where they were asked to be. The head captain of the sheriff's team walked over, looked at Lin Xiao with a serious expression, and said, "I now suspect that you are involved in a serial murder case, and I am arresting you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned. "Me? Do you have any proof?" One of the sheriffs beside him immediately pointed to the bodies in the river and said, "Aren't these the evidence? Caught red-handed." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao sneered and said, "I just came here to fish and spend the night. These corpses were only discovered by chance." The sheriff looked disdainful upon hearing this. "Whether you killed someone or not, you'll be brought back. You're the prime suspect now. Do you understand?" His tone suggested he regarded Lin Xiao as an unpardonable criminal, and his eyes held a hint of schadenfreude. Just then, Lin Xiao's girls suddenly walked over, and then looked at the sheriff who was about to arrest Lin Xiao with fierce eyes. "What? You want to arrest him? I think you're feeling guilty and trying to run away. Everyone, listen up, arrest him." As soon as the order was given, several sheriffs not only drew their standard-issue pistols, but also took out their pokeballs. Then, several canine-shaped demonic beasts started barking at Lin Xiao and tried to bite him. However, as soon as Ashen glanced at them, the canine-shaped spirit pets immediately fell silent, as if they had seen a natural enemy, and hid behind their master. The sheriffs were immediately shocked and had no idea what had happened. How could a police dog that is usually invincible be so frightened this time? Then they looked at Ashen. Only then did they notice that there were two silver-gray animal ears on the top of Ashen's head. You're a humanoid spirit pet. The sheriff, realizing something was amiss, pointed at Ashen with disbelief. Then he noticed the rabbit ears on Chimera's head, the three tails on Xiao Jiu's back, Xiao Wu's red hair, and Xiao Qing, who was always appearing and disappearing in the water. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What's going on? Then, a man dressed as a police chief walked over. The other person was wearing a uniform and had a serious expression. He was just discussing the case with several other supervisors when this situation suddenly occurred. The captain of the security team rushed over and said respectfully, reporting to the chief, this guy has been arrested, and he even attacked our men. Upon hearing this, the chief was taken aback at first, then looked at Lin Xiao and shouted sternly, are you just going to jump to conclusions and label someone a murderer like this? Is this something a qualified sheriff would do? Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Chief, it was my oversight, but I was only trying to solve the case faster. Upon hearing this, the director stopped talking, then walked up to Lin Xiao and saluted him. Excuse me, sir, there have been several missing persons cases in this area recently, most of whom are students studying in Kyoto. After receiving the report, we hid in the vicinity, intending to wait for the perpetrator to make a move. Who knew that you would find the body? As the first witness at the scene, we have reason to suspect that you are involved in this matter. Taking you back is just to take a statement. Lin Xiao looked at the director and found that the man was about the same age as Su Man and was quite tactful. However, the implication in his words was that he still considered Lin Xiao a suspect. Left with no other choice, Lin Xiao took out the second-level merit badge that Su Man had given him, as well as his identification, from his pocket. I am also a college student who came to Beijing from Shanghai to study. I am a freshman this year. Freshman? Are you kidding me? Do you know how far it is from Shanghai to Beijing? You think a high school senior like you can get here? Even if you don't get eaten by monsters, you'll be caught by those fugitives and tortured to death. Upon hearing this, the captain next to the director immediately looked on with disbelief at Lin Zhao's identity. However, when the director saw Lin Zhao's second-class merit badge, he immediately frowned. Are you the little hero who saved Academician Wang's life in Guangzhou City? Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. Upon seeing this, the chief quickly saluted Lin Xiao and said, all right, I can confirm your identity information, so you don't need to come back to the police station with us. However, you need to tell us what exactly happened here and how these corpses appeared. Lin Xiao then glanced at the middle of the corpse in the river, and suddenly a giant python, as thick as a water vat, poked its head out from it, which startled all the sheriffs, who retreated in panic. Retreat. What kind of monster is this? I've never seen one like it before. Oh my god, could this python have eaten someone? Look how fierce she looks. Immediately, several sheriffs released their spirit pets, looking ready for battle. If Xiaoqing makes the slightest movement, they will attack without hesitation. However, Xiaoqing ignored them and slowly swam to the shore, where she transformed into a graceful classical beauty. This scene left everyone speechless. What's going on? She's turned into a human. You're kidding, right? Wasn't she just about to attack us? Don't move. If you come any closer, I won't be polite. At this moment, Lin Xiao said in a completely emotionless tone, everyone, don't worry. She is my humanoid spirit pet. Humanoid spiritual pet. Huh. Could the rumors be true? At this moment, the director remembered the gossip from his colleagues in Guangzhou City. They said that the little hero who saved Academician Wang had 4 humanoid spirit pets, each of whom was so beautiful that they seemed otherworldly, and their combat power was also extremely strong. Then, he looked at the 6 little girls beside Lin Xiao. Chapter 230, you didn't become a father when you were 10 years old, did you? The director's expression changed when he saw the 6 girls in front of him. Is this what you call having only 3 or 4 humanoid spirit pets? This is practically a team of beautiful, humanoid spirit pets. Left with no other option, the chief could only step forward and reassure his officers. Don't be nervous, everyone. We're all on the same side. Then, Xiaoqing began to recount what she saw underwater. Just as Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu were fighting with a fish underwater, Xiaoqing received a signal from Lin Xiao and went down into the water. Then, Xiaoqing saw that the fish that had bitten Lin Xiao's hook was now tied up by something that looked like seaweed and was struggling in place. Xiaoqing happened to be in the water at that spot and wanted to help the fish escape its predicament. After all, This fish was Xiao Wu's dinner for the evening. Ever since she and Xiao Wu resolved their differences, she has always treated Xiao Wu like her younger sister. Now that she sees something delicious, Xiaoqing naturally saves it for her younger sister. So Xiaoqing revealed her true form and went to help the fish tear apart the water plants. To her surprise, this attack led her to discover more than a dozen human corpses. The clump of water plants seemed to sense that Xiaoqing was very strong and was no match for her for the time being. So it burrowed into the mud underwater and took the fish with it. It was at this moment that Lin Zhao's fishing line broke. The bodies then surfaced. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, the police officers exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous that what she said could be true. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of aquatic plants would actively attack humans or fish? Yes, I can hardly believe it's true. That's right. I've never heard of such a monster before. Actually, it's no wonder that these sheriffs didn't believe Xiaoqing. Because plant-type monsters rarely possess their own intelligence, all their actions are driven by instinct, often leading them down a single, unwavering path. Such extraordinary growth as the branches of the incense tree is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Moreover, plant-type monsters rarely have the ability to move freely. Even something as extraordinary as the branches of the incense tree moves, because it has the ability to teleport. After the Chimera inflicted a debuff like ankle smite on the opponent, it became unable to move. However, the clump of water plants that Xiaoqing just mentioned is clearly a monster that can move freely and even burrow into the mud. Even Lin Xiao had never heard of such a monster. The director thought for a moment and could only sigh. Well, looks like another fruitless day, but it's good this way, at least we've narrowed down the search area. It's a plant-type monster that can move freely underwater, and its range of movement should be limited to this river. Our next step is to increase police presence and deploy defenses here, and then we'll be able to capture and eliminate it. After saying that, the director turned to his assistant and said, "Contact the police department immediately to see if anyone has an aquatic spirit pet that can go into the water to investigate. Then contact the city guards and ask them to send some beast tamers with aquatic abilities to provide support." Lin Xiao was actually quite surprised to see the director so decisively arrange the next steps. Indeed, only those with real ability can hold the position of Director of Public Security. However, Lin Xiao held a different view and spoke up at this moment. "Director, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the director's assistant couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. "Young man, even if we had some doubts about you just now, you have no reason to take this opportunity to retaliate against our chief. When it comes to solving cases, our chief Qianfeng is a famous detective in the entire capital. No case that has passed through his hands has been unsolvable." Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of Niefenfen, who also claimed to have a strong ability to solve cases, but in the end, didn't she rely on her delusions and memory recovery techniques to help solve cases? Fortunately, Qianfeng did not show any impatience towards Lin Xiao's objection. Instead, he asked very respectfully, "Brother Lin Xiao, do you have any suggestions?" Lin Xiao knew that the other party was seeking his help. After all, Qianfeng's arrangements were nothing more than a desperate attempt to find the murderer using sheer numbers, the most rudimentary method. This suggests that Qianfeng may also be clueless. So, Lin Xiao organized his thoughts and began to explain. "First, although all of these dozen or so bodies died in this area, none of us are certain that they died in the water. You know, the two most dangerous places in the wild are unknown lands and near water sources. I don't believe anyone would not know this common sense. Secondly, why did that strange monster kill them? And some of the corpses were clearly rotten, forming giant shapes, yet they were not eaten or destroyed. So what was its purpose? Third, have you forgotten that the monster can move? What if it killed people elsewhere and dragged the corpses here?" Lin Zhao's three questions left Qianfeng and the other security officers speechless. Yes, why did they so hastily conclude the matter? If we really follow this line of investigation, we might end up taking a huge detour or even missing out on the monster altogether. Qianfeng then looked at Lin Xiao very seriously and solemnly requested an invitation. "Young man Lin Xiao, I am now inviting you to assist us in our investigation in my capacity as the director of the 208 police station in the capital. I hope you will accept my request." Upon hearing Qianfeng's words, Lin Xiao frowned. He actually disliked this kind of unnecessary trouble. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to refuse, Xiao Wu tugged at his sleeve. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiao Wu's pitiful big eyes. "Dad, it stole my dinner." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately patted Xiao Wu's head and said, "Alright, then I'll help you get revenge and snatch your dinner back." Xiaowu nodded upon hearing this. The back-and-forth dialogue between the two left all the sheriffs present somewhat bewildered. "How come you, Lin Xiao, have such a big child when you're only 18? This girl must be 7 or 8 years old, right? You didn't become a father when you were 10 years old, did you?" However, no one voiced their shock and confusion, because they could all see that the little girl's fiery red hair and the murderous aura she occasionally exuded were definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiaoqing standing to the side. "Can you find that monster now?" Xiaoqing sniffed and then said, "That monster should still be underwater, but I can't smell the venom I left on it." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately looked at the chimera beside him and then threw the fishing rod over to it. "Can we find the monster's current location?" Chimera smiled, immediately took the fishing rod, and then sat down on the ground. Chapter 231 Run. Get away from those corpses quickly. Then everyone saw the chimera's hands waving incessantly, and then a crystal ball appeared in front of the chimera. After casting a spell, Chimera asked the crystal ball where the other end of the broken fishing line was. As a result, the crystal ball flashed with light, and a clump of dark seaweed appeared inside, which was constantly moving in one direction. Seeing this, Qianfeng immediately asked, "What can we tell from this? It seems to be swimming in one direction. Is it planning to change its target?" As can be seen from the image, hidden among the water plants of this monster is the carcass of a fish, as well as the carcasses of 2 other people. Lin Xiao observed the other party's movements and began to analyze the situation. Look at the state of the other underwater plants. They are clearly drifting towards the rear of the target, which proves that our killer is going upstream. As he spoke, Lin Xiao glanced at the direction of the river's flow, then began to examine the contents of the crystal ball. Look at the speed of the water flow and the speed at which the monster is moving in the video. If I'm not mistaken, it's only about 1 kilometer away from where we first discovered it. Then, Lin Xiao pointed to the surrounding aquatic plants and said, "Look at these aquatic plants. They are not very lush. So as long as we go upstream and find a body of water that is not murky and has fewer aquatic plants about 1 kilometer away, we can find it." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the sheriffs immediately showed expressions of great surprise. They hadn't expected Lin Xiao to be able to deduce so much from just this little bit of information, which made the sheriffs feel somewhat ashamed. In fact, Lin Xiao's deductions based on these conditions all relied on some mathematical principles and basic common sense. Now that Lin Xiao's mental strength has been enhanced, his mental calculation ability is extremely strong. That's how you can determine so much information in an instant. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's assessment, Qianfeng immediately led his men to capture the monster. "I must see what kind of monster you are. How could you kill so many passing students in just 1 week?" Subsequently, Qianfeng and his group immediately went against the current. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and he also wanted to see what that monster was. So he took his humanoid spirit pets and went with Qianfeng and the others. Sure enough, a little over 1 kilometer upstream, they saw an area on the water surface that was almost devoid of aquatic plants and reeds. Upon seeing this, Qianfeng immediately called out, "Does anyone have a spirit pet that can move underwater? Quickly send someone down to check." Then, someone quickly stepped forward. Reporting to the director, "My spirit pet is a water dragon turtle." After saying that, the other person released his pokeball. Then, right in front of everyone, a small green turtle appeared, carrying a water cannon on its shoulder. Upon seeing the little green turtle, information about it immediately came to Lin Xiao's mind. Water dragon turtle, a rank B, tier 6 monster, is the evolved form of water Blastoise. Its combat power is enhanced in water environments, and the attack power of its water cannon is comparable to a powerful strike from a tier 7 monster. The water dragon turtle moves much faster underwater and has a very strong bite force. Once it bites its prey, it is very difficult for it to let go. When underwater, the water dragon turtle's defense will increase significantly. Once it retracts its head, tail, and limbs into its shell, it will enter full defense mode. In this mode, the water dragon turtle's defense is comparable to that of a 7th tier demon beast, and it can withstand all physical attacks from demon beasts below the 8th tier. Possesses the following skills: Water Dragon Cannon, Water Wave Attack, Frenzied Bite, Absolute Defense. Water Dragon Cannon. The water cannon on the back of the water dragon turtle will release high-pressure water cannons with attack power comparable to a 7th tier monster. Water Wave Attack. In water, the water dragon turtle can use its affinity for water to create giant waves to attack its enemies. Frenzied Biting. Once bitten by a water dragon turtle, it will never let go unless one of them dies. Absolute defense. The water dragon turtle retracts its body into its shell and enters an absolute defensive stance. In this state, the water dragon turtle can use water cannons to attack. Lin Xiao nodded with great appreciation upon seeing the characteristics of the water dragon turtle. The last time he encountered Blastoise was right after he finished his college entrance exams and was doing a quest. At that time, the Blastoise was a very unfortunate species, almost wiped out by the Lu family. Unexpectedly, he encountered the evolved form of Blastoise here today. Moreover, this water dragon turtle has excellent basic attributes. Apart from being relatively slow to move on land, it basically has no fatal flaws. It has both ranged and melee attack methods, and its defensive capabilities are also astonishing. The sheriff then fitted the water dragon turtle with underwater filming equipment, took out a computer, connected it to the internet, and then let the water dragon turtle dive underwater to investigate the situation. The group sat together, watching the footage fed back from the filming equipment. Soon, they found the clump of dark water plants. You can still see the fish that Lin Xiao failed to catch before, hidden among the water plants. The fish is now dead, and the aquatic plants are constantly absorbing its nutrients. It looks really creepy. Lin Xiao frowned upon seeing this scene. Why doesn't it eat human corpses? Why does it eat these fish from the water? Lin Xiao then raised his question. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, Qianfeng thought for a moment and said, could it be because the people it captures are all recent high school graduates whose mental and magical power is not very high, making them unattractive to it? Lin Xiao thought of the corpses he had seen before, which did not look like they had been eaten, and immediately shook his head. No way. If that were the case, the monster should have disposed of the human corpses from the very beginning, and it wouldn't have hunted so many humans. At this moment, Lin Xiao watched as some sheriffs were putting the hunted corpses into body bags. The body bags were placed next to the group, waiting to be taken back to the capital for investigation. Lin Xiao looked at the body bags and felt a strange sense of danger. He is a being with the power of nature, possessing an innate intuition for danger. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a sense of unease and thought to himself, this is bad. At that very moment, Qianfeng issued orders to the other security officers. Have the water dragon turtle attack that clump of water plants and try to force it out from underwater. The sheriff immediately obeyed the order and, using the telepathic connection between himself and the water dragon turtle, issued the attack command. The water dragon turtle then picked up its water cannon, aimed it at the aquatic plants, and pulled the trigger. The silent waves immediately formed a rapid undercurrent underwater. The clump of seaweed-like thing began to tremble violently after being attacked, as if it were in great pain. Upon seeing this, Qianfeng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! This damned beast can actually feel pain. Logically speaking, plant-type monsters rarely have pain receptors, so why does this guy in front of me have such feelings? Moreover, they could faintly see red liquid seeping out of its body underwater. Could this red liquid be blood? But at that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted at the sheriffs who were sorting through the bodies. Run! Get away from those corpses. Chapter 232. These corpses have been controlled. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's shout, the sheriffs looked up, puzzled. What's wrong? However, just as one of the sheriffs opened his mouth in confusion, the hair of the corpses suddenly grew longer and then floated out of the body bags, binding the sheriff tightly. The sheriff let out a painful cry, and then everyone saw the corpse crawl out of the body bag, bite the sheriff's neck, and quickly devour the sheriff beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the other body bags were also stretched open by the corpses inside. Then, the bodies inside the body bags crawled out of them. Then, the corpses crawled toward the sheriff who had just been attacked and devoured, and then completely consumed his body. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly used his complete monster encyclopedia to analyze it, but he did not obtain any information. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao shouted anxiously, "These corpses have been controlled. All the sheriffs, quickly put some distance between yourselves, and then attack them." Qianfeng was no pushover either. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's reminder, he immediately issued the order. Upon hearing the order, the other sheriffs and beast tamers immediately complied, commanding their spirit pets to prepare to attack the corpses. However, at that moment, the owner of the water dragon turtle suddenly screamed and then clutched his head, rolling on the ground. In the surveillance footage, Lin Xiao was shocked to see that the image transmitted by the water dragon turtle was starting to blur, and all he could see were thin, black water plants. It's clear that the water turtle was attacked underwater and killed instantly. It's important to understand that for a water dragon turtle with absolute defensive power, it would be extremely difficult to kill it instantly. This also indirectly proves that the monster underwater is likely a high-level monster, possibly even a 7th or 8th level monster. Just then, waves suddenly rose on the water's surface. Then, everyone saw the corpse of the water dragon turtle, which then floated up. Its body was now incomplete, with only a tortoise shell and some flesh remaining. Most of the rest of the flesh and blood had already been forcibly pulled out of the tortoise shell and eaten. The water dragon turtle's death was, unfortunately, quite tragic. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Then, everyone saw the black water plants finally emerge from the water. It kept surging towards the shore, seemingly trying to pull everyone into the water. Meanwhile, the mouths and noses of the corpses, their wounds, and even their hair all transformed into something resembling seaweed, waving wildly in midair, looking utterly terrifying. Only then did everyone see what the underwater monster actually looked like. It was a woman with her skin torn and bleeding. Her hair had been completely replaced by a type of seaweed-like hair, and a large amount of seaweed had also sprouted from her facial features. But if you look closely, you'll find that it's not aquatic plant at all, but a thin, black worm. At the same time, the basic information about this monster finally appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. Water beast, an S-rank, 8th order demonic beast, is an extremely powerful insect-type demonic beast. They have extremely strong vitality and possess the attribute of living in groups. Although they live in water, they use the human brain as a breeding ground to raise their offspring. The more humans there are, the more offspring they raise, and the higher their social status. Normally, they control their hosts to constantly search for aquatic creatures to feed on, but they cannot eat human corpses and can only lay their eggs underwater. They are very resilient, but their lifespan is very short. A water insect can survive for 7 to 10 days if it finds a host. The host will survive for a short time after the eggs hatch, and then find a new host. Hundreds of the second generation of water insects will be born, and its host will die quickly after the eggs hatch and be completely controlled by the insects to find the next host. Tens of thousands of the third-generation water beasts will be born. At this time, the water beasts can completely control the host's body and carry out underwater activities, making it their own breeding ground. The fourth-generation water beasts can possess group attributes, where they rise and fall together, and can remotely control the hosts controlled by other water beasts to carry out coordinated attacks. Possesses the following skills: ubiquitous, mind control, and corrosiveness. Ubiquitous. When waterworms have no host, they will float on the water's surface, searching for prey and hosts. Once they come into contact with a host, they can enter the host's body through wounds on the surface of the body or relatively large pores. They will then travel through the host's body via the bloodstream, eventually reaching the brain to lay their first eggs and hatch them. Brain control. After the water creature enters the brain, it can use its abilities to manipulate the host's brain and thoughts, making him a breeding ground for its own reproduction. Once the water leopard hatches to the fourth generation, it will possess some human-like thinking. If it successfully breeds to the fifth generation, the water leopard will collectively evolve. Erosion. The fourth generation water beast can use its mouth parts to directly suck the flesh and blood of others. After seeing this basic information about the water creature, Lin Zhao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had to admit that, whether in his past life or this one, he had always felt disgusted by swarms of these insects. This might be what's known as trypophobia. Of course, what Lin Zhao found even more unacceptable was that these insects had actually crawled out of their own hosts. The insects then coiled around the body of a sheriff and swarmed into his mouth and nose. The sheriff struggled to pull the disgusting insects out of his mouth and nose. But that's simply impossible. He kept scratching his mouth, but it was no use. In the end, he could only tragically have his brain controlled by the water beast, thus becoming its host. The woman that the water monster had originally controlled was now a bloody mess, turned into a puddle of mud. Lin Zhao then understood why the water beast hadn't eaten the human corpses. It has reproduced to the fourth generation and needs a large number of human corpses as a breeding ground to reproduce. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianfeng immediately issued an order. Everyone, attack these bugs and those corpses with all your might. Don't let them surround us. Let's figure out a way to escape first. As he spoke, Qianfeng took out his own demonic beast, which was a canine demonic beast similar to a police dog. Lin Zhao immediately recognized it as an A-grade, rank 8 spirit pet, a firehound. As soon as the firehound landed, it pounced on one of the corpses, its body engulfed in flames. After feeling the burning sensation of the flames, the water creatures became noticeably timid and hesitant. Upon seeing this, Qianfeng was overjoyed. See that? These beasts are afraid of fire. Spirit pets with fire elemental attack abilities attack with all your might. Is chapter 233 the end? However, just as Qianfeng gave the order, those timid water creatures suddenly launched an attack. They pounced directly on the fire hounds without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Qianfeng was overjoyed. You bunch of beasts, how dare you walk right into my trap? I'll burn you all alive. Then, the firehound unleashed its full power of flames and pounced on the water monsters. To everyone's surprise, the water beasts huddled together one after another, with the outermost water beasts bursting into flames. However, the inner water beasts all managed to break through the firehound's flame defenses unharmed and successfully stuck to the firehound's skin. Then, they opened all their mouthparts and bit down on the firehound's body. The firehound couldn't help but let out a painful howl, as its flesh, spiritual power, and life force rapidly disappeared, completely absorbed by the water beast. Upon seeing this, Qianfeng shouted no. However, there were simply too many water creatures, and in just a moment, the firehound was completely devoured by these insects. Qianfeng then clutched his head, seemingly in pain from the loss of his spirit pet, or perhaps grieving the death of his beloved dog. Just then, all the corpses had crawled up to Qianfeng's front. All the sheriffs seemed to have reached a dead end, and half of them were already dead. The remaining sheriffs were also at a loss. On the other side, Lin Xiao and his spirit pets moved at the same time. First, Xiaojio's body suddenly transformed into a flame form, and then it rushed directly towards the densest area of the water beasts. Upon seeing the flames on Xiaojio's body, the water monsters immediately tried to eat her, just like before. Who knew that the heavenly fire on Xiaojio's body would be so swift, giving them no chance to get close at all. No matter how much comes, Xiaojio will burn it all. The corpses of those water creatures immediately let out painful hissing sounds. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing suddenly released a large amount of poisonous gas from her mouth. The gas drifted with the wind to the corpses of the water creatures, and many of them were poisoned to death. At the same time, Chimera and Lin Xiao also began to use fire elemental magic, defeating the water monsters in a rout. Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to break through his encirclement, the first host of the water beast finally became restless. It pounced directly at the other sheriffs. All insects have the characteristic of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. When faced with prey much larger than themselves, or that exudes a dangerous aura, they will choose to avoid direct confrontation. Therefore, after seeing how powerful Lin Xiao was, they immediately shifted their focus to the other sheriffs and the girls who had not yet made a move. However, as soon as they approached Zilongnu, she merely glanced at them, and the water monsters felt an immense pressure and retreated. When she arrived at Xiao Wu's side, before Xiao Wu could even make a move, Ashan took the initiative to help the little girl solve the problem. She immediately summoned a gust of wind, which blew the attacking water beast away. Then, Xiaojio broke out of the water beast's encirclement. When she sensed that her companions were being attacked, she immediately killed one of them and rushed back to help relieve the pressure on her companions. And so, Xiaojio went back and forth several times, burning all the corpses and hosts of those water monsters to death. Some of the remaining water creatures sensed the danger emanating from Xiaojio and the others, and quickly gathered from the ground to their original host's body, eventually forming a giant humanoid water creature. After the fourth generation of reproduction, the water creature will develop certain human-like thoughts and characteristics. Suddenly, a disgusting face and a mouth appeared in its face, which was made up of insects. You ruined my plans, but I'll be back. After saying that, it quickly retreated, trying to return to the water and escape. However, Lin Xiao revealed a meaningful smile at this moment. You think you can just run away like that? Lin Xiao's mocking voice rang out from behind Shueiji. Lin Xiao and Xiaojio snapped their fingers at the same time. Then, a vacuum suddenly appeared between the riverbank and Lin Xiao and the others. The water beast's true form suddenly looked at Lin Xiao. It couldn't speak much quickly yet, and it took a long time to process each sentence. However, the water beast's true form still stared at Lin Xiao with a venomous gaze. Subsequently, Lin Xiao and Xiaojio simultaneously unleashed their world-destroying skills. In fact, just now, while Xiaojio was charging around, he had already marked out a small, enclosed area to unleash a devastating attack. Everything in this area was burned by this earth-shattering skill. With a loud boom, the fire attacks soared into the sky. An indescribable heat wave immediately swept over everyone's faces. Some of the sheriffs, unable to withstand the heat, quickly turned their faces away. Some even took several steps back, fearing that the terrifying aura would engulf them as well. At the same time, a painful hiss came from the flames, but the sound was quickly destroyed by the fire. Moments later, the flames subsided, leaving behind a cloud of ashes that seemed to symbolize the end of the world. Nothing was left on the ground except for the carbonized earth that had been burned. Some of the bolder sheriffs couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw this scene. Then, somewhat uncertainly, they stepped forward and asked, "Is this the end?" At this moment, Qian Feng, who had been in pain, finally recovered. He walked forward, looked at the mess on the ground, and said, "You truly live up to your reputation. The top student from Shanghai, the young hero who saved academician Wang. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead here." Lin Xiao listened to Qian Feng's flattery without paying any attention and said, "All right, now that the culprit has been dealt with, you can go back and report." Upon hearing this, Qian Feng nodded and said, "Yes. Do you want to come back with us?" After saying that, Qian Feng pointed to an open space in the distance. Lin Xiao looked at the open space, which was completely empty, but after a moment, a monster resembling a lizard suddenly appeared. Immediately, the other party's basic information appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Disguised Train, a Class B, Tier 5 monster, is a mechanical creation modified from a chameleon, possessing an extremely strong camouflage effect. It can blend perfectly into its surroundings and make it impossible for others to detect its presence. If passengers sit in the carriage, their presence will also be masked by the disguised train. As long as the camouflage train scent remains undetected, the scents of the passengers inside can be perfectly concealed. Chapter 234 How did you know I would attack you? Upon seeing the information about the disguised train, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nod. This is why Lin Xiao didn't sense Qian Feng and the others' presence when he was by the water. However, as soon as he thought about this, a question suddenly came to Lin Xiao's mind. Qian Feng and his group clearly knew there was danger nearby, so why didn't they warn me when I was fishing? Moreover, they did not encounter any attacks from the water beasts, so how can they be sure that the water beasts were around here? In particular, when Lin Xiao looked at Qian Feng's expression, he vaguely noticed something strange. Although Qian Feng had suffered the backlash of losing his spirit pet, his expression was not sad. On the contrary, he seemed relieved. Lin Xiao subconsciously slowed down and put some distance between himself and Qian Feng. At this moment, Qian Feng couldn't help but turn around and look at Lin Xiao. "What's wrong? Our little hero, don't you plan to come to the capital with us?" The officers around Qian Feng looked at Lin Xiao with puzzled expressions. Lin Xiao looked at Qian Feng and said, "Director Qian, aren't you curious why a parasitic monster like the water beast would appear here?" Upon hearing this, Qian Feng looked at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xiao glanced at the increasingly dark sky, then smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, these water creatures are not suited to this kind of environment. They are an invasive species, mainly distributed in hot regions with relatively high temperatures. They are especially prevalent in African countries, because there is not only a dense population there, but also a large number of ape-like monsters, which can serve as a breeding ground for them. Moreover, they also have a large number of natural enemies, which is why these water creatures do not reproduce on a large scale. In the Dragon Kingdom, they have no natural enemies, so their appearance is very likely due to someone's premeditation, bringing them in from abroad, and then deliberately releasing them into the wild." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qian Feng immediately showed a surprised expression. He looked at Lin Xiao and said, "You can't say that. These water creatures could also have been brought into China along with some foreign trade imports." At this moment, Lin Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. "But these kinds of imported goods are usually found in coastal cities, while this place is inland. Logically speaking, it should have been prevalent and rampant in coastal cities before it spread to the inland areas." Then, Lin Xiao looked at Qian Feng and said, "So, guess why they're here? Could it be that someone deliberately planted this here?" At this point, both Qian Feng and the officers around him fell into deep thought. They quickly nodded and said, "You're right. I'll report this to my superiors immediately and make sure they take it seriously." Lin Xiao nodded, then continued, "All right, now that we've said our piece, it's time to get going." After saying that, Lin Xiao walked forward and followed Qian Feng. The other girls lagged behind, creating some distance between themselves and Lin Xiao. Just then, Qianfeng suddenly sprang into action, and a large number of water monsters surged out from his sleeves, directly entangling Lin Xiao and then pouring into Lin Zhao's mouth and nose. Lin Zhao's expression gradually turned to pain, and soon his body went limp and he collapsed. However, the next second, Lin Zhao's body began to wither and turned into a scarecrow. Substitute scarecrow. This is a chimera's inherited magic, which allows them to use a scarecrow to create an illusion and block one instance of skill damage. However, the substitute straw has very strict requirements on the caster's mental strength. Without strong mental strength, it is impossible to confuse the target. Lin Zhao's greatest strength lies in his perfect mental strength. Lin Xiao was a diligent student with naturally strong mental strength. With the added benefit of the chimera's support, he was able to create a lifelike substitute scarecrow. And so, Qianfeng's fatal blow was directly blocked by Lin Zhao's substitute straw. Lin Zhao's true form then emerged from behind Zilongnu. Lin Xiao looked at Qianfeng and revealed a cold smile. Have you finally lost your temper? Qianfeng looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. How did you know I would lay a hand on you? The officers around Qianfeng looked at their chief with surprise. Chief, you. Qianfeng then stretched out his hand without hesitation, and a large amount of water gushed out from his sleeve, engulfing the speaking sheriff. This scene terrified all the sheriffs, because it happened far too fast. In just a moment, it devoured a person and turned them into a dried-up human body. Lin Xiao then looked at the rushing river and said, because your performance was really too illogical, but the process of solving the case was ridiculously smooth. Lin Xiao looked at the area he had just burned to ashes, which was almost carbonized. First of all, you brought people to stake out me here, and I just encountered those corpses that the water monsters used as breeding grounds. This is the first coincidence. Then you only said that people had gone missing here, but you were able to accurately determine that these people died in the water. This is the second coincidence. The third coincidence is that these water creatures have completed their fourth reproduction and seem to be preparing for their fifth reproduction to evolve into ninth-tier demonic beasts. In addition to your exaggerated acting skills, your expression after losing the fire hound was really unnatural. So, I concluded that you deliberately gave up the fire hound in order to free your mental power so that you could control the ninth-tier water beast. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's analysis, Qianfeng couldn't help but applaud repeatedly. Hurrah! No wonder you're the top scholar from Shanghai. There are just too many rumors and stories about you along the way. You've made me take you so seriously. The reason I had the water beast evolve at this time is because you found out its whereabouts. I should have just killed you, but I didn't expect you to have a level 2 merit medal. Otherwise, I would have ordered someone to capture you and kill you in a secluded place. It seems that now I have no choice but to kill you all to keep my secret. After he finished speaking, a large amount of water gushed out of Qianfeng's eyes and mouth. Water sprites even gushed from his pores, tearing his skin open, and then the water sprites stitched his body back together. Qianfeng's clothes were also stretched taut, and he looked much bigger. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao frowned, because Qianfeng's body now contained no human organs at all, but had been replaced by water creatures. Chapter 235. The Lin family really went all out this time. Just then, some information appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. Human-like creature, an S-rank 9th-tier demonic beast, is a social insect that can live inside a human body, sharing a body with its host and influencing the host's mind. The host uses them in battle. After evolving to the 9th rank, the human beast will no longer be limited by parasitism. They can reproduce on their own inside the host's body, constantly replacing the host's original internal organs, making the host a complete breeding ground for them. In this case, its host will be immune to all physical attacks. Furthermore, after suffering a fatal attack, one can extend one's life by absorbing the life force of other creatures, and even be brought back to life. The water creatures that split off from them can, through reproduction, give back to humans vitality and strength. If the host's mental strength is strong, they can completely break free from the control of the human beast. Attention! The human beast is not just a single insect, but an entire swarm of insects. Only when the swarm reaches a certain number and strength can it maintain the combat power of a 9th-tier demon beast. Possesses the following skills: life replacement, life absorption, possession, omnipresent, and boundless heaven and earth. Life replacement. After the original host dies, it can immediately transfer to the surrounding life forms, taking the original host's will and soul with it, thus taking over and reviving. Life absorption. One can prolong one's life by absorbing the life force of other life forms. Hospitality. It can incubate within the host's body without affecting the host's normal life. Ji Tiandi, completely abandon the original host's body and then infect all living beings around it. The infected living beings will be affected by the original host's consciousness, resulting in two consciousnesses. Once they lose control of their original minds, they will become the breeding ground for the original host's rebirth. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp. What kind of creature is this? This is a living, breathing human body-snatching machine. All of his skills are either about possession or about possession. At this moment, four sheriffs mustered up their courage and stepped forward to ask, Chief Qian, what's wrong with you? Yes, Director Qian, you haven't been infected in the brain by the water monsters, have you? We'll take you back for treatment right away. Director Qian, you must hold on. Before they could finish speaking, Qian Feng's hands suddenly grew longer. Then, Qian Feng grabbed the necks of two of them, and countless ghouls crawled out from the cracks in Qian Feng's arms, sucking the two sheriffs dry. Upon seeing this, everyone was thrown into a panic and retreated hastily. Lin Xiao looked at Qian Feng, then gave orders to the girls beside him. Kill him. However, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, some officers immediately stepped forward and stopped Lin Xiao and his group. No, Director Qian is still conscious. We have to find a way to save him. That's right. If you dare to hurt Director Qian, we will not let you get away with it. Director Qian has been kind to me. I can't let him die like this. Looking at the indignant expressions of these sheriffs, Lin Xiao could only sigh helplessly. He wasn't some heinous villain, but he wasn't some indecisive, overly kind person either. He wouldn't show any mercy to someone like Qian Feng. However, the sheriffs around him were clearly innocent, and Lin Xiao would not harm them. But if they try to stop Lin Xiao, what can Lin Xiao do? Lin Xiao couldn't very well take action against these people he had no grudge against, could he? Just then, Qian Feng suddenly said with a look of enjoyment, This is really delicious. As expected, the flesh and blood of young and strong high-level beast tamers taste much better. Then, Qian Feng looked at Lin Xiao with a sinister expression. Let me tell you, today, none of you are escaping. This area has already been surrounded by our people, all for the purpose of killing you here. Lin Xiao, at this moment, Qian Feng finally revealed his true colors. Do you know how much effort we want to put in to kill you here? Who knew you'd be hiding somewhere these past few days? You haven't shown up at all, which is why I've had to kill so many innocent people. It's all because of you. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, Lin Xiao immediately understood what was going on. He looked at Qian Feng, frowned, and asked, Are you from the Lin family? Upon hearing this, Qian Feng laughed loudly and said, Whom I belong to is no longer important. My purpose in coming here is to kill you, to ensure you can't enter the capital city gates alive. Upon hearing Qian Feng's explanation, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood how to handle the situation. Then, Lin Xiao said to the loyal sheriffs standing beside him, Don't you understand? Qian Feng has been possessed. He is no longer Qian Feng. We must find a way to avenge him. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, the sheriffs immediately understood the intricacies of the situation. Yes, Qian Feng is usually very good to his subordinates. Moreover, he often treated them to meals, and he was always at the forefront of the investigation, fighting against criminals. How could he suddenly change his personality and go on a killing spree? Thinking of this, the group of sheriffs all showed expressions of hatred as they looked at Qian Feng, whose body was now completely possessed by the beast. Avenge the chief. Brothers, let's go. They were just about to rush in when Lin Xiao stopped them. You are no match for him now. He is immune to all physical attacks. You can't deal with him using conventional methods. What should we do then? A man who appeared to be a team leader repeatedly questioned Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then gave orders to all the sheriffs. Now, go as far away as you can immediately and retreat to a safe distance so that he can't attack you. These creatures can absorb your life force to revive. I need to devote myself fully to the battle and don't want to be affected by you. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the sheriffs exchanged glances. Although somewhat reluctant, they nodded and said, All right, we'll listen to you. After saying that, the remaining sheriffs retreated to an open space to the side. They chose the open space because there were no weeds to conceal their presence, allowing them to observe their surroundings as closely as possible. This way, they can protect themselves, prevent Lin Xiao from being distracted, and most importantly, they will have the opportunity to help Lin Xiao launch an attack at a crucial moment. At the same time, a sheriff released his fire attribute spirit pet, seemingly preparing to protect himself while trying to help Lin Xiao launch an attack. Even if this only diverts Qian Feng's attention, that's fine too. Lin Xiao was immediately very satisfied with the other party's response. It must be said that the overall combat skills of these magistrates in the capital are indeed far superior to those in Guangzhou City. After everyone had left, Lin Xiao looked at Qianfeng. How much did the Lin family give you to come here and die? Upon hearing this, Qianfeng burst into laughter. How much benefit? I don't think you have any idea how valuable your head is right now. After saying that, Qianfeng held up one finger. An S-Rank, Tier 1 spirit pet. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. The Lin family really went all out this time. Chapter 236, Shouldn't You Sacrifice Your Life Force? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qianfeng immediately burst into laughter. After I received your mission, I set up a trap here immediately, but you never showed up, which led to my trap accidentally killing more than a dozen students. After the truth came out, it couldn't be kept secret forever, so I had no choice but to personally lead the team here to intercept you. However, I'm not sure if you'll pass by here, so I have to set up a trap around here with the other assassins. Looking back now, I'm still very lucky. As long as I kill you, the Lin family promised me that they would not only give me an S-Rank Tier 1 spirit pet to help me tame it, but also help me resolve the influence of the human beast on my mind. That way, I can slowly break free from the human's control and eventually become a human again. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Qianfeng was also greatly affected by the human beasts. It seemed that he really might be an ordinary life form possessed by the human beasts. It's unclear whether he has a stronger sense of autonomy or a stronger sense of being a human being. However, none of that matters anymore. The most important thing now is that Qianfeng has harmed so many innocent people for his own selfish desires. Even if Lin Xiao doesn't take action, he will definitely receive the punishment he deserves. Lin Xiao looked at Qianfeng and couldn't help but sneer. For a mere S-Rank Tier 1 spirit pet, you've done so many heinous things. It seems I must act on behalf of heaven today. While an S-Rank spirit pet is impressive, it may not necessarily make a person a god, or even a general-level beast tamer. To become a god, you need a spirit pet of S-Rank or higher. Qianfeng actually killed so many people for an S-Rank Tier 1 spirit pet. His crimes are truly heinous. Lin Xiao knew that Qianfeng's claim of breaking free from the control of the human beasts was not a lie. Because a beast tamer can't even control his own consciousness, let alone become a god, he'll probably go crazy in the long run. Lin Xiao then glanced at Xiao Jiao, who immediately understood and rushed towards Qianfeng. The flames on her body were even more intense than before, dazzlingly bright, drawing a beautiful straight line in the evening sky. Seeing this, Qianfeng knew he couldn't confront Xiao Jiao's strange flames head-on. Therefore, Qianfeng immediately adopted a roundabout tactic, constantly moving around and continuously throwing his human beasts at Xiao Jiao. Clumps of insects kept attacking Xiao Jiao. To Xiao Jiao's surprise, Qianfeng was incredibly fast. His body has now been enhanced by a 9th-tier demon beast, and even Lin Xiao might not be able to keep up with his speed. Soon, Xiao Jiao exclaimed inwardly, "Oh no!" Xiao Jiao discovered that Qianfeng had bypassed her and was now facing Lin Xiao directly. Immediately, Xiao Jiao cried out to Lin Xiao in alarm, "Master, be careful. This guy is very cunning." Upon seeing Xiao Jiao's reaction, Qianfeng immediately burst into laughter. "Only now do you realize it? It's too late. Lin Xiao, you're going to die." After saying that, Qianfeng rushed towards Lin Xiao's direction. Lin Xiao remained completely calm when he saw the other party launch an attack on him. Then, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. The heat of this wall of fire was clearly not as intense as the heavenly fire. Qianfeng immediately noticed this characteristic, so he quickly threw a bunch of human-like insects at Lin Xiao. After the swarm of insects passed through the wall of fire, the outer layer of humanoid creatures on their surface was burned away, making a sizzling sound, and the burnt smell was nauseating. However, most of the people inside survived in the end. After breaking free of the firewall, they immediately dispersed from the swarm and quickly searched for their target. Chimera immediately used her fire magic to help Lin Xiao eliminate the insects. Upon seeing this, Qianfeng felt he had a chance and was overjoyed. He then saw a large number of human creatures emerge from his body and cover him. Clearly, Qianfeng has turned himself into a huge worm group. Then, Qianfeng suddenly plunged into the wall of fire. He used this method to break through the wall of fire. Qianfeng understood that as long as his true form came before Lin Xiao, he believed that with his strength, he could kill Lin Xiao in an instant. Then, Qianfeng rushed towards Lin Xiao with a wild laugh. However, The moment Qian Feng's body surged into the wall of fire, Lin Zhao's lips slowly curled into a smile. Overestimating yourself. Suddenly, the fire in front of the wall of fire intensified. What was originally an ordinary flame suddenly transformed into heavenly fire. As the inheritor of the heavenly fire, how could he not use the heavenly fire to deal with such fire attribute monsters? Suddenly, Qian Feng's screams rang out from within the wall of fire. The voice was almost hysterical, as if the person had been subjected to torture in the 18th level of hell. Then, a fireball suddenly emerged from the wall of fire. Then, you can see layer upon layer of human skin peeling off, like a snake shedding its skin. However, each time a snake sheds its skin, it becomes larger. Each time this human-like creature sheds a layer, its burning, fiery shell becomes smaller. Layer. 2 floors. 3 floors. After shedding 9 layers of his body, the heavenly fire on Qian Feng's body finally went out. At this moment, Qian Feng's body had shrunk to the size of a child. Their momentum and power are not what they used to be. He even looked weak, as if another fatal blow would kill him completely. Qian Feng immediately began looking around, trying to find a target from which he could absorb life force. At this moment, all the girls around Lin Xiao were hiding behind the wall of fire. Lin Xiao then quickly looked at Qian Feng's former companions. They vanished from the open space where they had just been standing. Where are you people? Aren't you my good friends? Shouldn't you let me absorb your life force to save me? Why have you all disappeared? The old chief is about to die. Shouldn't you be sacrificing your lives? Do you intend to abandon me? Qian Feng roared hysterically, but he still couldn't see any trace of those people. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Give up. They've already escaped to a safe place." At this point, Qian Feng felt that he had fallen into a state of despair. Just then, a sharp sound suddenly came from afar. "Oh my, who do we have here? It's our director Qian Feng. What's wrong? Has he been possessed?" "Oh, no. It seems it's not just a simple case of being possessed. Your life force is almost exhausted. It looks like you're about to die. You were supposed to be hunting Lin Xiao with us a while ago, and today you're acting alone. What? You got beaten up so badly by Lin Xiao? You deserved it." Chapter 237 With your weight. I'm afraid you'll break my back. Before long, 3 people flashed and appeared directly in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sensed a strong aura of danger emanating from them all. One of them even wore the badge of a general-level beast tamer. Upon seeing those people, Qian Feng immediately showed a surprised expression. "Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, the 3 men exchanged glances and then revealed sly smiles. "Ha! Do you really think we're stupid? After receiving the boss's orders, we immediately scouted out all the surrounding terrain and Lin Zhao's possible routes. Although it's similar to the target location you provided, we've made some improvements. As long as Lin Xiao appears, we can get here in a short time. What makes us even more certain that Lin Xiao is here is the sheer volume of the fighting that just took place here. Furthermore, the flames here are soaring into the sky. When we thought of Lin Zhao's abilities, one of which is a very hot flame, we rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, we were actually blocked." The 3 people took turns explaining why they had come here, and then their leader looked at Qian Feng. "But you, Director Qian, will have to suffer a bit. We are very grateful that you were able to hold Lin Xiao back before we arrived." "Huh? It's just a pity. Judging from your appearance, it seems you're about to die." Qian Feng looked at the person who spoke and immediately showed anger. "You all knew there was a battle going on here all along, but you didn't make a move because you wanted to see me suffer." Upon hearing this, the 3 men burst into laughter again. "Ha ha ha, you're right. Who told you to set up an ambush here without our knowledge? It's perfect opportunity to get rid of you, so there will be one less person to share the boss's reward. We can also maximize our benefits." Upon hearing this, Qian Feng became even more enraged, glaring at the 3 people. At this moment, a woman revealed a mocking expression. With a flick of her wrist, a pokeball appeared in her hand. Then, a powerful, chilling aura immediately filled the entire space. Then, a spirit pet resembling a snowman suddenly appeared in the arena. On the snowman's head, there was something that looked like a blood flower. Its hands were covered with red gloves, but it had a row of sharp teeth in its mouth. At this moment, the blood flower on its head suddenly bloomed with a silver light, which was not dazzling, but just like the reflection of the sun shining on the ice in winter. Although gentle, prolonged exposure can still cause eye discomfort. Then, the beam of light shone directly on Qian Feng. Qian Feng's body gradually became sluggish and eventually became completely stiff. At the same time, Qian Feng's entire body turned into a large block of ice. And so, Qian Feng froze to death. Then, the snowman came up to Qian Feng and punched him directly on the head. Qian Feng's head shattered into pieces like a block of ice falling to the ground, making him utterly dead. The woman looked at Qian Feng's corpse lying on the ground and immediately showed a look of disgust. "Humph, you really think we don't know your strengths? Your weakness is your head. Once your head is smashed, those damned insects will lose their breeding ground and will soon die because they have no host." After she finished speaking, she looked at the other people on Qian Feng's corpse. "Once my frost magic completely melts, the lives of these insects of yours will come to an end. You'd better just die obediently." After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xiao. Wow, so Lin Xiao, whom the boss has been so fond of, is actually such a fresh-faced young man. If the boss hadn't specifically named you as someone he wanted to kill, I really wouldn't have been willing to lay a hand on you. I'm determined to have some fun with you. I love little brothers like you the most. The woman licked her lips as she looked at Lin Xiao, like a cat spotting its prey. The bearded middle-aged man standing to the side then said, "Huh, Lu Yuni, you damned bitch, you always make that face whenever you see a young boy. Aren't you afraid of dying on a man's belly one day?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni immediately snorted coldly. "Shut your dog mouth. Su Yinmin, you ugly bastard, you can't have me, so you just stand there making sarcastic remarks. One day I'll give you a good 300-round battle and show you what I'm made of." Upon hearing this, Su Yinmin burst into laughter. "Please spare me, Lu Yuni, with your weight. I'm afraid you'll break my back." Lu Yuni and Su Yinmin brazenly told lewd jokes in front of Lin Xiao, completely ignoring him. Lin Xiao didn't care, and then looked at the bespectacled young man who hadn't said a word. After sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, the man immediately gave Lin Xiao a friendly smile. He had very large hands, and in his hands he held 2 pokeballs, playing with them constantly, like an old man fiddling with walnuts. Then, he suddenly opened one of the pokeballs, and a giant bee flew out of it. "All right, Lu Yuni, Su Yinmin, you two stop arguing. We have important business to attend to. Let's hurry up and kill Lin Xiao and go back to report. The boss might be so pleased that he'll give us even more rewards." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni and Su Yinmin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, Lu San, you really know how to prioritize." Lin Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him and immediately narrowed his eyes. "Are you in cahoots with Qian Feng?" Upon hearing this, Lu San, Lu Yuni, and Su Yinmin all burst into laughter. "It's not fair to say we're in cahoots. We just mean we took on the same mission. However, Qian Feng has been completely possessed by the beast and has lost his own consciousness. We don't know whether Qian Feng is Qian Feng now, or someone else, or even the beast's own consciousness. As for the 3 of us, we are assassins specially hired by the boss, and we have been waiting for you here for quite some time." Lin Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him and slowly nodded. The reason Lin Xiao asked that question was that he wanted the other party to tell him Qian Feng's current situation so that he could effectively avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. If Qian Feng has always been a member of the Lin family, then it can only be said that the Lin family has henchmen within the security department. However, Lin Xiao is now certain that Qian Feng was likely possessed by a monster, which is why he has become what he is today. Since Qian Feng is now dead and unable to testify, Lin Xiao has no way to confirm his suspicions through Qian Feng. Subsequently, Lu San, Lu Yuni, and Su Yinmin wasted no more time and began to attack Lin Xiao together. Su Yinmin then took out his Pokeball and released his Pokemon, from which emerged a humanoid ape. Chapter 238, I really have to thank you for artificially cooling me down. As Lin Xiao looked at the other party's 3 spirit pets, specific information about these 3 spirit pets appeared in his mind. Death Hornets, a swarm of giant A-rank, 8th-tier demonic beasts. Once they form a large group in the wild, their attack power will increase exponentially. Once they are subdued, the combat power of a single Death Hornet will also be enhanced, but they will no longer be able to live in a swarm. It is known as the most venomous bee in the world, and its attack method is not like other bees, which rely on their stingers. Instead, it has a very strong bite force and uses its mouthparts to eat its enemies. The toxins will enter the enemy's body through their mouthparts. In the first instance, the enemy will be paralyzed by the toxin, eventually losing their fighting ability and then slowly losing their life. Their tail stinger is their ultimate weapon, possessing extremely strong penetrating power that can ignore certain defenses. Possesses the following abilities: frenzied biting, poison attack, nerve paralysis, vocal interference, and tail sting. Sound interference. The Death Hornet can use its calls and the resonance of its wings to affect the senses of others. Nerve paralysis. All attacks by the Dead Hornet have the effect of paralyzing nerves. Launch stinger. The Death Hornet launches a highly penetrating stinger at the enemy. This stinger can weaken the enemy's defense and has the effect of killing them instantly. After reviewing the basic information about the Death Hornet, Lin Xiao then went to look at the information about the snowman-shaped spirit pet. Ice and Snow Boxer. A B-rank, 8th tier spirit pet. Although it has the name of a boxer, it is a complete magician. The magical symbol above its head is a sign that it was blessed by the god of ice and snow. That ice and snow symbol can lower the surrounding temperature, allowing it to survive in the sweltering summer. Once the ice wall lowers the surrounding temperature, the ice boxer's attack power will also increase. Its two hands are boxing gloves, which can unleash powerful punches that can cause frostbite to the target. Skills: Freeze, Ice Ray, Snow and Ice, Blizzard, Continuous Punch, Ice and Snow Uppercut, Ice and Snow Straight Punch. Flash Freeze, Aura Magic. The ice and snow symbol above the ice and snow boxer's head affects the movement of those around him. The longer you stay near it, the slower the target will move, eventually freezing him into an ice sculpture. Ice Ray. The ice and snow marker emits a beam of light that quickly freezes the target into a block of ice. In the icy and snowy landscape, a blizzard will sweep around the ice and snow boxer, with the force of his punches mixed in with the blizzard. Blizzard directly summons a blizzard, blinding and slowing people in a certain area and subjecting them to punches. A series of punches, including uppercuts and straight punches. Each punch can slow down the enemy's body and cause them to suffer from frostbite. After reading the information about the ice and snow boxer, Lin Xiao was immediately surprised. Although this ice and snow boxer is only a B-rank, 8th tier monster, it possesses such strong attributes. He's an all-rounder who can handle both close and long-range combat. With such strong attributes, how could it only be B-grade? Does this mean its performance will be severely limited? Lin Xiao couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Then, he looked at the spirit pet of the bearded middle-aged man, a humanoid ape holding a gun. Ape Sharpshooter, an A-rank, 8th level demonic beast. It is the product of the evolution of a curious ape. After imitating the way humans hold guns, it trained itself to look like a sharpshooter. Just seeing this opening scene made Lin Xiao almost lose his composure. This humanoid ape wearing a cowboy hat and jeans is actually a curious gorilla? Lin Xiao couldn't help but recall the curious gorilla's silly appearance when it was at the second level. The other person's eyes were full of curiosity about humans, and they kept imitating human movements. However, these monkeys, who still look like gorillas, even after evolving to the third stage, have bodies as big as small mountains and seem to have no relation to humans whatsoever. However, Lin Xiao did not expect that after the curious gorillas evolved to the 8th level, their bodies would be no different from those of humans. Apart from retaining ape-like features, they are basically no different from humans. Lin Xiao was certain that if they were given masks and their exposed, hairy hands were covered, it would be difficult for anyone to recognize them as monsters. Is this what it means to imitate the abilities that humans acquire? Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this bearded Su Yanmin is also a genius. I just don't understand why someone with such strong training abilities would choose to become a lackey of the Lin family and work as an assassin. Lin Xiao looked at the three people and immediately narrowed his eyes. He discovered that the three people had a very clear division of labor. It is evident that Su Yanmin's ape-like sharpshooter was responsible for attacking from a distance. Lu Yunyi's ice and snow boxer can restrict the enemy's movements at close range. Meanwhile, Lu San's Death Hornet was responsible for close-quarters combat. It's fair to say that this trio is a formidable assassin team. If it were an ordinary person with only one spirit pet, they might not be able to withstand the combined attack of these three people. But Lin Xiao was different. He lacked everything except powerful demonic beasts. Lin Xiao immediately looked at the three of them, and a smile appeared on his lips. All right, you three are surrounded. It's time to lay down your weapons and surrender. Upon hearing this, Lu San, Su Yanmin, and Lu Yunyi were first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, you really have a great sense of humor. Even on the verge of death, you can still tell such a funny joke. Should I say you have a good attitude, or that you're so close to death that you don't even realize it? Why don't we just stop wasting words with him and kill him? It's such a waste of such a good-looking face. Stop wasting time talking to him. Let's all attack together. This guy is incredibly strong, so don't let him get a chance, and definitely don't let him escape. As soon as the words were spoken, the ice and snow boxer pounced over, then opened its fists and began to spin continuously in place. As it continued to rotate, strong winds and blizzards began to appear in the sky. Then, the entire area around Lin Xiao became extremely cold. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. The sun at the end of August is still scorching. I really have to thank you for artificially cooling me down. After saying that, Lin Xiao immediately ordered Ashen to rush towards the ice and snow boxer. At this moment, Ashen had already put on her brass knuckles and fangs, ready to have a thrilling boxing match with her opponent. Then, Xiaoqing lunged at the dead hornet. The deadly hornet immediately opened its huge mouthparts and bit Xiaoqing. When Xiaoqing saw the deadly hornets attacking, her blue dress immediately transformed into snake scales, which then slowly covered her entire body. Then, with a snap, the deadly hornet bit into the snake's scales. However, the enormous mouthparts of the dead hornet did not cause the slightest harm to the snake's scales. However, it didn't care about such things at all, as if it had expected this all along. The death hornet immediately flapped its wings, flew to the other side, and then kept circling around Xiaoqing, making a buzzing sound. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out, followed by a constant stream of bullets aimed directly at Lin Xiao. Immediately afterwards, Su Yinmin's loud criticism came over the loudspeaker. What are you all doing? Our goal is to kill Lin Xiao, not to get entangled in a fight with his humanoid spirit pet. The combat power of this guy's humanoid spirit pet cannot be judged by common sense. Let's finish this quickly. We only need to deal with Lin Xiao. Don't worry about his humanoid spirit pet. Delay could lead to trouble. We must seize this opportunity and kill Lin Xiao. We absolutely cannot let anything go wrong. Chapter 239 Firearms are outdated. Magic is the only way. After hearing Su Yinmin's words, Lin Xiao realized that Su Yinmin understood him very well. Then, the ice and snow boxer ran straight towards Lin Xiao. Its goal was very clear, to kill Lin Xiao instantly. Meanwhile, the death hornets also began their attack on Lin Xiao. However, it was firmly stopped by Xiaoqing standing to the side. Just as the dead hornets were about to attack Lin Xiao again, Xiaoqing noticed it immediately. Xiaoqing then coldly said, "Dare to attack your master? You're courting death." After saying that, Xiaoqing immediately stood in front of Lin Xiao and used her snake scales to block the stinger shot from the death hornet. Meanwhile, on the other side, having used his magic to transform the surrounding environment into an ice and snow boxer in a frigid realm, he successfully bypassed Ashen's obstruction and arrived directly in front of Lin Xiao, ready to throw a punch at him. Just as the ice and snow boxer made his attack move, a burst of flames suddenly ignited behind Lin Xiao. The flames, carrying a destructive force, rushed directly towards it. The ice and snow boxer immediately felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy, because such heat is enough to completely melt it. The ice and snow boxer hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. Xiao Jiu had already transformed into a flame and pounced directly at him. Seeing that the ice and snow boxer had no way to dodge anymore, it had no choice but to use its signature move. Snowstorm. Suddenly, a powerful blizzard swept directly towards Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu's body was blown about by the wind, and she staggered. However, for her, who has perfectly inherited the abilities of the Celestial Fox clan, this snowstorm can only end here. Xiao Jiu immediately steadied herself, and then attacked the ice and snow boxer. The ice and snow boxer had nowhere left to retreat. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a series of gunshots rang out, shattering the seemingly inescapable situation. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Because at that very moment, the 8-man sharpshooter's attack landed perfectly in Xiao Jiu's path. If Xiao Jiu were to dodge at this moment, the bullet would definitely be aimed at Lin Xiao. If Xiao Jiu continues her attack, then Xiao Jiu's body will definitely be hit by a bullet. Upon seeing this, Su Yinmin burst into laughter. See that? The teamwork between the three of us assassins is flawless, even in the entire assassin world. Lin Xiao, if you encounter the three of us, it's your death day? Lin Xiao did not respond to Su Yinmin's sarcasm, but simply let out a cold snort. Lin Xiao trusted Xiao Jiu's judgment. The biggest difference between humanoid spirit pets and ordinary spirit pets is that humanoid spirit pets have their own judgment. Some highly intelligent humanoid spirit pets can even perform many tasks in place of their owners. Xiao Jiu did not disappoint Lin Xiao. Without hesitation, she continued her attack and pounced directly on the ice and snow boxer. Upon seeing this, the ice and snow boxer immediately increased the wind force of the blizzard. At that moment, Xiao Jiu's eyes reddened. Are you ever going to stop? Upon seeing this, Xiao Jiu immediately roared in anger. Immediately, This entire area was transformed into a sea of flames. Even with snow and wind raging, the explosive power of the heavenly fire could not be concealed. With a deafening roar, the blizzard was completely engulfed by the heavenly fire. The evaporated water vapor shot straight into the sky, and then the ice and snow boxer instantly turned into a cloud of water vapor, without even letting out a scream. Only traces of ice and snow remained on the ground. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao, who was in the distance, noticed that a camera flashed by on the head of the ice and snow boxer. This surprised Lin Xiao, because he had seen that camera before, in the villa where the cursed chef Palasa was. Lin Xiao originally wanted to check the origin of the camera, but it vanished in a flash. And now, inside the ice and snow boxer's body, an identical camera has appeared. This made Lin Xiao pay more attention, as he always felt that there was an invisible eye watching him. On the other side, after the ice and snow boxer died, Lu Yuni immediately felt dizzy and looked pained. However, Su Yinmin sneered. The death of an ice and snow boxer is no big deal. As long as we get the boss's reward, it's worth it even if we lose all our spirit pets. At this moment, the ape-man sharpshooter's bullets had already reached Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao showed no intention of dodging at all. Upon seeing this, Su Yinmin laughed heartily and exclaimed, "We succeeded." However, at that moment, a barrier made of dragon scales appeared in front of Lin Xiao, which was neither a shield nor armor. With a ding, the bullet struck the dragon scale armor, producing a metallic clang. Lin Xiao didn't care at all. He just stood there and watched his spirit pets organize a battle in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoqing suddenly revealed her true form, transforming into a giant snake that was 100 meters long. The giant snake opened its gaping maw and drew a circle on the ground, encircling the death hornet and the ape boxer. Then, her body began to shrink the encirclement, clearly indicating that she had used the snake's favorite hunting method to deal with the deadly hornet and the ape boxer. Upon seeing this, the deadly hornets immediately took flight and emerged from the encirclement. Knowing that it had no way to escape, the ape-like sharpshooter immediately opened fire, preparing to shoot Xiaoqing's body. But at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, looming over its head. The ape-like sharpshooter looked up and saw a bunny-eared girl wearing a training uniform and holding a Gatling gun. At that moment, Chimera immediately raised the Gatling water cannon in his hand and aimed it precisely at it. Su Yinmin, the master of the ape sharpshooter, snorted coldly. An equipment made from a third-tier demonic beast dares to challenge an eighth-tier demonic beast? How presumptuous! As if in response to Su Yinmin's disdain, a magic circle appeared behind Chimera the instant she raised her gun. Many tentacles emerged from the magic circle, each one resembling a human hand, holding a gun. There was a Spartan judgment, a god's crossbow, and even a tentacle that took the Gatling water cannon directly from the Chimera's hand. This scene immediately shocked Su Yinmin. No way. Why would a magician like you need a gun? Times have changed. Firearms are obsolete. Magic is the way to go. But the moment Chimera pulled the trigger, Su Yinmin learned what it meant to defeat magic with magic. All of Chimera's guns fire magical bullets. Chapter 240, If anyone dares to come and kill me, I will make sure they never leave alive. As you can see, the magical bullets fired by the Chimera immediately covered the entire battlefield below. The ape-like sharpshooter was restricted by Xiaoqing and had nowhere to hide. The deadly hornets in the sky were also sentenced to death by Sparta's trial. With the help of Gatling water cannons and crossbows, he was also hit in the body by a single shot. Its body had just fallen from the sky when Xiaoqing bit it and swallowed it whole. The ape-man sharpshooter was also engulfed in smoke and dust after being bombarded by the Chimera's firepower. When the smoke and dust cleared, it was already silent. Su Yinmin, Lu San, and Lu Yuni were now completely plunged into despair. When Lu San realized that something was wrong and that his spirit pet, Tiger Head Peak, was completely dead, he immediately endured the mental anguish and chose to abandon his companion and flee. However, before Lu San could escape more than a few steps, a dark-skinned girl wearing an animal skin and exuding a wild aura appeared before him. The other party was none other than Princess Ashen of the underworld. Then, Ashan swung her delicate fist and unleashed a powerful aura that seemed capable of taking on 10,000 men. With a loud boom, Ashen smashed Lu San's head open. Don't you know that the master hates disloyal people the most? Ashen still remembers Lin Xiao mocking the bandits who abandoned their spirit pets. Now, she has clearly been influenced by Lin Xiao, and her values have been completely transformed by him. Seeing Lu San killed by Ashan with a single punch, Su Yinmin immediately endured his headache and ran in another direction, shouting to Lu Yuni, "Run in another direction. If we split up, we'll have a better chance of survival." However, Su Yinmin had only run a few steps when he felt a huge shadow looming over him from above. That was Xiaoqing in her true form. Xiaoqing then aimed at Su Yinmin and spat out a mouthful of venom, which landed right on Su Yinmin's face. Su Yinmin immediately screamed in agony, and then his entire body was melted by the venom. "Your master doesn't like children who eat people, so you're lucky to have died so easily." After saying this, Xiaoqing transformed back into the gentle and charming classical girl. On the other side, Xiao Jiu grabbed Lu Yuni, who was preparing to run away, and then threw her down at Lin Xiao's feet. Lu Yuni looked up and saw Lin Xiao looking down at her, while her two companions, Lu San and Su Yinmin, were now dead beyond any doubt. Immediately, Lu Yuni knelt down in front of Lin Xiao and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. "Lin Xiao, please have mercy and let me go. I'm a woman. If you're willing to let me go, I'll do anything, even give you my body. Don't worry. I know all the positions. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I really don't want to die." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yuni, who was terrified, and immediately spat at the woman. "Tell me, who else did the Lin family send to kill me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni was taken aback, then quickly shook her head and said, "I dare not say. I'll die if I do." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately snorted coldly. "If you don't talk, you'll die right now." As Lin Xiao spoke, he pointed to Su Yinmin's corpse, which had turned into bloody water, in the distance. "Do you see Su Yinmin's body? He's turned into blood. If you don't talk, I'll have Xiaoqing inject poison into your body, so you can watch yourself turn into an ugly monster and watch your body dissolve." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Yuni shuddered and immediately kowtowed. I'll talk. Your kill order was only enforced within the Lin family, but someone in the Lin family wants your head, so they posted the kill order on the dark web in their own name. Therefore, the number of people who want you dead right now is probably far greater than you imagine. After hearing Lu Yuni's words, Lin Xiao was first stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Looks like I've become a hot commodity." Lin Xiao immediately made a self-deprecating joke, then shrugged indifferently. "I don't care. If anyone dares to come and kill me, I'll make sure they never leave alive." Then, Lin Xiao asked Lu Yuni, "What's the deal with Qian Feng? Is he also an assassin?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni shook her head repeatedly. "Qian Feng is not an assassin. He was possessed by a beast, and the Beastmaster is a famous assassin who came to China specifically for this bounty. The three of us originally planned to kill these competitors who were stealing our business, but who knew? Before we even had a chance." At this point, Lu Yuni's voice grew softer and softer. Then, Lin Xiao asked the question that he cared about most. "Do you know anything about the cameras inside the bodies of ice and snow boxers?" "Camera? What camera?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni's eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Lin Xiao carefully observed Lu Yuni's expression and knew that she wasn't faking it. She genuinely didn't know where the camera inside the ice and snow boxer's body came from. Left with no other option, Lin Xiao had to change the question. "Where did you come from, your ice and snow boxing skills?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni quickly replied, 3 years ago, during an assassination mission, my spirit pet unfortunately died. Left with no other choice, I had to buy it from a strange person at a high price." Lin Xiao frowned upon hearing this. "A strange person?" Lu Yuni thought carefully for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's right. I remember him very clearly. Although the price he sold it to me was still very high, it was far below the market price. Moreover, he was wearing a mask and had a large pair of scissors at his waist. I originally intended to double-cross him, but who knew that he would just turn a corner and then disappear?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed even deeper. Could it be because of that camera that this person sold the ice boxer for a price far below market value? However, with the clues Lin Xiao currently has, there is no way to pursue the matter further, so he can only put it aside for now. Seeing that Lin Xiao's expression had relaxed, Lu Yuni quickly said, "Lin Xiao, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded without hesitation. Lu Yuni thanked her repeatedly upon seeing this. "Really? Then I'm off. You're a really nice person." After saying that, Lu Yuni got up from the ground and tried to run away. However, before Lu Yuni could stand up straight, she saw a dagger appear in front of her chest. That was Lin Xiao's bone knife. At this moment, the bone knife had already pierced through her body, penetrating Lu Yunyi's heart. So, I'll give you a quick death, so you won't suffer too much. Then, Lin Xiao's voice slowly came over. Lu Yunyi stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief, and then her body went limp and collapsed. Lin Xiao then put away the bone knife, and looked at the corpses of the three assassins, Lu Yunyi, Lu San, and Su Yanmin, and couldn't help but sigh. Afterwards, Lin Xiao searched carefully, and was somewhat disappointed to find that none of the three had brought any storage equipment with them when they came out on the mission, which made Lin Xiao very frustrated. Logically speaking, an assassin should have storage equipment, and the reason why these three assassins didn't have any storage equipment on them was quite simple in Lin Xiao's mind. There were only three possibilities. The first possibility is that the three of them had accomplices nearby, and their storage equipment was stored on their accomplices. The second possibility is that their storage equipment is all stored together, and there is a gathering point or similar place nearby. The third reason is that they are too poor to afford storage equipment. Of course, the third scenario is almost impossible. Both of the first two speculations are extremely dangerous for Lin Xiao right now. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao frowned and muttered to himself. It seems that the only way to completely resolve this trouble is to use the simplest and most direct method to solve the Lin family's problems. Chapter 241, so that's how it is. Looks like I'm a total idiot. Although he didn't find the storage equipment of Lu San, Su Yanmin, and Lu Yunyi, Lin Xiao was actually quite satisfied because the materials left behind by the three assassins' spirit pets after their deaths were quite good. The magical symbol above the iceboxer's head can greatly enhance the ice attribute of the equipment. Even if it can't be made into equipment, simply placing it in a room during the hot summer will cause the room temperature to drop sharply. It seems we can use it as a zero-power air conditioner. Lin Xiao tossed the magic symbol to Chimera, the little housekeeper, with great satisfaction. The dead hornet had already been swallowed by Xiaoqing, becoming nourishment for Xiaoqing's evolution. What surprised Lin Xiao the most was the giant revolver left behind by the ape-man sharpshooter after his death. If one had to describe the appearance of this giant revolver, Lin Xiao thought it somewhat resembled a classic M5 pistol from his previous life. Just holding it in your hand gives you a very violent feeling. Lin Xiao then took the giant revolver in his hand and began to examine its properties. Ape revolver, a revolver made by Ape Craftsman, Tier 8 equipment. The Ape Craftsman was an ape craftsman who became famous by imitating human craftsmen. He mastered human skills to perfection and then returned to his ape tribe, where he became a highly respected craftsman. The equipment it makes will help the ape people evolve and fight. Special attributes: penetration, explosion. Penetration. The revolver has two modes. The first mode is penetration. In this mode, the revolver's range will increase and its penetration power will increase. The farther away from the target, the greater the power. At close range, it is not much of a threat. Demolition. This mode gives the revolver bullets the ability to explode. Each time it hits a target, it will cause an explosion. However, this also reduces the revolver's range. If the distance is too far, it will not be lethal. If you shoot within 10 meters, it will trigger the area spray attribute. After seeing the effects of the ape revolver, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stroke his chin and say, "Where have I seen these attributes before?" Lin Xiao was a semi-military enthusiast in his previous life, and these firearms attributes are practically a combination of the three classic firearms he owned in his previous life. They are the Type 38 rifle, the Desert Eagle, and a shotgun. The Type 38 rifle boasts a very high rate of fire and long range, but its only drawback is that its high rate of fire means that when it hits a target at close range, it only leaves a small hole and does not cause any spread damage. Hitting a target from a distance will maximize the damage to the enemy. This is exactly the same as the penetrating property of the ape revolver. As for its explosive properties, it's a perfect combination of a shotgun and a Desert Eagle. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how, after these curious apes evolved to a higher level, their entire troop had become a real-life version of Rise of the Planet of the Apes. They can even imitate such classic firearms. I really don't know what other skills humans have that they can't imitate. Lin Xiao held the ape revolver in his hand and played with it for a while before throwing it to Chimera. Chimera has always been very fond of human firearms. When she received the ape revolver, she immediately beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling into crescent shapes, and she thanked Lin Xiao repeatedly. "Thank you, master. You're so kind to me." Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao simply waved his hand. This was rightfully Chimera's. After obtaining the Golden Legend last time, it was transformed into a dragon slayer by the system and has been following Lin Xiao ever since. Originally, The golden legend was intended by Lin Xiao for Chimera. As a result, because the Dragon Slayer has the attribute of recognizing its master, no one but Lin Xiao can use it, which means that Lin Xiao actually owed Chimera a gun before. Lin Xiao had just tried to upgrade the ape revolver, but the system indicated that it was a low-quality piece of equipment and was not eligible for upgrading. Perfectly, Lin Xiao could simply give the ape revolver to Chimera as compensation. If Lin Xiao gets better equipment in the future and upgrades it himself, he will compensate Chimera. In any case, Lin Xiao is never stingy when it comes to his spirit pets. I wonder if other beast tamers, upon learning of Lin Xiao's idea, will spit blood directly onto Lin Xiao's face. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Xiao looked at the empty space to the side, which was originally empty and deserted. But as Lin Xiao looked over, a train that looked like a chameleon slowly appeared. This is a disguised train belonging to the Public Security Bureau. Afterwards, 5 sheriffs stepped off the disguised train. They were the same 5 sheriffs who had just been ordered to leave by Lin Xiao. After the 5 survivors got out of the car, they slowly walked up to Lin Xiao. They're all dead. One of the sheriffs, looking at the chaotic scene, said with lingering fear. However, Lin Xiao did not give an answer, but instead gestured for them to see for themselves. Then, the sheriff pointed to the combat recorder he was carrying and said, "We have recorded all your fighting and conversations with those assassins. We have also kept records of Qianfeng's changes. Based on my deduction, these records can fully prove that you are a victim and that you acted in legitimate self-defense. But the 3 assassins just said that they were sent to assassinate your employer by the Lin family. This cannot be used as evidence to pursue the Lin family for illegal activities." Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised by what the sheriff said. The other party actually figured out how to help him prove his innocence in the very first moment. The other party, unaware of Lin Xiao's emotional change, continued to explain. Because there is a lack of crucial evidence, their confessions alone cannot serve as conclusive evidence, and your act of killing them to cover it up at the end may not have been appropriate. However, don't worry, I didn't record that part, because they deserved it. After listening, Lin Xiao nodded with great satisfaction, and then asked, "What's your name?" Upon hearing this, the sheriff pointed to his identification badge and said, "My name is Li Yajun." Upon hearing his name, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked with great curiosity, "Don't you have an older brother named Li Guanjuan?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Li Yajun immediately showed a very surprised expression. "How did you know? Do you know my brother?" Hearing Li Yajun's question, Lin Xiao nodded. "I see. I didn't know you two were really connected." Then, Lin Xiao asked with some curiosity, "Is your younger brother named Li Jijuan?" Upon hearing this, Li Yajun's lips twitched involuntarily. He had developed PTSD from dealing with this issue since childhood. Li Yajun couldn't help but say with a hint of helplessness, "Our names both have special meanings. Champion means the bravest in the army, which is the highest praise for a military general in ancient times. The runner-up means unique, and it has nothing to do with the champion, runner-up, and third place." Seeing Li Yajun's gritted teeth, Lin Xiao burst into laughter. "Ha! I see. It seems I'm a complete idiot. My knowledge is too limited, sorry." Upon hearing this, Li Yajun shook his head helplessly. "It's all right. I'm used to it. Okay, that's all over here. Would you like to come with our disguised train to the capital? It'll be much safer there." Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and did not refuse. After all, there are so many assassins targeting him out there, so taking a police car to the capital would definitely be safer. Although Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of those assassins, it was better to avoid trouble and get to the capital as quickly as possible. For Lin Xiao, this was definitely the best option. Chapter 242. You've committed a crime to some extent, haven't you? When they arrived, all the elite officers from the entire security unit, including Li Yajun and Qianfeng, came here to investigate the case. To their surprise, when they returned, there were only 5 of them left. This left Li Yajun and the others somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, they had already uploaded the contents of the recorder as first-hand evidence to their superiors, who were now waiting for their investigation and approval. Li Yajun looked helplessly at the camouflage train. Compared to when they arrived, the now somewhat empty carriages made Li Yajun feel a bit emotional and wistful. He never imagined that the most common species in the carriages of the fake train would be Lin Xiao's spirit pets. Moreover, they are all humanoid spirit pets, and all of them are stunningly beautiful women. This made Li Yajun feel that the world was somewhat unfair. Comparing people is a recipe for disaster. Comparing goods is a recipe for throwing them away. The journey went very smoothly, and nothing unexpected happened afterward. After all, This disguise train is a mechanical creation with a very strong ability to disguise itself. Even if it passes through some dangerous areas, the monsters inside will not be able to detect them. Bathed in moonlight, they finally arrived at the city gate of the capital without any obstacles. When they arrived at the city gate, Li Yajun spoke with the city guards. Then, Li Yajun returned to the car and said to Lin Xiao, "Brother Lin Xiao, you still need to get out of the car and register. After all, this is the capital, the central area of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and the checks need to be stricter." Lin Xiao understood and, of course, would not refuse. Then, Lin Xiao led the 6 girls to the city gate of the capital. Seeing 6 stunningly beautiful young women of various shapes and sizes following behind Lin Xiao, the city guard in charge of registration couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Are you all students here to report to the capital?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the 6 girls shook their heads simultaneously. Upon seeing this, the city guard asked with some curiosity, "And who are you?" Xiaojiao, Chimera, Xiaoqing, and Ashan, the 4 girls, then pointed at Lin Xiao at the same time and said, "We are his spirit pets." Lin Xiao also said very naturally, "I'm the only student." Immediately, the city guard looked at Lin Xiao in great shock. "You're saying these 4 girls are all your humanoid spirit pets?" As members of the capital city guard, their perspectives were naturally broader and more knowledgeable than those of people from smaller cities. Although the other party was somewhat surprised, they quickly came to their senses. Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. The city guard then let out a long breath and slowly gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. "Young man, you're amazing. You have so many humanoid spirit pets." Of course, what he was thinking was, these rich kids are really something else. They actually keep so many beast-eared female spirit pets. How many kidney tonics must they need to take to keep their kidneys intact? Moreover, they even have security personnel escorting them when they go out. They must be the sons of some high-ranking official in the capital. However, the city guard dared not show it on his face, and then pointed to Xiaolongnu in her golden armor and asked, "And what about her?" Little dragon girl said nonchalantly, "I am my master's equipment." Then, with a wave of his hand, Xiaolongnu instantly transformed into a golden sniper rifle, which landed in Lin Xiao's hand before quickly transforming back into a normal weapon. Upon seeing this, the city guard immediately spat out a mouthful of salty water. "Holy crap, your equipment is humanoid too." Lin Xiao didn't explain, but nodded calmly. As for what the city guard in charge of registration thought afterward, he wouldn't care. After Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation, the city guard was speechless. "Even your equipment has to be humanoid. You kid, you don't have a bit of a beast fetish, do you?" "No. It's more like a fetish for strange objects." After registering the other girls, the city guard finally looked at Xiao Wu, a girl with fiery red hair, standing timidly next to Lin Xiao. He saw that Xiao Wu's hair was fiery red, like a fireball about to burst into flames, and the little girl was very cute and lively. "And what about this little girl? What is her background?" Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Wu quickly interjected, "I am Daddy's daughter." Puff. The commotion had already attracted the attention of several other city guards, as it was the first time they had ever seen so many beautiful humanoid monsters. Therefore, after hearing the news, they paid close attention to what was happening here. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's answer, everyone was immediately taken aback and looked at Lin Xiao's face with great surprise. This kid looks to be only 17 or 18 years old. Although his face is somewhat resolute and not as youthful as that of an ordinary college student, it is still possible to tell that he is no more than 20 years old. A student who is not even 20 years old has a 7 or 8-year-old daughter. Isn't that a bit of a crime? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's answer, Lin Xiao slapped him across the face in exasperation and said, "She's my humanoid spirit pet. It's just that I raised her from a young age, and after she revealed her human form, she started treating me like her father." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the city guards immediately understood. They can understand this kind of thing. After all, many spirit pets will recognize the first person or animal they see at birth as their parents. Even as young children, they would readily obey and humbly learn their behaviors, especially hunting techniques. Therefore, many spirit pet hunters would risk venturing deep into the lairs of monsters to steal their spirit eggs. When the spirit egg hatches, make the monster inside look at the human. This will make it easier for the beast tamer to tame them. However, those are all animals, so their beast tamers have no way to communicate with them. The little girl in front of them was a humanoid spirit pet, so she could speak and express herself, which led to this misunderstanding. After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, everyone looked at him with even more envy. The city guard in charge of registration then jokingly said, I thought you'd committed some minor misconduct, and I was going to arrest you and interrogate you. Lin Xiao remained non-committal upon hearing this, but finally registered his identity information and showed him his admission notice, thus allowing him to enter the capital city without any problems. Normally, spirit pets are not allowed to be shown in the city, but yours is a humanoid spirit pet, and it has the guarantee and endorsement of the security department. So after entering the capital, you must keep a close watch on your spirit pet and not let it fight with others indiscriminately. If you have a conflict with other beast tamers, or cause injury or death to ordinary people, or disrupt official business, you and your spirit pet will be punished, and the person who vouched for you will also be punished accordingly. Lin Xiao subconsciously glanced at Li Yajun, who was driving into the capital city, and couldn't help but give Li Yajun a grateful look. He never expected that Li Yajun had considered so much for him. It seemed that this person was very worthwhile to get to know. Lin Xiao nodded to the city guards in charge of registration, and then saw Li Yajun's car drive up to say goodbye. Once we enter the capital city, it will be inconvenient for our police vehicles to take you to school. If people find out that we are taking you to school, they will say that we are abusing our power, which would not be good. Besides, I'm busy going back to the police station to write a report, so let's part ways here. By the way, if you ever encounter any problems in the capital and need my help, you can come to the Public Security Bureau for assistance. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded after hearing Li Yajun's words. Alright, then let's part ways here. Chapter 243. If that's the case, then you're a guide dog? After saying goodbye to Li Yajun, Lin Xiao checked the time. There are only 2 days left until the start of the Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. It was peak reporting season, so Lin Xiao, along with his humanoid spirit pet, checked the recent school information of Yuzhou Spirit Pet University as they walked towards the university. Although the disguised train of the Public Security Bureau had no obstacles along the way, it still took 3 whole days to travel before it arrived in the capital. The capital was once the city of Yuzhou, named Yuzhou City. Later, after the Dragon Kingdom won the First War of National Defense, they established their capital here. They changed Yuzhou City to the capital and made it the center of culture, economy, and military affairs, vigorously developing its protective forces and expanding their influence outwards from the capital. To the south, they launched a counterattack against the invading foreigners, driving them all out of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. They attacked the monsters to the west and reclaimed the human territory. Head north to strengthen defenses and resist foreign invasion. To the east, the country will be developed as a strategic stronghold, making the entire Dragon Kingdom as solid as an ironclad fortress, so that the people can live and work in peace and contentment, and enjoy happiness and well-being. Furthermore, after establishing its capital, the Dragon Kingdom accomplished 2 feats that shocked the world. That was the Lufengpo incident that shocked the world. Before the Falling Phoenix Slope incident, people all over the world believed that 9th-tier demonic beasts were invincible. However, the Dragon Kingdom actually killed an S-rank 9th-tier demonic beast at the cost of 5 god-level beast tamers at Falling Phoenix Slope. The Dragon Kingdom has proven to the world that as long as humanity works together, no difficulty is insurmountable. The second thing is the infamous Eastern Beast Tide. This is why the Dragon Kingdom has built defensive fortifications in the east of the Dragon Kingdom. The official record states that a strange beast tide appeared on the eastern border of the Dragon Kingdom, containing a total of 16 9th-tier demonic beasts. With such overwhelming force, the whole world believed that the Dragon Kingdom was doomed this time. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom had just finished the war of defending the country, and the Fallen Phoenix Slope incident had also occurred. There is a severe shortage of god-level beast tamers, and the overall combat strength of beast tamers is not highly regarded. Even so, the Dragon Kingdom, relying on its overall cohesion and superior combat skills, managed to keep the beast tide at bay. This immediately became a feat that shocked the world. Keep in mind, that was a beast tide of 16 9th-tier demonic beasts attacking simultaneously. Normally, a single 9th-tier demon beast could destroy a small country. The Dragon Kingdom was able to fight against 16 at the same time. Since the Eastern Beast Tide, no country in the world has ever looked down on the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom was finally able to catch its breath. During the century-long period of recuperation, the Dragon Kingdom vigorously developed its education and military strength, thereby cultivating countless genius beast tamers. Meanwhile, Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, as the oldest school in the Dragon Kingdom, also experienced rapid development at this time and became the #1 university in the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, Who would have thought that Yujo Spirit Pet University has been isolated and powerless for some reason in recent years, and has not produced a single graduate who is worthy of recognition? Every year at the International Pet Competition, Yujo Pet University returns disappointed. This caused widespread resentment throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with some even proposing to strip Yujo Spirit Pet University of its title as Dragon Kingdom's #1 university and give up its spot in the World Spirit Pet Competition. This infuriated the school leaders of Yujo Spirit Pet University, who vowed to shine brightly in this international spirit pet competition and wipe away their shame. Furthermore, the principal personally made a pledge. If he fails to make it into the top 10, he will resign from his position as principal. Looking at the introduction of Yujo Spirit Pet University on his phone, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. How could such a legendary university have fallen to such a state? Does this mean that schools in any world sometimes live up to their name? Lin Xiao couldn't help but make his own guess. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Xiao slowly walked into the gate of Yujo Spirit Pet University. At the school gate, some students who looked like members of the student council were organizing the students who had come to register and helping them complete the school entry procedures. This student, please come this way. Your major is not reported here. Can someone help this junior with her luggage? Hey buddy over there, you're in the wrong direction. The dorms are this way. Amidst the noise and chaos, the proceedings proceeded in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao, like the other students, arrived at the entrance for registering for school. A group of upperclassmen were sitting together, eating sunflower seeds and chatting, occasionally glancing at the new students who were registering. Did you see any good-looking freshmen this year? Hopefully, a bunch of nerds and ugly girls don't show up. One of the male students, who had dyed his hair blonde, said with a mocking expression. Upon hearing this, another person who looked like a student burst into laughter. I saw it, and some of the female freshmen are really pretty. And quite a few young masters and ladies from the big families in the capital are here too. With that group of people, the freshmen's looks can't be low. Shaw. So what if those young masters and ladies come? They're not our type. I want ordinary people. Do you understand? Only ordinary people are easy to work with. As soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly pointed in Lin Xiao's direction. Holy crap. Look over there. Those girls are gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Immediately, several male students looked in Lin Xiao's direction. Behind Lin Xiao were 6 beautiful women of various appearances. There are graceful ones, elegant ones, charming ones, wild ones, as well as little Lolas and schoolgirls. This made them drool. Damn it. We need to act quickly, or we'll be out of a job. After saying that, the blonde-haired guy quickly tidied his hair and then led his buddies directly to Lin Xiao and the others. At this moment, Lin Xiao did not notice Huang Mao and the others. His attention was focused on completing the enrollment procedures. From a great distance, he spotted Xiao Jiu immediately, wearing a cloak and sporting 2 adorable fox ears on her head. In his opinion, such a charming girl would be especially exciting if they slept together. So he came up to Xiao Jiu and said, Junior, which college are you in? Do you need me to help you register? Don't worry. We can take you in directly to register. With us leading the way, you won't need to queue here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu glanced sideways at the blonde-haired man. Her expression clearly showed a hint of disdain. However, Xiao Jiu's playful nature was aroused at this moment. Her eyes darted around, and she seemed to have thought of something. Then, with a smile, she said, Oh, can you take me in? Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired man nodded quickly. Of course. I'm the vice president of the student council. I have special privileges. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu's eyes darted around again. What special privileges does he have? Don't tell me that the only privilege of this student council vice president is to lead the way for others. Forehead. Xiao Jiu's words stunned the blonde-haired man, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, he quickly recovered and said with a smile, Haha, Junior, you're really joking. If you're such a pretty junior, I'd be happy to be your personal guide. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu immediately raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, so, you're a guide dog then. These words immediately caused everyone around to burst into laughter. Chapter 244 City, people really know how to have fun. When Huang Mao and his gang arrived, their menacing demeanor had already attracted the attention of many people around them. Some freshmen watched out of curiosity, while the upperclassmen wanted to be bystanders. Humans are naturally curious, and what's more, the world today is full of people who love to have fun. The people around were all curious to see what kind of fun this was. If this blonde guy succeeds, they'll whistle a couple of times. If the blonde guy doesn't succeed, then everyone can just laugh it off. However, None of them expected that the charming girl with fox ears would speak so bluntly, leaving the blonde-haired man stunned and completely defeated. Xiao Jiu then stretched, and with each gesture, glimpses of her skin beneath her cloak were visible, sparking the imagination of onlookers. Everyone present couldn't help but focus their attention on Xiao Jiu's clothing. In their hearts, they wondered if the girl was going braless. On the other side, they kept shouting in their hearts, "Higher, higher. We're almost there." However, just when they were about to find the answer, Xiao Jiu suddenly let go of her arm, causing their expectations to plummet to rock bottom. Immediately, several people were so angry that they pounded their chests and stamped their feet. One of Huang Mao's henchmen, seeing that Xiao Jiu wasn't giving him any face, said, "Junior, how can you talk like that? Do you know how much power a student council vice president has? Let me tell you, if our brother Nia says the word, you can walk around this school with impunity." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu raised an eyebrow and deliberately made a surprised expression. Really? After saying that, Xiao Jiu came to Nia Feng's side with an expression of admiration, and then said in a coquettish tone, "Senior, I didn't know you were so amazing. I was rude to you just now. You won't blame me, will you?" After saying that, Xiao Jiu added in a pitiful tone, "Junior doesn't understand anything. Senior, please don't take it to heart. If it really comes to it, Junior will apologize to you." Seeing Xiao Jiu's expression, those around her couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another good cabbage is going to be eaten by a pig. Using his cousin Nia Wanwu's name, Nia Feng became the vice president of the student council. He spent his days flirting with female students in the student council and changed girlfriends every week. The female student who was deceived emotionally and physically by him has no way to seek justice, because such things are supposed to be consensual. However, Nia Feng is truly despicable. He spreads his romantic history everywhere, and even takes photos in private to show off. Sometimes, Nia Feng would use photos to threaten the girls, making them afraid to speak out again. Although many people were very angry about this, they could only discuss it in private, because Nia Wanwu was just too strong. Moreover, although Nia Feng is a good-for-nothing, his strength is genuinely formidable, and he also has the Nia family backing him up, which only makes people lament the injustice of the world. When Nia Feng saw how respectful Xiao Jiu was to him, he was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Haha. Junior, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm not that fierce. As long as you stick with me, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury and have endless resources at school." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu blinked her bright eyes, and her alluring abilities immediately and silently began to unfold. "So that means you're not angry with me, senior?" Upon hearing this, Nia Feng nodded repeatedly. "Why would I be angry with a female student? If you don't believe me, ask my buddies. They all say I have a very good temper." Nia Feng's close friends, who were standing next to him, were also influenced by Xiao Jiu's charm. They stared at Xiao Jiu, nodded repeatedly, and spoke well of Nia Feng. "Yes, our president has a very good temper. If you don't believe me, just look at how gentlemanly our president is right now. He does whatever you ask him to do. Yes, our president often does that." After hearing their words, Xiao Jiu quickly asked Nia Feng, "Really? I'll do whatever you ask, senior." Upon hearing this, Nia Feng nodded quickly and said, "Really? You're such a beautiful junior, the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. How could I lie to you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu's lips slowly curled up, forming a perfect arc that left everyone around her mesmerized. At this moment, Xiao Jiu felt that the time was about right, and then said with a smile, "How about you become my dog? Didn't you just say you wanted to be my guide dog?" Upon hearing Xiao Jiu's words, Nia Feng, whose mind had already been influenced by Xiao Jiu, suddenly lost his ability to think. He inexplicably thought of his earlier words about guiding Xiao Jiu, and his promise to obey Xiao Jiu's every word and not get angry. Then, a strong desire arose in his mind. "I will keep my promise. I will be this junior's dog." Just then, Xiao Jiu spoke up again. "Come here, puppy. Sit." After the three tails, Q's strongest ability is the word of tranquility. The single word "sit" completely broke through Nia Feng's mental defenses. Nia Feng quickly ran over, then got down on all fours, mimicking a lapdog, sticking out his tongue and panting heavily, looking just like a lapdog. Xiao Jiu then covered her mouth and said, "Good dog. Not bad at all. Come and show me a backflip." After receiving Xiao Jiu's praise, Nia Feng was overjoyed, thinking, "It's great to be a dog for a pretty junior. She really knows how to praise me." So Nia Feng immediately started doing a somersault on the spot. This scene left everyone around them speechless and dumbfounded. The freshmen, sophomores, juniors, parents, and even Nie Feng's close friends and followers all gaped in astonishment. Some people reacted quickly and took out their phones to record videos, which were then posted online immediately. The headline they chose was very intimidating. The biggest scumbag in the Ghost University has actually become someone's simp, in a physical sense. When you open the video, you see Nie Feng with his signature blonde hair, squatting in front of a curvaceous girl, sticking out his tongue, breathing heavily, and constantly wagging his tail and begging for mercy, just like a lapdog. Netizens were shocked to see this. At this moment, Xiao Jiao was having a great time. The onlookers were also extremely excited. Afterwards, Lin Xiao, having completed the enrollment procedures, finally returned. Then, Lin Xiao found Xiao Jiao. What's wrong? After saying that, Lin Xiao looked at Nie Feng, who was making strange movements in front of Xiao Jiao, with a surprised expression. Who is he? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao immediately put on an innocent expression. I don't know. This senior just came over and said he would be my dog, and then he started performing his talents. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Nie Feng, who was rolling around on the ground trying to please Xiao Jiao, with a surprised expression, and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. City people really know how to have fun. After saying that, Lin Xiao called out. Let's go? Let's head to our accommodation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao simply said, oh, and then followed Lin Xiao away, completely ignoring Nie Feng, who was pleasing her on the ground. After Xiao Jiao left, Nie Feng gradually regained his ability to think. After regaining consciousness, Nie Feng was somewhat surprised to find him lying on the ground with his tongue sticking out, behaving very strangely. How did I end up lying on the ground? After saying that, Nie Feng Kai suddenly remembered what he had just done. Only after realizing it did Nie Feng slowly look around. Chapter 245, abbreviated as Ghost. However, Nie Feng discovered that the girl who had just ambushed him was nowhere to be found. Immediately, Nie Feng flew into a rage. Where's that bitch? Upon hearing this, Nie Feng's henchmen waved their hands repeatedly. I don't know. Brother Nie, I have something to do. I'll be going now. After saying that, someone quickly distanced themselves from Nie Feng, showing an expression that said, I don't know this guy Nie Feng. Don't look at me, everyone else. Nie Feng couldn't help but feel a burning sensation on his face. The onlookers now looked at Nie Feng with undisguised mockery. Seeing this, Nie Feng felt extremely embarrassed and slunk away. His underlings were at a loss. They felt that following Nie Feng was wrong, but not following their friend was also wrong. Left with no other option, Nie Feng yelled at them. What are you all standing there for? Isn't it embarrassing enough to just stay here? After saying that, Nie Feng quickly led his underlings away. They found a secluded corner in the school and sat down. Then, Nie Feng cursed angrily with a face full of grief and indignation. Damn it. What on earth happened? How could I have fallen for this trick? I'm a dignified 5-star beast tamer. Although Nie Feng is a good-for-nothing who only thinks about women, his strength is genuine. After all, those who can get into Yuzhou Spirit Pet University are all top-notch geniuses nationwide. One of the underlings said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Nie, I saw that girl leave with a man. Upon hearing his younger brother's answer, Nie Feng flew into a rage. Damn it, you bitch. You still dare to seduce me when there are other men around, making me look like a fool. Go to the student council and have them find this bitch for me. I'll make her pay. Upon hearing this, one of the underlings looked troubled, as if he had something to say but dared not speak it. Just say what you want to say. Stop beating around the bush. Nie Feng looked at his underling and shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, the underling quickly took out his phone, opened a short video platform, and said to Nie Feng, Brother Nie, you'd better not show up at school right now. Then, Nie Feng saw in the short video that he was imitating a dog trying to please its owner, just like a lapdog. In the short video, bullet comments keep scrolling by. Holy crap, what kind of new form of play is this? Role-playing in front of so many people. Wow, that's awesome. And it's even bestiality. Is this the latest type of adult film? Do any of you guys have the original? I'd be willing to pay for it. Hurrah! What paid video? I bet it's some big thing that's been pulled off by a certain alphanumeric group. But they're really daring, performing in front of so many people. Looks like it's some kind of university freshman orientation. I'm the manager of a nightclub in Beijing. Give me this guy's contact information. I happen to need a gigolo. He's so capable. If you introduce him to my boss, he'll definitely be satisfied. Holy crap. Your nightclub actually hires male prostitutes? How come I didn't know that? Is this your boss or your boss's wife? Is this a real case of a wealthy woman seeking a child online? Upstairs, you're wrong. Some bosses these days like this too, huh? Seeing the comments and bullet screen messages in the short video, Niefeng couldn't hold back any longer. I'll kill you. After saying that, Niefeng forcefully threw his underling's phone, smashing it to pieces. Seeing this, the younger brother couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Brother Nye, please don't smash my phone. To everyone's surprise, Niefeng refused to give up. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. After saying that, Niefeng rolled his eyes and fainted from anger. Upon seeing this, his underlings immediately stepped forward and helped Niefeng up. Brother Nye, what's wrong? Brother Nye, wake up. After saying that, the younger brother quickly joined the others in taking Niefeng to the school clinic. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao followed a female senior to his residence. Along the way, the senior student told Lin Xiao about some precautions and basic common sense about Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. The abbreviation for Yuzhou Spirit Pet University is Ghost University. Although the name is strange, we students are used to it. Here, all students are allocated a free suite, and the rent will be deducted from your tuition. This is the only thing Ghost can solve with money. After hearing what the senior student said, Lin Xiao asked with a surprised look, the only thing that can be solved with money? The senior student nodded upon hearing this. That's right. Inside Ghost University, there's its own unique currency, which is your credits. You need credits to choose courses, you need credits to eat, you need credits to ask teachers questions, and you need credits to raise spirit pets. Without enough credits, you will find it impossible to get anywhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately asked with a surprised expression, so how do you earn academic credits? The senior student quickly explained, of course, it's about completing the tasks assigned by the school, ranking in each exam, and fulfilling the academic assignments from your advisor. After saying that, the senior looked at Lin Xiao's devastatingly handsome face and couldn't help but sigh, saying, sigh. I shouldn't be saying these things to a junior like you, but I'm just too kind-hearted. Then, the senior student leaned closer to Lin Xiao and said, actually, of all the ways to earn credits, exams are the hardest. Next is completing the academic assignments from your advisor, and the easiest is completing the social assignments given by the school. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the senior student with some surprise. Social mission? That's right. Social missions are relatively simple. They can not only earn a lot of money for the school, but also give the students valuable experience. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Then, the senior student added, actually, there are many other tips and tricks to save credits. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. A little trick? That's right. For example, you can use all your credits on course selection and getting help from teachers. As for other aspects of life, you can take care of them off campus with money. After hearing the senior's reminder, Lin Xiao immediately understood what she meant. You mean, go out to eat, then come back to class? The senior student nodded, expressing her appreciation for Lin Xiao. That's really smart. You don't actually need to go out to eat. You can just order takeout from outside the school. The school cafeteria is ridiculously expensive anyway. Going there for a meal is almost the same as asking a teacher for help. So expensive? Lin Xiao was quite surprised to hear this. That's right. The ingredients in our school cafeteria are all the freshest monster meat, and there are special chefs to process it. Beast tamers can recover their physical and mental strength to the maximum extent by eating it. But the prices are often much higher than those outside of school, and mental strength can be restored on its own with proper sleep and rest, so there is no need for such precious ingredients. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. However, Lin Xiao also keenly realized an important key point. According to that senior student, does that mean that the four girls, Xiao Jiao, Ashan, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Wu, can eat a lot of monster meat in the school cafeteria to accelerate their evolution? It seems I must visit the school cafeteria when I have time. Lin Xiao secretly made up his mind. Chapter 246, this is simply outrageous. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of his dormitory building. Every freshman will live together in the dormitory buildings of their respective majors. Lin Xiao was the same, except that unlike his previous life, his university in his previous life was an 8-person dormitory with bunk beds. The dormitories at Ghost University are single rooms, with each student having a room of about 10 square meters. 10 square meters is actually quite large for a student. You should know that in first-tier cities, even the smallest apartments, cramped rooms, and basements may not even be 10 square meters. What's more, there's a bed and a window here, and it's free. The conditions couldn't be better. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao wasn't staying alone. He also has 6 beautiful young women waiting to be arranged for him. As soon as I walked in, the senior student said with a smug look on her face, "How could that be? Junior, our school's dormitories are pretty good, aren't they? Other schools may not even be able to provide a single room. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Lin Zhao's expression full of regret. She asked hesitantly, "What's wrong, Junior? Is there something troubling you?" Lin Zhao said with some regret, "Is there not enough room?" The senior student looked puzzled upon hearing this. "Do you have a lot of luggage?" Lin Zhao shook his head. "I don't live alone." The senior student had an "I knew it" look on her face, and then gossiped, "Hey, Junior, tell me, are you going to live with your girlfriend? Although our school allows students to date and many students live together, no one lives together as soon as they enter university. Moreover, couples who live together do not stay on campus. They all rent apartments off campus." Then, looking at Lin Zhao's incredibly handsome face, she said with some regret, "I just wonder who will win over such a handsome junior like you. I wonder how many senior girls will be heartbroken." Then, she quickly remembered that Lin Zhao had just been walking with Xiao Jiu. Could it be that girl from earlier? Wow, she's so beautiful. You're something else, managing to snag even a beauty as devastating as her. Lin Zhao shook his head repeatedly. "Senior, you've taken this too far. I'm single, and I'm going to live with my spirit pet." "A spirit pet? Don't you put your spirit pets in pokeballs?" Lin Zhao shook his head in reply. "My Pokemon doesn't like staying inside its pokeball." "Don't like staying in a pokeball? You're indulging this kind of bad habit? Besides, Pokemon rarely express their emotions. How did you know? Is it some kind of talent of yours? And even if you had 1 or 2 Pokemon, they could live here, unless they were extremely large." Lin Zhao shook his head again. "No, this is what my spirit pet told me." "Tell me yourself?" This time, the senior student was truly astonished. "Your spirit pet can talk?" Lin Zhao nodded. "That's right. My spirit pet is a humanoid spirit pet." Upon hearing this, the senior student stared at Lin Zhao in disbelief. "A humanoid spirit pet? Really? These things are incredibly rare. Even among the students of Ghost University, they're not commonly seen." Lin Zhao nodded, then pointed behind him and said, "They're all over there." The senior student looked at Lin Zhao's back with some surprise. Then she saw 6 gorgeous, uniquely dressed, beast-eared girls. Suddenly, her mouth widened, her eyes widened in surprise, and her expression became exaggerated. Then, she jumped up and pointed at Lin Zhao, shouting, "Damn it! You're not kidding me, are you?" Then, pointing at the 6 girls, she said, "You're telling me these 6 beautiful women are your humanoid spirit pets?" Lin Zhao shook his head. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. How could an ordinary person have so many spirit pets? And humanoid spirit pets at that? No matter how strong your mental power is, you can't handle so many spirit pets." After saying that, she asked Lin Zhao, "Which of these 6 girls is your humanoid spirit pet?" Lin Zhao pointed to the tallest girl, Xiaolongnu. "Her." Then, the senior student pinched her chin and looked at little dragon girl. "With your height and good physique, it's really a bit too much for you two. With both of you being so tall, even turning around in a 10 square meter space is difficult." To everyone's surprise, Lin Zhao shook his head. "Little dragon girl is my humanoid equipment, and the other 5 are my spirit pets." Puff. This time, the senior student really couldn't hold back anymore. "What did you say? 5 humanoid spirit pets. And one of them is an even rarer humanoid piece of equipment." Lin Zhao nodded upon hearing this. "That's right. What's wrong, senior? Is there a problem?" The senior student was completely stunned this time, and roared at Lin Zhao repeatedly. "Do you even know what you're saying? Are you sure you're not joking?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao looked at the senior student with some confusion. "What's wrong? I wasn't joking." The senior student quickly slapped her forehead, looking cynical. "Mental strength. Mental strength. You're only 18. How could an 18-year-old possibly sign contracts with 5 spirit pets at the same time? Even a normal person would likely suffer a mental breakdown and become an idiot if they signed contracts with just 2, due to the overwhelming burden." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao nodded with great satisfaction and said, "I know that." "You knew? Then why did you play such a big joke on me?" Lin Zhao said nonchalantly, "I'm not joking. I just have a stronger mental strength, so I signed contracts with 5 spirit pets. You can ask them if you don't believe me." The senior student stared at Lin Zhao in disbelief, realizing that Lin Zhao, her junior, spoke without blushing or skipping a beat, and didn't seem to be lying to her at all. Then, the senior student turned her head to look at Lin Zhao's humanoid spirit pet and equipment. Her attention had been focused on Lin Zhao's handsome face the whole time, and she had been walking briskly ahead, completely ignoring the 6 girls behind him. She thought they were there for cosplay. She even exclaimed that there are so many people cosplaying these days. Who knew that this group of people were actually the junior's spirit pets? This is absolutely outrageous. She now feels like the world is somewhat unreal. An 18-year-old freshman has 5 spirit pets, all of which are humanoid, and all of them are stunningly beautiful women. No wonder this guy wants to live with his Pokemon and doesn't put them in Pokeballs. At this moment, the way the senior looked at Lin Xiao had changed. Her eyes were full of doubt. Lin Xiao felt the senior's gaze and thought she was looking at a lecherous man with a very unfriendly expression. Lin Xiao immediately felt a chill, wondering if he would encounter boxing as soon as he arrived at his new post. Chapter 247 in Ghost University, there is no shortage of geniuses. Lin Xiao was unaware that in that senior's eyes, he was now a perverted man who wouldn't even spare his own spirit pet. The senior student originally wanted to say something to Lin Xiao, but looking at Lin Xiao's incredibly handsome face, she couldn't utter a sound. She simply couldn't bear to insult such a junior, and in the end could only sigh. She really was a sucker for good looks. Sigh. Kids these days, they really know how to have fun. Lin Xiao didn't explain after hearing the senior's complaint. He just looked at her and said, "Senior, what should I do if I want to move to a bigger dorm room?" The senior student seemed a little discouraged at this point and casually replied, "Just use credits to exchange for it." Seeing Lin Xiao's conflicted expression, the senior seemed to know what Lin Xiao was worried about. "Are you asking how to get a bigger dorm room since you haven't earned any credits since you just arrived at school?" Lin Xiao nodded after hearing what the senior student said. The senior student had no choice but to nod and continue. "Actually, it's not difficult. Your college entrance exam score is also linked to your credits. Normally, students who get into Ghost University will have 100 credits in basic skills. If you excel in a particular subject, you may receive bonus points at the discretion of the authorities. However, you can only receive a maximum of 2 bonus points per subject, and your total score will not exceed 10 points. Of course, if your family is well off, you can donate money to the school or donate research equipment, etc. This part can earn up to 100 contribution credits per year. If you are only studying your own major and only go to each subject teacher once a month to get your questions answered, then 500 credits should be enough. You also need to go off campus to perform tasks at least 3 times a month. Complete your coursework and pass the exams smoothly. If you do this, your credits will be just enough to cover your expenses in a semester." Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. Then, the senior student looked at Lin Xiao. "These are all the credits we ordinary students have when we register for freshman year." Lin Xiao then pinched his chin and asked, "Isn't there any other way to get more credits? How much would it cost if I chose to move to a bigger suite, one that could at least accommodate the 7 of us?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the senior's lips twitched involuntarily, giving him a look that said, "Don't even dream about it. If you want to accommodate the 7 of you, you'll need at least a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. The rent for our ghostly house is 1 credit per square meter." Lin Xiao asked in confusion, "Isn't the accommodation free?" Upon hearing this, the senior student's lips twitched involuntarily. Free accommodation? That means rooms of 20 square meters or less are free, but if you want to change dorms, you have to pay an extra 10 credit transfer fee. Lin Xiao's lips twitched when he heard this. In that case, a 3-bedroom apartment would cost at least 70 credits of rent per year, which surprised Lin Xiao. According to the senior student, these 70 credits are quite expensive. If converted into external purchasing power, they would be worth tens of millions of yuan, not even including the cost of food and drinks in the cafeteria. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He tentatively asked, "Besides what you've mentioned, are there any other ways to get higher credits?" Lin Xiao then quickly added, "I mean when I first enrolled." The senior student looked at Lin Xiao with a disdainful expression. There is indeed a solution. However, the senior student's gaze as she looked at Lin Xiao and the 6 beautiful women was somewhat ambiguous. "However, I doubt you could do something like spending all your time surrounded by flowers." Hearing her say that, Lin Xiao became even more curious and kept asking what the method was. With an expression that said, "Since you can't do it anyway, I'll just tell you to give up on that idea," the senior student said. "Then of course it's the college entrance exam ranking. The school keeps records and scores every new student admitted. Although the college entrance examination questions are different in each city, the school has a very advanced AI system. Based on big data and artificial intelligence scoring, the school will have a rough ranking list, and if you can get into the top 100 of this list, there will be additional rewards. The 100th place gets 10 points, the 99th place gets 20 points, and each subsequent place you advance gets an additional 10 points, with the first place winner receiving a full 1,000 points. Thinking of this, the the senior student revealed a longing expression. Sigh, if I had a 1,000-point reward back then, I wouldn't have taken so many detours and had such a miserable time in my freshman year. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If he only had 100 credits, he definitely wouldn't use 70 of them to rent a house. But if he had a full 1,000 points, or even just 500, he would definitely change houses immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao quickly asked, "How can I check the rankings?" Upon hearing this, the senior student shrugged. There's no way to check. Only the school leaders know about this list, but the credits you were awarded have already been deposited into your student ID card. You can check your credits now and verify the amount to see if you're on the list. Then, the senior student stretched, revealing her slender waist. Oh dear, but I advise you to give up on that idea. Put your humanoid Pokemon back into their Pokeballs. They're so pretty, they might just get you into trouble. Besides, our credits are so valuable, we shouldn't waste them on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Lin Zhao, however, did not think so. With his strength as the top scorer in Shanghai, even if he couldn't make it into the top 10, making it into the top 100 would be enough. Lin Zhao looked at the somewhat stubborn senior and said, "Then I should at least check how many credits I have, right?" Upon hearing this, the senior student shrugged and said, "All right. In that case, I'll take you there. It's no problem." However, as she walked along the road, the senior student kept complaining to herself. These freshmen these days are so ambitious. You don't actually think you're a genius, do you? At Ghost University, there's no shortage of geniuses. The two then arrived at a machine at the entrance of the dormitory building. There is a card slot on the machine. The senior student pointed to the card slot and several button options and said, "Here, insert your student ID into this card slot. Press this button to check dormitory information. If you want to change dormitories, you can do it inside." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao smiled, and then sincerely thanked the senior student. Then he put his student ID into the card slot. As soon as the student ID was inserted into the card slot, an identity verification screen appeared on the machine's screen. Then, the camera next to him scanned Lin Zhao's face and immediately confirmed his identity. Facial recognition successful. Please enter your command. 1. Check your credit balance. 2. Schedule your class. 3. Schedule a teacher appointment. Chapter 248. This is simply his dream love room from both past and present lives. After seeing the option to check credits, Lin Zhao did not hesitate and entered the command 1. Then, the screen flashed and displayed that a query was in progress. Upon seeing this, the senior student standing nearby immediately showed a look of disdain. Ordinary students like us shouldn't aspire to those unrealistic things. Neither you nor I are destined to be outstanding individuals. Acknowledging our mediocrity is the most valuable thing. Only by taking one step at a time can we gain a foothold in this world. Just then, Lin Zhao's academic credits finally started to appear. A string of numbers was clearly written on it. 1,110 points. Lin Zhao nodded with great satisfaction upon seeing the score. Seeing Lin Zhao's expression, the senior student quickly asked him, "Have the results come out yet? What was your score? Did you get 105? Lin Zhao nodded non-committally and replied, "Yes, a total of 1,110 points." After hearing this, the senior student praised her repeatedly. Not bad. Not bad. I knew it. For ordinary people like us, to have even one. She had just finished speaking when she suddenly realized something, and then she opened her mouth wide and asked incredulously, "How many?" In her desperation, she even abandoned the ladylike image she had painstakingly maintained, and her tone and voice changed. "How many points?" 1110 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao nodded. Then, the senior student pushed Lin Zhao away repeatedly, and then came to the front of the machine, looking at the numbers on the screen with an incredulous expression. 1,110? If everyone starts with 100 basic credits and 2 points for each subject, then your ranking score is a full 1,000 points? Are you the top scorer in the country? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao shrugged non-committally. I didn't see the rankings. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's answer, the senior seemed about to say something, but then remembered something and quickly found her phone, saying, "Junior, come take a picture with your senior." Lin Zhao looked at the senior who had been so carefree just moments before, now seemingly having completely changed her attitude towards him. The way the other person looked at him seemed to carry a hint of ambiguity. If Lin Zhao and she looked at each other for a few more seconds, it felt like they were about to become intimate. "Junior, do you have a girlfriend? If you don't, are you planning to get one? If you do, are you planning to change her? If you don't want to change her, would you like to have another one?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly took 2 steps back. Senior, please have some self-respect. After seeing Lin Xiao's reaction, the senior student burst into laughter. Look how scared you are. I'm not a tigress, senior. I'm just wondering, with a junior as outstanding as you, who will win you over in the future? Lin Xiao was speechless upon hearing this. Then, the senior student made way for Lin Xiao to change dorm rooms on the machine himself. She personally guided Lin Xiao through the process and also helped him learn a lot about school life. Since learning about Lin Xiao's credit balance, she stopped rambling on about irrelevant things and became more concise. Junior, which apartment are you planning to move to? If you ask me, this kind of small duplex with 2 floors is the best. Not only does it look good, but it also divides the space, so even if there are many people, they won't disturb each other. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then asked with some confusion, Senior, I have a question. Why is it that even though renting a place outside the dorms isn't expensive, everyone prefers to live in the expensive dorms on campus? After hearing Lin Xiao's question, the senior student smiled sweetly. Junior, you're underestimating our school. You need to know that our school is the prestigious Ghost University, with a very heavy academic workload and fierce competition. And in such a situation, what is the most important thing? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said without hesitation, rest and recovery. Upon hearing this, the senior student immediately snapped her fingers. Yes, it's all about rest and recovery. So our entire school is like a giant magic circle, and each dormitory is a small magic circle. These magic circles have the function of calming the mind and helping people rest. Although ordinary student dormitories are small, they can increase recovery capacity by at least 1% to 5%, and the exact number depends on each person's ability. And on top of that, for every additional 10 square meters, it will increase by 1%. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally understood the mystery behind it and couldn't help but admire the grand scale of Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. But the senior student's story was not over yet. This is just a theoretical value. If your ability is special and your recovery ability is strong, then the amplification intensity will also increase accordingly. Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. After hearing the senior's answer, Lin Xiao roughly understood the purpose of the dormitory. Therefore, Lin Xiao did not hesitate to open the selection interface and choose the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room layout. To his surprise, the minimum standard for a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment was only 50 square meters. Based on this calculation, the rent would be approximately 50 credits per year. Looking at Lin Xiao's selection interface, the senior student smiled and said, this kind of small 3-bedroom apartment is actually quite popular among students. Many students in majors that require high mental strength recovery, such as magic and astrology, will share such dormitories. Usually, 4 to 8 people, or even more, will live in one dormitory. However, the more people living there now, the more the recovery capacity will be distributed, but even so, it is still more suitable than living in free dormitories. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. However, Lin Xiao quickly discovered the problem. He has 5 humanoid spirit pets and 1 humanoid piece of equipment. Including himself, there are a total of 7 people, although a 3-bedroom apartment is enough for them. However, they still lack independent personal space. Moreover, these small 3-bedroom apartments are quite small, and if some young girl wanted to get close to Lin Xiao at night, there probably wouldn't be enough room. So Lin Xiao decisively clicked exit. Then, Lin Xiao found the largest 3-bedroom layout. It's a full 117 square meters. It has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a study. It is well ventilated from north to south and has a pleasant view. Lin Xiao looked at the layout of the dormitory and was very satisfied. This is practically his dream love room from past lives to the present. Seeing the house Lin Xiao chose, the senior student was practically drooling. Wow, Junior, you're really generous. You're willing to rent such a luxurious house. That's over 100 credits a year. Enough for all your course selections. Lin Xiao thought about it and was still not entirely satisfied. This house is big enough, but I might have more spirit pets joining my crew in the future, and it's not very convenient for 7 people to live in 3 rooms. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao decisively chose to exit and finally clicked on the option with the largest area. Villa area. Puff. Seeing Lin Xiao's subsequent actions, the senior student standing next to him immediately became somewhat unsettled. Chapter 249 Indeed, poverty limits one's imagination. Junior, are you serious? What's the point of choosing a villa? Even if our mental energy is completely depleted, we can recover completely after a couple of days and nights of good sleep. Besides, it's a waste for 7 people to live in such a big house. You're not planning to give each of your humanoid spirit pets a room, are you? She had just finished speaking when she suddenly realized something. The fact that Lin Xiao could possess 5 humanoid spirit pets at the age of 18 proves that Lin Xiao's mental strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, she suddenly stopped talking, and then gave Lin Xiao a look that said he would let Lin Xiao decide for himself. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and directly chose one of the villas in an excellent location. The area isn't very large, just 500 square meters, and it also comes with a yard and renovations. When the senior student watched Lin Xiao click to confirm the payment, she felt her heart was bleeding. That's a whopping 500 credits. Her expenses for a semester are only 500 cents. This left the senior student somewhat bewildered. You young people. Lin Xiao turned around and felt that his seniors seemed to have become quite listless. Lin Xiao asked in confusion, Senior? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Looking at Lin Xiao's devastatingly handsome face, the senior student really wanted to punch him, just like punching a rich guy. But I'm reluctant to do it. Left with no other choice, she had to give up. Finally, after the senior student led Lin Xiao to the villa area, she bid him farewell. Junior, when you achieve great success in the future, don't forget the help I gave you today. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Then, he and the senior student exchanged contact information. It was only then that Lin Xiao realized that this senior student also had a very ancient and elegant name. Yumarin. He thought for a moment and then asked the beautiful woman, Senior, do you know a girl named Su Su at our school? Upon hearing the name, Su Su, Yumarin suddenly froze. Su Su? That name sounds familiar, but it's such a common name. Many people use that as a screen name online, but I've never heard of anyone using that as their real name. As she spoke, Yumarin looked at Lin Xiao with a gossipy expression. Who is she to you? Is she your girlfriend? But wait, how come you can't find a girlfriend? Is it unrequited love? That's unlikely. Could it be that you're having an online relationship? Yumarin started gossiping about Lin Xiao's affairs. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly and explained repeatedly. When I was in Shanghai, I met her. She said that when I got to Ghost University, I could go to her, and she would help me find a mentor. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yumarin finally gave up her gossipy nature. She thought for a moment and said, There are tens of thousands of us in the Ghost group. It's impossible for me to know everyone. You can check with the student council. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao simply said, Oh. Only then did Lin Xiao reluctantly give up. After watching Yumarin leave, he led his humanoid spirit pets into the villa. As soon as you enter the gate, you see a courtyard of 200 square meters and 2 parking spaces. To the left of the villa, there is a path leading to the backyard, and to the right, there is a small plaza area with a rammed concrete surface, where a basketball hoop or some exercise equipment can be placed. Directly opposite the main gate is a lift garage that can accommodate 2 cars. It looks very cyberpunk. The main entrance is on the far left of the villa. A double safety door that opens to the left and right looks very impressive. There is no keyhole on the gate, but a card reader. Above the gate, there is a surveillance camera that can perform facial recognition. As soon as Lin Xiao found the main entrance, the facial recognition system had already identified him. The door opened automatically. Lin Xiao touched the security door and was surprised to find that it was made of high-grade metal. Judging by its strength, even a 5th-tier demon beast might not be able to break through it with its full force attack. Next, he inspected the building materials and the structure of the doors and windows, and found that they were all made of very sturdy materials and designed with great care. Even if an earthquake were to strike, or even if a few shots were fired from the Chimera's Spartan judgment, it wouldn't shake the structure of this villa. Lin Xiao then touched his nose and said, This villa is strong enough to be used as a fortress. Xiao Jiao smiled and took Lin Xiao's hand, saying, Master, with the strength of this house, no matter how much you struggle inside, you'll be fine. Xiao Jiao still vaguely remembered that when she was just born, she almost set Lin Xiao's house on fire. If neither of them had the ability to control fire, that entire block of Shanghai would probably have been reduced to ashes. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile, and then walked into the room. As soon as you enter, the interior opens up to a bright and spacious feel. The entire room is decorated in a bright and sophisticated yet understated black, white, and gray color scheme. Although the space is large, it does not feel empty. Although the design is simple, the effect is not simple. There are details everywhere, which makes people dazzled. The room is fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, and most of them are smart home devices that can be managed by AI. Lin Xiao could only possess these things in his imagination, and many of their designs were even unexpected by him. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be rich. Lin Xiao went up to the second floor and entered the master bedroom. To his surprise, the master bedroom was like a small suite. If he wanted, he could live here for a year without ever leaving the house. The other rooms also had their own unique features, and each girl chose the room she liked best. Only Xiao Wu said reluctantly, "Daddy, I don't want to be separated from you. I want to sleep with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but rub Xiao Wu's head. "Be good, and you'll be a good baby if you sleep by yourself from now on." Xiao Wu could only nod reluctantly. Xiao Jiu then came to Lin Xiao's side and said, "Let Xiao Wu sleep in the same room as us sisters. That way, we can look after each other." Lin Xiao nodded. Next, Lin Xiao went to the third floor. The main rooms on the third floor are guest rooms. There is only one study, in a superb location. It also has a very spacious balcony. To Lin Xiao's surprise, although the villa was not a high-rise, it still had a very good view. Above the third floor is a semi-open rooftop terrace. It not only has some entertainment facilities and barbecue equipment, but also a swimming pool where you can enjoy playing in the water during the summer. Moreover, the swimming pool on the third floor and the swimming pool in the courtyard downstairs share the same slide. This design shocked Lin Xiao. Is this what the rich live like? Incredible. Indeed, poverty limits one's imagination. Chapter 250 Opening Ceremony. Lin Xiao looked down from the rooftop and saw that he could see the backyard of the villa from downstairs. The backyard is full of recreational facilities, such as a swimming pool, swings, seesaws, and even a small soccer field. Lin Xiao came down from the fourth floor and discovered there was a basement. The basement has a pool table, a karaoke room, and a card room. If Lin Xiao can think of it, it has it. Lin Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he hadn't transmigrated and if he hadn't studied hard, he wouldn't have had this kind of life. Lin Xiao had to thank himself for not giving up on himself, otherwise he might never have had such a life. Lin Xiao first took a shower in the room, and then changed into a clean set of clothes. He then had Xiao Jiu trim his hair. Once everything was ready, Lin Xiao lay down on the bed, feeling refreshed, and had a good night's sleep. Lin Xiao hadn't had such a relaxing sleep in several days. Even inside the disguised train of the Public Security Bureau, Lin Xiao did not feel at ease to rest, because who knew whether these people from the Public Security Bureau were real or fake? What if they were imposters like Qian Feng? Lin Xiao slept until the next morning after that kick. He opened his eyes and found that, apart from Little Dragon Girl, the other girls were all resting with him. Sensing that Lin Xiao had woken up, the girls opened their eyes at the same time. "Master, you're awake." Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. "Don't you have your own rooms?" The girls shook their heads repeatedly. "We want to sleep with our owner." Left with no other choice, Lin Xiao could only let them go. Xiaoqing went to prepare breakfast. She still had a lot of ingredients in her storage space. After washing up, Lin Xiao found a text message on his phone. It was sent by the school. The school reminds all new students not to forget to attend the opening ceremony later. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiao and the others immediately headed to the location of the opening ceremony. In Ghost University, all students can freely carry their Pokemon with them without having to deliberately put them into Pokeballs. As long as you follow the rules, that's fine. Lin Xiao didn't bring all the girls with him, but only took Chimera to the opening ceremony. Xiao Jiu was a bit lazy by nature. When she first came to this world, she was curious about everything, so she followed Lin Xiao wherever he went. Now, she has followed Lin Xiao all over the country and has long lost her curiosity about the world. She has even become a seasoned veteran. Otherwise, she would not have been able to manipulate Nie Feng so thoroughly. Xiaoqing, on the other hand, has a detached and aloof personality. She is not curious about anything except what she likes. As for Ashan, she's a typical underachiever who hates quiet the most. In her past life, she would have been a problem child, preferring to sleep at home rather than sit on the sidelines at school. Although Xiao Wu wanted to follow Lin Xiao, Xiaoqing kept her behind. As for Xiao Longnu, she said that she had a very disgusted look towards the school. "I felt a great deal of disgust and revulsion in this school. If I saw them, I would kill them on the spot without leaving any survivors." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily. He sensed that it might be the aura of some students or researchers' research projects that made Xiaolongnu feel disgusted and repulsed. If Little Dragon Girl, the Dragon Slayer, were to encounter him, she might very well snipe him to death. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Lin Xiao left Xiaolongnu in the villa as well. The girls, who rarely had a moment of leisure, immediately set up a mahjong table and started playing mahjong after Lin Xiao left. Lin Xiao and Chimera walked around the campus like a young couple. Chimera was wearing the training uniform Lin Xiao had given her, and her two cute ears were swaying back and forth on his head. The hood she was wearing looked as if it had been specially designed. She took Lin Zhao's arm, while Lin Zhao's hands were in his pockets. Both of them are top-notch in terms of looks and temperament. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many people. Upon arriving at the opening ceremony, Lin Zhao casually found a place to sit down. Soon, it was time for the teacher representative to speak. The speech covered some of the school's rules and regulations, as well as important points to note. In addition to the credit system that Yumarin had introduced to Lin Zhao yesterday, there were also rules regarding classes, majors, and rewards and punishments. Lin Zhao's major is pet skill development. The defining characteristic of this major is that everyone involved possesses exceptionally strong mental fortitude, as they are constantly tasked with unleashing and developing skills from their spirit pets. Therefore, this requires a very strong mental fortitude. Lin Zhao's main subjects consist of 3 compulsory courses: basic skills of spirit pets, evolution path of spirit pets, and reasoning and practice of skill evolution. In addition to their major, each student needs to complete at least 3 elective courses and a maximum of 5. As for which elective courses you want to choose, it doesn't matter, as long as you can get a spot in them. Another issue is the school's reward and punishment system. The school has a special pet assessment organization. As long as you participate in the assessment and successfully pass it, you can get a certain number of credits. The higher your level, the more academic credits you will receive. Furthermore, the school also has a challenge competition component. 2 people can agree to enter the arena to compete in a battle of spirit pets, and the loser will pay the other party the credits agreed upon in advance. As for research tasks within the university, these refer to achievements you make in your chosen field of study, for which the university will definitely reward you. The amount is far greater than the rewards for community service outside of school. In addition, all expenses incurred on campus must be paid for with academic credits. Hearing the teacher finally finish explaining the rules and regulations for students on campus, Lin Zhao couldn't help but sigh. This credit system is really quite unusual. After the teacher representative finished speaking, it was time for the student representative to speak. The so-called student representative turned out to be the president of the student council. The other party was a girl named Xiazi. Although she wore glasses, she was not tall, probably only 1.5 meters. But as she walked toward the podium, a sense of grandeur and majesty emanated from her. Even Lin Zhao couldn't help but marvel at the girl's powerful aura. Although her opponent was not as good as Little Dragon Girl, she could easily crush the other students. Aside from some official jargon, the most important part of Xiazi's speech was about the school's cultural and sports activities. It turns out that in Ghost University, besides academic credits, the most important things are student councils and clubs. On the surface, the student council is responsible for managing students' daily lives, meals, and extracurricular activities, but in reality, all these tasks are delegated to various clubs and organizations. The existence of the club greatly surprised Lin Zhao. Chapter 251. He hasn't even graduated yet, and he's already enjoying the blessings of 996. The club controls most of the resources for off-campus tasks. After the school releases the assignment, all the various clubs and organizations keep a close eye on these resources. When a suitable task becomes available, it often happens that several clubs compete for it. Because off-campus tasks vary in difficulty, students often choose to form teams to complete them within clubs. After students return to school, some of their credits will be transferred to the club, while the remaining credits will be allocated to the students who participated in the task. Lin Zhao frowned upon hearing this. This management style may seem simple, but it is clearly a form of exploitation for students. They haven't even graduated yet, and they're already enjoying the blessings of working 996. If Lin Zhao wasn't mistaken, these kinds of clubs often have some strange rules, such as how many tasks must be completed each month, or how many credits must be submitted. The student council has been reduced to being a mere laborer for clubs. As expected, after Lin Zhao inquired with Yumarin on WeChat, he received an affirmative answer from her. But most students would find it difficult to complete those tasks on their own without the help of clubs. Yumarin explained to Lin Zhao with a hint of helplessness. Fortunately, with the student union overseeing things, the percentage taken by clubs is not very high. Then, Yumarin sent a curious inquiry. Which club are you planning to join? I can help you with some information. The club I'm in is actually pretty good, but I don't know if they're still recruiting. They only take 10% of the commission each time, and the tasks are quite difficult. However, Lin Zhao had already turned off his phone and did not see the message sent by Yumarin. After the student representative finished speaking, it was time for the principal's final speech. Lin Xiao saw an old man with a white beard, walking briskly towards the podium. Just like the schools in Lin Xiao's previous life, every time there was an opening ceremony, the principal would give a speech about the ozone layer, which was all empty rhetoric and slogans. However, the principal of Ghost University still mentioned a few very important things. One is news about the international pet competition, and the other is the progress of the school's scientific research projects. Finally, a group of exchange students will be coming to Ghost University in a while, so everyone can look forward to it. Lin Xiao wasn't particularly interested in news outside of the World Pet Competition, so he ignored the principal's nonsense and started to doze off. After the opening ceremony, Lin Xiao went straight to the club recruitment area. Looking at the various clubs at the club recruitment booth, they were constantly shouting and using their own methods to attract new students to join. The freshmen looked at everything with curiosity and kept talking to the upperclassmen, which reminded Lin Xiao of his college life in his previous life. It must be said that in his previous life, Lin Xiao was just an ordinary person, living an ordinary life that couldn't be more ordinary. Aside from my freshman year when I did some serious studying, I spent the rest of my university years playing video games. Even though he signed up for some clubs, he never participated in any of their activities. This has always been a regret for Lin Xiao. Unfortunately, it's difficult to make up for the regrets of his past life in this one, because the atmosphere of the clubs here is completely different from that of the clubs in my previous life. It could even be said that they are completely unrelated. In a corner of the club recruitment area, Yumarin was leaning back in a chair with a lazy expression. She fiddled with her phone, occasionally checking to see if Lin Xiao had replied. Damn Lin Xiao, how dare he not reply to my messages? Just then, her best friend suddenly poked his head over and looked at Yumarin's screen. Oh, what's wrong with our beautiful sister? She's been staring at her phone screen the whole time, and she keeps getting all lovesick. Tell me, I'll give you some advice. Yumarin was taken aback by what she said, and then gave her a look that said, Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Get out of here, you little slut. You're the one who's lovesick. Seeing Yumarin's reaction, her best friend immediately burst into laughter. You're getting anxious. You're getting anxious. Look at you. Why are you in such a hurry to distance yourself? Tell your sister how you two met. Yumarin quickly pushed her sister Su Xiuyun's head aside. I'd love to have a crush on him, but he's surrounded by beautiful girls. How could I possibly get a chance? I met a super handsome junior yesterday, and I'm thinking of recruiting him into our club. Who knew this guy wouldn't reply to my messages? He's so rude to his senior. It's just too much. After hearing her best friend's answer, Su Xiuyun immediately became interested. Huh? So many beautiful women? Could he be a jerk? Even if he's handsome, we can't let him join our club. Yumarin quickly explained. No, you don't know that guy just entered the school, but he already has a full 1110 credits. That's clearly the score of a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Moreover, he also has 5 humanoid spirit pets, so his spiritual power must be extremely strong. Not only that, but all of his humanoid spirit pets are also great beauties, making me feel a little inferior. Upon hearing her best friend's answer, Su Xiuyun's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, Really? You're not kidding me, are you? How could I lie to you? It's that junior I saw off yesterday afternoon. He lives in the villa area now. Upon hearing Yumarin's words, Su Xiuyun quickly snatched Yumarin's phone. Why did you take my phone? I need to quickly push that handsome guy's friend over here, so you don't waste him. I don't care if he's a jerk or not. I'm going to strike first. Upon hearing Su Xiuyun's words, Yumarin hurriedly tried to snatch her phone back. You little slut. Don't even think about stealing my junior's phone. Give it back to me. The two girls started playfully fighting. Just then, a cough sounded beside them. Su Xiuyun and Yumarin quickly looked up, stopping their playful antics, and looked in the direction from which the coughing came, wanting to know who was coughing in front of them. As a result, they saw Lin Xiao basking in the sunlight, holding Chimera's hand, looking at the two of them with a curious expression. At that moment, Su Xiuyun felt as if something was blinding her. Wow, he's so handsome. They're a perfect match. Su Xiuyun thought to herself, but politely asked, Excuse me, are you two looking to join a club? Unexpectedly, Yumarin suddenly said, Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Su Xiuyun immediately looked at Yumarin. You know him? He's the junior I was just telling you about. Su Xiuyun cursed inwardly. Holy crap, it's him. He's so handsome. However, she said nonchalantly, I see. Chapter 252, What's Abundant is Genius. Then, Su Xiuyun saw the Chimera next to Lin Xiao. Chimera was wearing a very understated training uniform, with the hood pulled up over her head, revealing just 2 white ears. They look youthful and energetic, and are also adorably naive. Who could resist such a chimera? She's practically everyone's dream of being a pure and innocent college girl. What Su Xiaoyun cared about even more was how naturally Chimera held Lin Zhao's arm. The two looked like a match made in heaven. This made Su Xiaoyun feel a little deflated. Even if she were given the chance, she would be too embarrassed to break up such a perfect match. For no other reason than that the two are such a perfect match. At this moment, Lin Zhao finally spoke. I'm just browsing. I haven't decided whether or not to join a club yet. Upon hearing this, Yumarin quickly said, Junior, don't hesitate. Joining a club is inevitable. No one really thinks they can complete those off-campus tasks on their own, right? Remember, unity is strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao remained non-committal, simply smiling and saying, let me take another look. Just then, a staff member from the same club quickly said, young man, don't hesitate. Our club currently has the lowest commission rate of all the clubs. Although we are small in number, we are the most friendly to you freshmen. If you go to other clubs, you will not only have to wait in line to get tasks, but also get a high commission, and even have to give up your share to senior students. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. The situation he described is a very serious problem for the entire ghostly entity. However, there is no solution yet. That's bullying of freshmen by upperclassmen. When performing tasks within student organizations, senior students often receive the lion's share of the credits, with only a small portion left for freshmen. In some clubs, senior students even have to pay senior students a bribe before they agree to lead new students on missions. Some freshmen have reported these issues, but because there was no evidence, the matter was dropped. Later, that freshman was ostracized and targeted because of this, and eventually had to drop out of school because he almost died during a mission. Lin Zhao looked at the senior who had reminded him, smiled and nodded, and said, I understand what you're saying, but I need to think about it. You still want to take the exam? Don't think that just because you're good-looking you can do whatever you want in Ghost University. And don't bring your arrogance from high school into Ghost University. This is the strongest academy in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and it has no shortage of geniuses. Don't take yourself too seriously, or you'll suffer. Seeing that the senior's patience with Lin Zhao was almost gone, and his temper was gradually becoming irritable, Yumarin quickly came up to comfort her. President Ma, don't be angry. He's just a newcomer. It's normal for him not to know the rules. I'll talk to him properly, and it will be fine. Ma Xian is the vice chairman of this cattle and horse club, and also one of its founders. Communication, my ass. I've seen plenty of these overly ambitious guys. Every year when freshmen register, there's a whole bunch of guys who think too highly of themselves. After joining the gang, they acted like they owned the place, but after a few missions, they became completely submissive. In my opinion, they just lack the harsh realities of society. Give them a good lesson, and they'll behave themselves. Ma Xian's words, though reasonable, sounded very unpleasant, and his condescending expression and tone were extremely irritating. Clearly, Ma Xian had already come to regard Lin Zhao as an arrogant and pretentious young man. Moreover, Lin Zhao immediately started chatting enthusiastically with the two prettiest girls under his command as soon as he arrived, especially since there was such a beautiful girl next to him. This greatly displeased Ma Xian, who planned to teach Lin Zhao a lesson and let him know the dangers of society. Then, Ma Xian pointed at Lin Zhao's nose and cursed, Don't think you can be anything just because you got into Ghost University. Every single person in this school is a prodigy. If you're not satisfied, we can go to the arena for a betting duel. I'll bet you 100 credits. If you're too scared, then you'd better slink away and keep your tail between your legs. Lin Zhao looked at this so-called deputy commander Ma Xian and gave him a look as if he were an idiot. He didn't even speak to Ma Xian, so how did he inexplicably provoke Ma Xian? However, Lin Zhao didn't care and didn't take this meaningless provocation seriously. Lin Zhao then simply said to Yumarin, Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days, senior. However, I'll have to put joining the club on hold for now. I'll contact you after I've learned about the relevant information about the school's clubs. Lin Zhao really didn't want to join the guild. After all, he was originally a member of the Exploration Guild. Moreover, he didn't feel that with his abilities, he needed to team up with others. Therefore, he decided to wait and see, since he disliked uncontroversial social interactions, both in his past and present lives. Especially the various clubs and organizations and universities, which mostly offer activities that lack substance. In his previous life, every team-building activity involved watching those so-called leaders show off, which left Lin Zhao with a very bad impression. This affected Lin Zhao's judgment of gangs in this lifetime. Seeing that Lin Zhao was ignoring him, Ma Xian directly blocked Lin Xiao's path. What? You don't even have the courage to look me in the eye? Lin Xiao was somewhat annoyed by Ma Xian's aggressive approach. He originally had no feelings for Ma Xian, but now he was actually a little angry. He looked at Ma Xian coldly. What are you looking at? If you've got the guts, come fight me one-on-one in the arena. If not, then go home and behave yourself. The excitement here had already attracted a large crowd of onlookers. These people are the kind of people who love to watch the drama unfold. It's another case of a sophomore and a freshman battling it out. Such a lively scene is a rare sight. It's important to understand that most freshmen these days haven't figured out the school's rules yet, so they tend to be quite respectful of their seniors. Generally, if they have a minor disagreement with a senior, they'll try to avoid it. Almost no one would actually fight with a senior like Lin Xiao did. Hey, this new student is pretty good. Their temperament is just right. They dare to challenge the seniors right after enrolling. I haven't seen such an interesting freshman in a long time. Wow, this junior is so handsome. Is he being envied because he's too good-looking? I think it's possible. Ma Xian has always had a crush on the girls in his club, but because he's too ugly, nobody pays him any attention. Yeah, that junior was chatting so enthusiastically with one of Ma Xian's girls. I bet he got jealous, which is why he started a fight with him. Huh, I'm dying of laughter. Let's fight. Let's fight. Some people were even watching the drama unfold, adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 253. This is how young people should be. What? If you don't dare, then apologize to me. I won't make things difficult for you. Just say, Senior, I was wrong in front of everyone, and you can leave. I'm magnanimous and will forgive your ignorance and rudeness. Seeing Ma Xian's aggressive behavior, Yumarin quickly stepped in front of Lin Xiao and said, Ma Xian, don't go too far. It's his freedom to choose which club his junior joins. I only invited him to help the club grow, not for you to bully him. Ma Xian then pointed at his own nose and retorted, I bullied him? How could I? I just thought he was too arrogant and didn't know what was good for him. Inviting him was giving him face, and he didn't appreciate it at all. Let me tell you, I just can't stand these arrogant newbies. If you're too scared, then shut your mouth. Yumarin was furious at what Ma Xian said. With that, Yumarin turned around angrily. Lin Xiao, ignore him. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. After saying that, Yumarin was about to leave with Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ma Xian suddenly stepped forward and blocked Lin Xiao's path. What? You want to leave now? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ma Xian was jealous of Lin Xiao's appearance. In his eyes, someone as good-looking as Lin Xiao was just a con man who relied on his looks to deceive people everywhere. On the other hand, it was due to the attitudes of Yumarin and Su Xiuyun towards Lin Xiao. Finally, Lin Xiao rejected his invitation, as if he looked down on the club he had established. Several factors combined to make him hate Lin Xiao to the core. He originally wanted to teach Lin Xiao a lesson and intimidate him. Who knew that Lin Xiao didn't take him seriously at all, and instead ignored his words, which made him feel ashamed. Therefore, he has no intention of letting Lin Xiao go now. So he resorted to unreasonable tactics to block Lin Xiao's path. What? You pretty boy, you're scared now? If you're scared, then you'd better apologize right now. What's the point of you coming to Ghost University? You might as well find a rich woman to be a gigolo. Maybe she'll actually like your type. Upon hearing this, many onlookers burst into laughter. Lin Xiao glanced at him, and Ma Xian immediately sensed the smugness in Lin Xiao's gaze, as if he had already predicted that Lin Xiao wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. So he stood there with an air of superiority. Left with no other choice, Lin Xiao sighed and said, Fine, I accept your challenge, but how many credits are you willing to bet with me? Everyone, including Ma Xian, was shocked by Lin Xiao's reaction. Huh? This handsome young man actually dared to accept the senior's challenge? Does he think he's got a death wish? Yeah. In Ghost University, the strength difference between each grade is huge. After all, the teaching quality here changes drastically with just one more day. Is this guy an idiot? Doesn't he even know that? Hurrah! This is going to be interesting. On the first day of the opening ceremony, someone is challenging the authority of the senior students, and it's someone at the vice president level of a club. If this gets out, it will definitely be big news. Immediately after he finished speaking, someone went to the school's online forum to post about it. Shocking. A freshman provokes an upperclassman on the first day of the semester and is challenged in return. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of ethics? Watch to find out. The title was incredibly alarming. Then, a large number of forum members began leaving comments on the post. Some people were asking about the situation on site, some were explaining the ins and outs of the event, and others were just curious about where the duel was going to take place. In no time, The noise rose and fell, and even the students from next door came to watch. Lin Xiao was unaware of these matters. At this moment, he was following Ma Xian to the nearest arena. Along the way, Yu Marin said anxiously to Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, you should hurry up and go. Don't be reckless. Ma Xian is very strong. He's already a 4-star beast tamer. People who can establish a club are not to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, senior. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, Lin Xiao and Ma Xian went to the arena. The gladiator was yawning to the side, not because there were too few duelists, but because these duels were completely uninteresting to him, and he couldn't muster any enthusiasm for them. The instructor in the dueling arena asked with a disgruntled expression, "What grade are you in?" Ma Xian said arrogantly, "Ma Xian, a senior in the practical training class." The instructor entered Ma Xian's personal information into the computer and had him swipe his card to confirm. Then he looked at Lin Xiao. "And you?" Lin Xiao said with a nonchalant expression, "Lin Xiao, a freshman." When he heard the name, Lin Xiao, dual teacher's eyes lit up. He raised an eyebrow, and even the way he looked at Lin Xiao changed, filled with curiosity. "What's the duel about?" Lin Xiao countered by asking the dueling teacher a question. "Is this reason important?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's answer, dual teacher burst into laughter. "Hurrah! Good. That's how young people should be. How many credits are you planning to bet?" Ma Xian quickly said from the side, "Let's bet 100 points." In Ma Xian's memory, no freshman could possibly have more than 110 credits, and on the first day of registration, it was impossible to use up their credits. He didn't believe Lin Xiao could be a top 100 student in the college entrance examination. Even someone as talented as him couldn't possibly be his match. Therefore, he planned to teach Lin Xiao a lesson that would never be forgotten. Lin Xiao's academic credits were reset to 0. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xiao. "You don't even have 100 credits, do you?" Upon hearing Ma Xian's words, an older student immediately began to mock him. "Ma Xian, have you no shame? You made your junior wager all his credits against you. If he loses, he won't even have any credits left for course selection. How cunning. I also want to fleece my juniors. Hey handsome, I have tons of academic credits here. If you lose, I'll give you credits and use them to support you." Immediately, various opinions arose, and everyone scoffed at Ma Xian's petty schemes. Yu Marin looked worried. She felt extremely guilty. Why did I become so obsessed with trying to pull Lin Xiao into her club? Ma Xian is petty and narrow-minded. People usually just complain about him, but this time he suddenly exploded, and in the end, even Lin Xiao got entangled with him. At this moment, Yu Marin had only one thought. If Lin Xiao really lost, she would make up for the 100 points for him. Lin Xiao shook his head dismissively. "Forget 100 points. Let's go all in. How about betting 610 points? After saying that, Lin Xiao took out his student ID card and swiped it on the machine, which showed a balance of 610 points. Chapter 254. The teacher is truly knowledgeable. Everyone looked surprised when they saw the score of 610. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Xiao was so confident in agreeing to the duel with Ma Xian. So Lin Xiao is a genius too. To rank among the top 100 freshmen is a testament to one's abilities. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xiao was actually the top student among the freshmen. The reason he only had 610 points was because he had already used up 500 credits. At this moment, Ma Xian found himself in a difficult situation. Although he had a lot of credits, this was the first time he had ever accumulated more than 600 credits at once. To some extent, he was a little hesitant. As it happened, at that moment, his eyes met Lin Xiao's. He sensed the disdain in Lin Xiao's eyes, which was completely undisguised, as if he were looking at a piece of trash. This was something that Ma Xian, who always had a high opinion of himself, found hard to accept. Meanwhile, the onlookers began whistling at Ma Xian. "Ma Xian, go for it. Let these kids know how tough you are. Don't back down. You're a senior. If you chicken out, they'll look down on you." Hearing the cheers and jeers from the crowd, Ma Xian completely lost the ability to think. He immediately took out his student ID and swiped it on the card reader. "Teacher, give me a score of 610 too. I want him to know what we senior students are capable of." Seeing that Ma Xian had also staked out a full 610 points, everyone showed expressions of interest. This is the total cost of an average student's entire semester. It's been so many years since we've had such a fun freshman orientation. The crowd below cheered and egged on the two people on stage. "Go for it. You freshmen, you have to beat that Ma Xian. I love you. Ma Xian, let your juniors know how capable your seniors are." You absolutely mustn't embarrass yourselves as seniors. Place your bets now. Let's see who wins. I'll bet 5 credits on Ma Xian to win. The sounds below rose and fell, a variety of shouts and cries. However, more people are not optimistic about Lin Xiao. After all, most of the people who come here are just people who enjoy themselves. But those who can get into Yuzhou Spirit Pet University are all highly intelligent people who enjoy themselves. After making a simple assessment, they concluded that Lin Xiao was no match for Ma Xian. Not to mention that Ma Xian is already a senior in college, having studied at Yuzhou Spirit Pet University for 3 whole years. These 3 years were enough for him to create a huge gap between himself and his peers. However, although Lin Xiao is a genius ranked among the top 100 freshmen, he has not yet pursued further studies at Ghost University. As for hard skills, we have to mention Ma Xian's 4-star Beast Tamer status, which was a real test he passed based on his own strength. A 4-star Beastmaster is capable enough to lead a team on their own and venture into the wild. Thinking about this, everyone believed that Lin Xiao was bound to lose. It's impossible to win. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Ma Xian had already entered the arena. The two stood on opposite sides of the arena. Ma Xian was the first to take out his pokeball and throw it on the ground. Then, a giant tiger, over 2 meters tall, appeared in the pokeball. The giant tiger was entirely red and white and looked very handsome. At the same time, basic information about the tiger immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Ancient saber-toothed tiger, a rank B, tier 6 demonic beast, is the ancestor of the saber-toothed tiger. If it were to evolve further, it would start from the ancient saber-toothed tiger branch and evolve in different directions. There will be all sorts of felines, but they all have the shadow of the saber-toothed tiger. Possesses the following skills: Tiger Pounce, Fang Attack, Claw Attack, Frenzied Bite, and Roar. Lin Xiao glanced at the basic information about the ancient saber-toothed tiger and nodded. He astutely noticed that the basic information about this ancient saber-toothed tiger was similar to that of the saber-toothed tiger he had encountered before. It's just that it has added some methods and attack power. What surprised Lin Xiao was that the evolutionary direction of the ancient saber-toothed tiger was actually uncertain. This made him realize that training spirit pets is extremely important. What puzzled Lin Xiao even more was that Ma Xian was only a 4-star beast tamer. Old Lu, who had died at his own hands, was a 5-star beast tamer. Both of them were beast tamers who possessed 6th-tier demonic beasts, but Ma Xian's beast tamer level was only 4 stars, which puzzled him. It seems that the criteria for judging beast tamers are still open to debate. Lin Xiao felt that if he had the chance, he really needed to take some time to test his own strength. Moreover, you can earn enough credits by being rated as a beast tamer. At this moment, Ma Xian's ancient saber-toothed tiger was already lying on the ground, making howling sounds. Ma Xian looked at Lin Xiao with disdain and said, "Where's your spirit pet? Why haven't you released it yet? Are you planning to fight me in real life?" Lin Xiao didn't care about the other party's taunts at all, and simply snapped his fingers. Then, a little girl slowly walked up from below the arena stage. It was Chimera. Chimera walked with light steps, as if she were a young girl rushing to a date with her beloved boyfriend. She slowly approached Lin Xiao. Everyone looked puzzled after seeing this. What's wrong with this little girl? Is she planning to take Lin Xiao's place in the duel? Wow, this girl is so cute, and she and Lin Xiao are such a perfect match. That's a bit strange. Some people quickly made their own judgments. Ma Xian then took this opportunity to mock Lin Xiao. What's wrong? Lin Xiao, are you planning to have this little girl fight in your place? If you're going to chicken out, just say so. We'll apologize immediately, and you can transfer your credits to me. I won't pursue this matter further. Are you planning to be a coward in front of so many people by having a little girl fight in your place? The duel master watched Chimera from the side and frowned. He was about to ask a question when he suddenly remembered something. Lin Xiao, is this your humanoid spirit pet? Lin Xiao nodded, then subtly flattered his teacher. The teacher is truly knowledgeable and experienced. Lin Xiao's implication was that Ma Xian was an incompetent fool. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Xiao's sarcasm. Ha ha ha, this kid won't suffer any losses. Ma Xian has really met his match this time. It seems that his opponent can't gain the upper hand in words at all. Don't get too excited. Even if Lin Xiao is quick-witted, Ma Xian's strength is undeniable. After all, he's a senior. Exactly. A freshman daring to fight with a senior. He's got a death wish. Ma Xian then revealed a cold smile. Lin Xiao, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a humanoid spirit pet. This world is about strength, not about whose spirit pet is the most flashy. Chapter 255. I was wondering why you never have a girlfriend. Lin Xiao ignored Ma Xian's sarcasm. Instead, he smiled and beckoned to Ma Xian with his finger. Make your move. When Ma Xian saw that Lin Xiao still dared to provoke him, he immediately showed a disdainful expression. You dare to provoke me? Today I'll show you what a senior like me is. Ancient saber-toothed tiger, tear her to shreds. In the arena, it is not allowed to directly attack the Beastmaster. Only the spirit pets can fight each other. Therefore, everyone doesn't need to worry about anyone attacking the Beastmaster. Therefore, everyone is quite bold. The ancient saber-toothed tiger was a rather ferocious and aggressive spirit pet, so it became extremely excited when facing the forest owl. The chimera possesses a certain aura that makes it believe it can instantly evolve simply by consuming another chimera. This made the ancient saber-toothed tiger even more excited. When everyone was so excited to see the ancient saber-toothed tiger, some students with better eyesight immediately made a judgment. This ancient saber-toothed tiger is in great shape today. This junior is probably in for a rough time. I'm not afraid of how badly that junior will end up. I'm just a little sorry for that humanoid spirit pet. Such a cute girl would feel terrible if she got bitten. What the heck? You don't like animal-eared girls, do you? Outside the stadium, several close friends who clearly knew each other were watching the match. And then they saw the ancient saber-toothed tiger pounce on them. Chimera didn't take it to heart at all, and even her expression remained relaxed. The opponent, in the arena, dodged a few times and arrived in front of the chimera. Chimera then snapped his fingers, just like Lin Xiao had done. With a loud boom, a barrier made of ice crystals appeared around her body. Ice wall. The sudden appearance of the ice wall sent the ancient saber-toothed tiger flying, almost causing it to fall out of the arena. Everyone who saw this scene showed expressions of surprise. A magic-type humanoid spirit pet? That's really rare. That's right. These magical spirit pets are rare to begin with, and they're even humanoid. If they were put in an auction house, they'd probably be priceless. This freshman named Lin Xiao is so lucky. He actually has such a rare spirit pet, and it's so good-looking too. I'm a little envious. What the heck? You don't actually like Kemonomami girls, do you? That explains why you never have a girlfriend. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger got up from the ground. The impact with the ice wall had left it somewhat dizzy. However, it quickly recovered. Then, its angry expression was palpable, and it charged at the chimera even faster. The chimera's ice wall has now been removed. There is now no defense or cover in front of the chimera. It can be said that it was completely exposed to the attack range of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Sigh, I still lack experience. How could I break through the defense so easily? That's right. As a magic-type monster, you must recognize your fragile nature and not expose yourself directly to the attack range of the enemy. Otherwise, it will be a catastrophic disaster. Let's mourn for our junior and his humanoid spirit pet. I can't bear to watch such a bloody scene. Everyone has already sentenced Chimera to death. Meanwhile, Ma Xian revealed a triumphant expression. He knew that a fragile mage like Chimera would be a real pain to kite. That ice wall was clearly a very strong defensive spell. Even the ancient saber-toothed tiger couldn't break through it with its impact force. However, the chimera unexpectedly dispelled the ice wall at this moment. This delighted Ma Xian, who secretly issued an order to kill Lin Xiao in one fell swoop as quickly as possible. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Ma Xian roared, feeling as if he had already sentenced Lin Xiao to death. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Too weak. Chimera, somewhat disheartened, took out a huge Gatling water cannon from her storage ring. At the same time, a magic circle appeared behind her, and tentacles immediately emerged from it, taking all her equipment from her chimera storage ring. Then, the guns were all aimed at the ancient saber-toothed tiger that was moving at high speed. Chimera's voice came, followed by nothing. Shooting. Then, the audience witnessed a scene they would never forget. A rabbit-eared girl wearing a hat, and with her ears flapping, holding all sorts of heavy weapons, was firing incessantly at a tiger twice her size. Boom 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 boom. The entire arena was bombarded by artillery fire. After the chimera unleashed its barrage, everyone was completely bewildered. What's going on? What just happened? Blitzkrieg? As the smoke cleared, the ancient saber-toothed tiger lay dead in a pool of blood. Its body was covered with all sorts of gunshot wounds. The ground was covered in its blood, clearly indicating that it had been taken away by the chimera in one fell swoop. Fortunately, it is not dead yet, and there is a chance to save it. Ma Xian rushed over to protect his ancient saber-toothed tiger. Saber-toothed tiger, how are you? Are you alright? Then, Ma Xian raised his head and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? You're so ruthless. Are you trying to kill my saber-toothed tiger? Lin Xiao did not answer. Instead, Chimera spoke on Lin Xiao's behalf, saying, I have avoided its vital points, but it brought this upon itself. This is all I can do. After saying that, Chimera put away all her weapons and returned to Lin Xiao's side. Then, the Chimera said excitedly, Master, did I do well? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately rubbed Chimera's little head. Good. Really? Then I want a reward. After receiving Lin Xiao's affirmation, Chimera immediately asked for a reward. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Okay, I'll buy you a few more guns later. Chimera was overjoyed upon hearing Lin Xiao's promise. She jumped up and down on the spot, cheering and jumping for joy, just like a lively and lovely teenage girl. It was so enviable. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This Lin Xiao humanoid spirit pet can actually use equipment. Theoretically, it is indeed possible. After all, humanoid spirit pets are still human, and they can use the same firearms that humans can use. Not only that, but all that equipment is graded, and the ammunition used is magical ammunition. It's conceivable that even without that equipment, this humanoid spirit pet is still quite formidable. Some people immediately made their judgments. As expected, the students at the highest institution of learning in the Dragon Kingdom have a broad perspective. They can analyze so much information at a glance. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao approached his dueling teacher and said, Teacher, can I leave now? Upon hearing this, the arena instructor looked Lin Xiao up and down, then nodded with great satisfaction. Chapter 256. This guy is so Versailles. You can leave now. You've won the bet, and the corresponding credits will be directly deposited into your account later. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded to his teacher and then left with Chimera. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, Yumarin and Su Xiuyun rushed over. Junior brother Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the two senior female students. What's up, seniors? Yumarin quickly said to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry. I was too stubborn. I wanted to get you into the club, but I've caused you so much trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nonchalantly waved his student ID in his hand and said, What are you saying, senior? If it weren't for you guys, how could I have earned so many credits? I don't have to worry about credits this semester. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the people around him immediately showed expressions of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Some people even looked down on it. Damn, this guy is like Versailles. If I had that many firearms, I could probably kill an ancient saber-toothed tiger in an instant. Why don't you go and borrow some of his equipment? See if you can fire that many magic bullets at the same time. After the battle, everyone discussed the entire process. Although the process was short, it revealed a great deal of information. Because of his strong mental power, Lin Xiao's five senses were also very sharp. Listening to everyone's conversation, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, even when discussing gossip, the students of the top university in the Dragon Kingdom are so profound. After Lin Xiao bid farewell to Chimera and Yumarin and Su Xiuyun arrived at the scene and found Ma Xian treating the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Ma Xian looked at Yumarin and Su Xiuyun with disdain. What are you doing here at this time? Aren't you going to get back to recruiting? Do I need to tell you that? Ma Xian adopted the airs of a deputy regimental commander, preparing to label the two girls. To everyone's surprise, Yumarin and Su Xiuyun both looked completely disdainful upon hearing this. Ma Xian, we're here to tell you that we're here to withdraw from the gang. When Ma Xian heard that the two wanted to leave the club, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Yumarin and Su Xiuyun with some disbelief. Why do you two little brats want to quit the club? Besides small clubs like ours, what other clubs would accept you? Upon hearing this, Yumarin immediately snorted coldly. Whether or not a new club accepts us is none of your business. But a petty club leader like you disgusts me, and I don't want to work in your club. After saying that, Yumarin and Su Xiuyun turned and left, not giving Ma Xian a chance to continue speaking. Ma Xian originally intended to argue his case. To everyone's surprise, when they looked up, Yumarin and Su Xiuyun were already gone. He immediately shouted angrily, Damn it, all you do is mess with me. Watch out, or I'll come after you later. After leaving the arena, Lin Xiao called Xiao Jiao and the others, asking them to get ready and go to the cafeteria for lunch. Lin Xiao earned a total of 610 credits this time, which added another layer of wealth to his already wealthy family. Therefore, he decided to go to the cafeteria to see the dishes made with monster ingredients obtained by exchanging academic credits. Not long after, the girls reunited with Lin Xiao. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Zilongnu did not come. Lin Xiao asked Xialongnu why she hadn't come. Xialongnu said that the school disgusted her and that she thought the food there was unclean. Lin Xiao was actually very curious as to why Xialongnu had always disliked a certain aura in Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. If I get the chance, I must find out what kind of aura it is that makes a dignified dragon slayer so disgusted. They then went to the cafeteria. As soon as I walked in, a group of beautiful young women immediately attracted the attention of many people in the cafeteria. However, when they saw Lin Xiao beside those young girls, they all realized something, then curled their lips and cursed indignantly. Damn it! A bunch of face-obsessed people. Clearly, they had already regarded those young girls as shallow women who were only after Lin Xiao's good looks. Actually, it's not Lin Xiao's fault. Since Xiao Jiu evolved to the 3rd tier, the ability it gave back to Lin Xiao was a charm boost. It's fair to say that Lin Xiao is now a walking embodiment of masculinity. Everyone who sees him is captivated. Lin Xiao went to the exit window of the cafeteria, took out his student ID card, and swiped it. Next, Lin Xiao's basic information, credit balance, and the cafeteria's menu appeared. Egg custard made from the eggs of a Tier 1 monster, the blazing chicken, is worth 1 credit. 2nd tier monster John steak, 2 credits. 3rd tier monster steel-haired wild boar theme, 3 credits. One delicious-looking dish after another was displayed on the big screen. This left Lin Xiao somewhat overwhelmed by what he saw. He flipped through more than 10 pages, but still couldn't finish reading it. However, Lin Xiao also keenly noticed a problem. Among these ingredients, those from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier monsters are the most abundant, and they also make the most variety of dishes. Tier 4 ingredients are relatively scarce and quite expensive. The most expensive Tier 5 ingredients have a pitifully small variety, suggesting that the cafeteria only makes what is available. However, there were no ingredients of level 6 or higher. At this moment, a cafeteria manager walked over. Are you a new freshman? What would you like to eat? If you have any needs, you can tell me. I'm the person in charge of the cafeteria, and I can help you order. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. A dish made from a dragon. Anything is fine. And 5 more dishes featuring wild game. After hearing Lin Xiao's request, the other party immediately recalled it in their mind, and then operated the ordering machine. Then, several dishes appeared. What do you think of these dishes? After saying that, the other party showed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was utterly astonished after reading it. There was a snake soup on top, which was actually made by a 5th tier water attribute monster, the venomous Fong Python, and was worth a full 5 credits. The other 5 dishes were made with ingredients from various 5th tier monsters. 30 credits in total. Lin Xiao currently has only 1,220 credits in his card. It was only then that Lin Xiao realized the importance of academic credits. If I eat in the cafeteria more often in the future, I'll run out of credits, and it won't be enough to cover all my food. Only then did he remember what Yu Marin had said to him. Try not to eat in the cafeteria, you can order takeout. However, Lin Xiao wasn't a stingy person, and readily took out his student ID to pay the bill. For your first meal at university, you should experience the different dining hall. Seeing Lin Xiao's straightforwardness, the person in charge immediately beamed with joy. Chapter 257. Are all the good seedlings going to be snatched away by you? The cafeteria has always been criticized because the credits required to eat there are too expensive, so no one comes to consume it. Aside from the occasional big spender of students trying it out, it's mostly people in specialized fields who make the purchase. For example, people majoring in magic or animal feed. Today, the cafeteria manager actually ran into an old man. He glanced at Lin Xiao's clothes and realized he didn't look like a rich kid. On the contrary, he felt that Lin Xiao was dressed rather shabbily. But the fact that Lin Xiao could use so many credits to treat people to a meal proves that Lin Xiao is either a sucker or a relatively low-key, hidden tycoon. Then, the cafeteria manager glanced at the 5 girls eating with Lin Xiao. After thinking for a moment, he felt that Lin Xiao had probably been taken advantage of. These girls are all so beautiful, and they even know how to cosplay. This is clearly a scam to hook up with rich guys. Then, the cafeteria manager cast a sympathetic look at Lin Xiao. Freshman, what are you going to do if you waste your credits like this? Meanwhile, on Lin Xiao's side, the girls waited patiently for the food to be served after they were all seated. Soon, all the dishes were served, and they picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to eat. I must say, the dishes this chef makes are really delicious. Not only that, Lin Xiao saw that Xiao Qing, who was usually a picky eater, was actually eating with great relish. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Qing, don't you only like food that you hunt yourself? Xiaoqing still had a beast's leg bone stuffed in her mouth. After finally swallowing it, she answered, "Master, I don't know why either. These ingredients are full of beast energy, and they're delicious. They're not only tasty but also easy to absorb." Lin Zhao's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. He picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and carefully tasted it, finding that it was indeed so. The energy contained in these foods is extremely pure and very easy to absorb. Especially for physical recovery, it is almost twice as effective with half the effort. But why hasn't anyone noticed this feature? Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little curious. Then, Lin Xiao immediately thought of a possibility. That is, ordinary humans are not very perceptive. Compared to demonic beasts, they are rather dull. Because he inherited the power of nature, he possesses a more acute sense of perception than demonic beasts, which is why he is so sensitive to the energy contained in these ingredients. But what Lin Xiao was curious about was why. So what caused this incident? Lin Xiao had no idea. However, he soon had a guess. Could it be because of the chef? Lin Xiao didn't delve any deeper into the matter. There was no rush to figure it out yet. He just needed to resolve the girl's food and evolution issues in the future. Lin Xiao didn't want to know now, but he felt that as a freshman, it wouldn't be good to be too conspicuous. He planned to wait until he had a better understanding of the ghost group's internal workings before addressing the girl's accommodation and food issues. During this period, he would eat in the cafeteria since it wouldn't cost him too many credits anyway. After making the decision, Lin Xiao and the girls finished their dinner, packed up the portion for Zilongnu, and then led the girls back to their dormitory. For the rest of the time, Lin Xiao did not go out. As a low-key homebody, Lin Xiao adheres to the principle of staying home as much as possible, spending his time playing cards with a few girls in his room. The next day, Lin Xiao went to his class. It has to be said that Lin Xiao, as a time traveler, was a little nervous about attending a class on a university campus for the first time. Upon arriving at the classroom, Lin Xiao was quite surprised to find that there were only 5 people inside. The teacher, however, was late in arriving. It was in the office in the teaching building. The 2 middle-aged teachers stared at each other, their faces flushed. No way. How can a genius like Lin Xiao, who comes along only once in a millennium, be researching the evolution of spirit pets and developing their skills? That's a complete waste of his talent. A dark-skinned teacher pointed at the nose of the bespectacled teacher opposite him and cursed. You already have enough students in practical combat majors. What's wrong with giving us students in the pet evolution major? Are you going to snatch up all the good seedlings? Moreover, Lin Xiao has his own unique characteristics. He possesses a rare humanoid spirit pet, and all the spirit pets he tames will transform into humanoid spirit pets in his hands. So, Lin Xiao must have his own way of controlling the direction of spirit pet evolution. Therefore, no one is more suitable for our profession than him. The teacher with glasses fought back without backing down. But the teacher with dark skin became even more agitated. How dare you say that? Don't you know what the greatest advantage of humanoid spirit pets is? It's that they possess self-awareness and can make independent responses on the battlefield. So, putting him in your research fields is a complete waste. Moreover, Lin Xiao has the opportunity to enter the all-nation spirit pet competition. We must help him maximize his combat power. If he loses the all-nation spirit pet competition again this year, our Ghost Master will probably be out of the picture. The 2 teachers were glaring at each other, arguing their point, and it looked like they were about to come to blows. Shut the hell up. You research majors are all rich, aren't you? Don't we practical professionals have anyone? You practical professionals are all a bunch of uncultured brutes. I don't want to argue with you. The 2 were almost at each other's throats. But at that moment, the door suddenly opened. All right, what kind of behavior is this, making such a racket? Look at yourselves, you're supposed to be university professors? If people saw that our university professors had this kind of manners, they'd probably laugh their heads off. Then, an old man with a white beard walked in from outside. The other person looked like a hermit, not a school teacher, but more like an old Taoist priest who had been cultivating in the mountains for many years. When the 2 teachers saw the old man arrive, they immediately stopped talking and greeted him respectfully. Principal Yi, you've arrived. Yi Chunhua is one of the vice principals of Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, and mainly holds the power of life and death over all students and teachers. In other words, he is in charge of everything. Whether a teacher can be promoted, whether an associate professor can be promoted to a full professor, whether a student should be expelled for making a mistake, and whether a good deed can be rewarded. It can be said to be the most powerful task in the entire Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. Although he had little power, he could decide a person's life or death. However, This position is very offensive and not something that ordinary people can do. However, Yi Chunhua has been in this position for a full 30 years since he took office, and he has become a living fossil in this position. Chapter 258 Lin Xiao is a once-in-a-century combat genius. After Yi Chunhua walked in, she looked at the two teachers in front of her and said, "Teacher Long, Teacher Tian, you are both the best teachers at our Ghost University. One was once a candidate for the All-Nation Spirit Pet competition, and the other is the most promising researcher in the entire Dragon Kingdom. How could you lose your composure because of a student?" The dark-skinned Tian Pan said dismissively, "I watched Lin Xiao's battle video. Not only is his spirit pet powerful, but he himself is also quite strong, and his combat potential is very high. I'm certain that Lin Xiao is a once-in-a-century combat prodigy. Moreover, the director of the admissions office has already given away the spot in the International Spirit Pet competition. He can't waste time like this. He must seize the time to train." To everyone's surprise, Long Jun, who was wearing glasses, immediately showed a look of disdain after hearing Tian Pan's words. Do you know what Lin Xiao's academic scores are? He got full marks in all subjects of the college entrance exam. How can someone like that go out and fight like a brute? We are currently working on the issue of the evolution direction of spirit pets. If we can overcome this problem through his closeness and understanding of humanoid spirit pets, that would be a magnificent feat for all mankind. No sooner had Long Jun finished speaking than Tian Pan slammed her hand on the table. You're talking nonsense. I don't care about any feat of all mankind. What does all mankind have to do with me? In my eyes, there is only the Dragon Kingdom. I only want the Dragon Kingdom to live forever and roar to the heavens. Now, our Dragon Kingdom has failed to achieve anything in the International Spirit Pet competition for 3 consecutive years. We must reverse this trend this year. Otherwise, the national fortune of our Dragon Kingdom will be completely drained. The World Pet Contest, as the most important competition among extraordinary young people in the world, has always been the most watched competition in the world. Its rules are very simple. It's a real-life battle royale. All participating countries can bring their resources, money, research results, and even spirit pets and monsters to the competition venue. The contestants, meanwhile, were free to seek their own opportunities and take whatever they could get. Life and death are preordained. Wealth and honor are determined by fate. The grand prize will be jointly proposed and awarded by representatives of the 5 major world powers. Once this final treasure is obtained, the competition will be over. Logically speaking, a large country like China should gain many benefits from such a competition. However, for 3 consecutive years, contestants from the Dragon Kingdom have been eliminated in the early stages. This resulted in the Dragon Kingdom losing all the resources and money it had invested. In just 3 years, the fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom have already shown a significant decline. The number of experts within the Dragon Kingdom has decreased significantly, and the growth rate of some novice beast tamers has also slowed down. Instead, the number of beast tides continued to increase. After all, with fewer resources in the wild, those monsters will target human territory. Therefore, this year, the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom issued a strict order. They must achieve at least a top 10 ranking in the International College Pet Competition to complete the mission. This put immense pressure on Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, the only university in Dalong Kingdom qualified to enter the International Spirit Pet Competition. This even led Tian Pan, a teacher specializing in practical skills, to become somewhat obsessed. He kept searching for promising talents, and eventually, he discovered Lin Xiao, this prodigy. Therefore, without hesitation, he used the excuse of training contestants for the International College Pet Competition to ask the principal to transfer Lin Xiao to his major. Unexpectedly, Principal Yi assigned Lin Xiao to the Pet Evolution major in the Research Institute. This made him both angry and anxious. Long Jun, a teacher specializing in pet evolution, was about to go to class, and he finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to snatch the student away. Let me tell you, you pretty boy surnamed Long. You have to agree today whether you like it or not, or I'll challenge you. After saying that, Tian Pan took out his teacher's card and slammed it on the table. It's obvious they're ready to duel. Long Jun dared not duel with this battle maniac, but he was not prepared to lose to him in terms of momentum. Barbaric. I would never solve a problem in such an uncivilized way. After saying that, Long Jun turned his face to the other side. Seeing the two of them in this state, Yi Chunhua couldn't help but smile. It seemed like they were going to fight to the death. All right, Tian Pan, stop pretending. So what if you're unhappy that I didn't assign Lin Xiao to you? And you, Long Jun, don't act all innocent after getting the benefits. If Lin Xiao can't achieve anything in your class, you can forget about becoming a professor for the rest of your life. You'll be teaching undergraduates for the rest of your life. Upon hearing Yi Chunhua's words, the two teachers who had just been arguing fiercely immediately fell silent. Seeing that the two people had stopped chattering in front of her, Yi Chunhua finally began to speak. Neither of you should oversimplify things. The reason Lin Xiao was placed in your class, Long Jun, was because the old principal personally gave the order. It's not something I can control. An order personally issued by the former headmaster? Has he gone mad? Upon hearing this, Tian Pan looked at Yi Chunhua with a shocked expression. At first, I also thought of putting Lin Xiao in your practical combat major, but before the old principal assigned the students, he personally gave me a strict order, requiring me to do so. As for why, you can ask the old principal. Upon hearing Yi Chunhua's explanation, Tian Pan immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Come on, how could I dare disobey the old principal's orders? If he finds out I'm talking about him behind his back, I'm afraid he'll fire me. But I still don't understand why the old principal wanted Lin Xiao to join the research institute. The old principal wouldn't do something meaningless. He must have his own reasons. Although Yi Chunhua spoke gently, he gave people a sense of firmness. But Lin Xiao still needs to prepare for the competition. We can't let him spend all his time in the lab. Tian Pan still wanted to try. Yi Chunhua immediately slapped Tian Pan on the head. Are you stupid? Can't you put some effort into your elective courses? Upon hearing Yi Chunhua's reminder, Tian Pan immediately understood. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's all thanks to our principal Yi for having so many ingenious ideas. Yi Chunhua was so angry at Tian Pan that she laughed. She pretended to teach the guy a lesson, and Tian Pan quickly covered his head and ran away, shouting in a pretentious manner as he ran. Oh my god! Principal Yi hit someone. After saying that, he left in a flash. Yi Chunhua watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This Tian Pan was a troublemaker back in school. Even after all these years as a teacher, she still can't shake this bad habit. Seeing that Tian Pan had already left, Long Jun ran over. Well then, Professor Yi, I'll take my leave. I've been bothered by Tian Pan for so long. I'm already late for class. Upon hearing this, Yi Chunhua waved her hand and then gave a reminder. Go, remember what happened today, and keep it a secret. Chapter 259. It's not just knowing Lin Xiao, it's practically legendary. After giving Yi Chunhua his assurance, Long Jun hurriedly went to the classroom. As soon as he entered the door, Long Jun saw those eyes that thirsted for knowledge looking at him. Dear students, I'm sorry. Something came up, so I'm late. Although Lin Xiao was already used to it, the other students were still curious about it. Lin Xiao thought to himself, which teacher doesn't extend class time? And which teacher isn't late? Teachers who like to extend class time are often mediocre teachers, but they are very strict. Teachers who like to be late are often those who have a lot of miscellaneous tasks at school, but whose professional level is generally mediocre. For example, the counselor. At this moment, Long Jun began to introduce himself. There are very few people in our major, so we won't be giving a lecture today. We'll just have some self-introductions so everyone can get to know each other, and then we'll talk about the specific plans for this class. First of all, my name is Long Jun, and I am your homeroom teacher and subject teacher. From today onwards, I will be in charge of your daily life, including your food, clothing, and academic performance. Our major has only 3 main subjects: the difference between monsters and spirit pets, the evolutionary direction of monsters and spirit pets, and the cultivation of monsters and spirit pets. If you get a passing grade or above in the exam, you will receive 60 credits. If you get a perfect score in every exam, you will receive 100 credits. Did you understand? Ultimately, it means that 1 point on the exam can be exchanged for 1 credit, which is pretty good overall. Then, Long Jun continued, after you get out of class, you can go and book your elective courses. The reason I didn't ask you to book in advance is because I was afraid you would book randomly and not be able to book the courses you want. As your homeroom teacher, it's necessary for me to explain some important points about elective courses. As he spoke, Long Jun began to explain the precautions for elective courses to everyone in detail. It turns out that the credits for each elective course are not the same. For example, elective courses in the arts have a base credit of only 10 points, with a maximum of 20 points. For other majors, such as the attack equipment major, the basic credit for elective courses is 20 points, out of a maximum of 50 points. If there are special research achievements or awards, a considerable amount of extra academic credits can be awarded. Therefore, If you make an appointment without thinking it through in advance, you may not be able to complete the learning tasks for this subject. Some seemingly simple elective courses do not yield many credits. Next, Long Jun introduced the classrooms and laboratories where he studied his major. Then, Long Jun had his 5 students introduce themselves. The first person to be called out was the only girl in the class. She was wearing an oversized green t-shirt, and her 2 fair and slender legs were swaying in the air, making it difficult for onlookers to take their eyes off her. Her hair was permed into curls and tied into 2 pigtails on either side of her ears. Her eyes, which were quite exaggerated and almost half the size of her face, were perched on the bridge of her nose, making her look lively, cute, quirky, and a little silly. She smiled and said, "My name is Xiaju, and I am a student from Guangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Please give me your guidance." She gave a very simple self-introduction, and then immediately ran downstairs. It seems this girl has a bit of social anxiety. The second person to come up was a man named Zhao Debao. To Lin Zhao's surprise, Zhao Debao was actually from the same hometown as him, both from Shanghai, and he came from No. 3 Middle School. When Lin Zhao mentioned Shanghai No. 3 High School, he immediately thought of Chun Feiyang from his school and Su Peng from Shanghai No. 2 High School. Lin Zhao had a good impression of both of them, feeling that they were both people of strong character. If it weren't for the fact that they had so little interaction and were separated by great distances, he would have been very happy. Lin Zhao felt he could become friends with these 2 people. The third person to come up and introduce himself was a boy named Jiang Bo. He looked a little strange, as if he was listless and didn't want to talk to anyone. The fourth student was named Yang Kong. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he began to speak eloquently. "My name is Yang Kong. I am a food enthusiast, and it is my honor to be able to enter this class. My practical skills are just average. I hope you'll forgive me. However, I'm very interested in scientific research, and I believe that scientific research can change the world. Human technological civilization may have been destroyed, but that was only because it was no longer needed. As long as we persevere, technological civilization will surely change the world and reshape human technological civilization. Long live technological civilization." He spoke quite passionately. Although it was a bit cringeworthy, Lin Zhao had to admit that this method of motivating people was very effective. Lin Zhao is even considering dedicating himself to scientific research and becoming a lab codist. Finally, it was Lin Zhao's turn to introduce himself. Lin Zhao did not go to the podium, but stood in his seat and said, "My name is Lin Zhao, and I come from Shanghai No. 1 High School." After saying that, Lin Zhao sat down. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's self-introduction, Zhao Debao suddenly shouted, "Holy crap, it's you." Upon hearing this, Yang Tsung looked at Zhao Debao with some confusion. "What's wrong? Zhao Debao, do you know him? Is he famous?" Zhao Debao sighed. It wasn't just that he knew Lin Zhao. His name was practically legendary. Upon seeing this, Yang Tsung immediately became interested in Lin Zhao's identity. "What's wrong? Tell everyone." Zhao Debao glanced at Lin Zhao, and sensed that Lin Zhao seemed to be in a good mood and wouldn't cause him any trouble, so he said, "This guy is the top scorer in our Shanghai region. He's really something. I just never expected that he would be assigned to such a lousy major as ours. With his abilities, he'd be more than qualified for any combat-oriented major." Everyone looked surprised after hearing Zhao Debao's introduction. Holy crap! A regional top student majoring in scientific research? Is this such a waste of talent? After hearing everyone's complaints, Teacher Long Jun finally couldn't sit still any longer. "You think our major is bad? Let me tell you, our major is the future of China, and even the future of humanity. Don't underestimate our major. While practical skills can protect our nation now, our profession represents the future of humanity. Don't underestimate yourselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's lips twitched involuntarily. It's often said that the kind of idol you have determines the kind of fans you have, but similarly, the kind of teacher you have determines the kind of students you have. Yang Tsung, who is so immature and eccentric, actually met a teacher who was equally immature and full of enthusiasm. They seemed to be quite a good match. Lin Zhao couldn't help but grumble to himself. Afterwards, Long Jun tidied up and said, "All right, everyone, let's not waste any more time. After the introductions, let's start booking our elective courses." Chapter 260, The Pinnacle of the World. Lin Zhao had some ideas about elective courses. As a transmigrator, a model young man from a new world, Lin Zhao decided to make the most of the wonderful life in this world. Therefore, Lin Zhao felt that elective courses should be more interactive and entertaining, such as food courses, adventure courses, and music courses. To everyone's surprise, when Lin Zhao opened the elective course app, he discovered that the content of his elective courses had already been decided. These are the foundation of combat theory, practical combat theory and practice, and the combat skills of a beast tamer. Lin Xiao looked on with curiosity. Wasn't it said that this course selection was very difficult to guess and get selected? Moreover, the practical courses are all courses that everyone really likes. How did it become the default setting on my end? However, Lin Xiao didn't think he needed any practical training. The reason is simple. Lin Xiao has inherited the magic of the magical beauty, Manhwa. In close combat, it possesses the power of nature and the power of the celestial fox. In terms of defense, he also has dragon scale armor. Moreover, Lin Xiao has a total of 5 humanoid spirit pets, not counting the new spirit pets he will continue to contract in the future. Why would he need to take this kind of practical course? Therefore, Lin Xiao focused his attention on the other courses. The first course is about special ingredients for spirit pets. The focus of this course is on how to use the corpses of monsters as ingredients to cook dishes that can enhance the physical fitness of the beast tamer and the spirit pet. This is precisely the skill that Lin Xiao lacks most, feeding his humanoid spirit pets. Once their diet is solved, their evolutionary speed will definitely be very rapid. In this way, they can become his strongest allies. The second course that Lin Xiao set his sights on was world history. Lin Xiao felt that the history of this world was very worthy of study. One reason is that after Lin Xiao's adventure in the Dark Forest, he discovered that there is more than one way to fight against monsters in this world. For example, the power of sacrifice to invoke the gods found in dark, dense forests. By offering sacrifices to the corresponding deity, one can obtain the power of that deity. This power, though rather useless, is sufficient for fighting against demonic beasts. Another thing is the divine bow that Lin Xiao saw in Lu family village. This divine bow is actually a type of archery, although it wasn't particularly outstanding in the fight against the beast tide. However, Lin Xiao keenly realized that the reason why the power of this divine archery technique was weak was entirely due to the lack of skill of the user. After leaving Lujia village, he asked the other party for the cultivation method of this divine bow. Lin Xiao discovered that if he was strong enough, it was indeed possible for him to shoot down a divine bow powerful enough to shoot down the sun. However, these mysterious forces have all disappeared into history. Therefore, Lin Xiao decisively chose to study history. The third elective course that Lin Xiao decided to take was equipment manufacturing. For no other reason than that Lin Xiao had acquired a humanoid device, the Dragon Slayer Little Dragon Girl. This equipment is incredibly powerful. For Lin Xiao now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest fighter besides Xiao Wu. First of all, Xiaolongnu possesses powerful attack and defense capabilities, and the destructive power she generates when resonating with her master is so great that even Lin Xiao felt he couldn't control it. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that he could continue to work on his equipment. This way, he could not only enhance his combat power, but also perhaps explore the mysteries of spirit pets. Wouldn't it be even more perfect if I could add 1 or 2 more humanoid equipment for myself? The last elective course Lin Xiao chose was mechanical creation. That's right. This is the area that Lin Xiao is most curious about. It's not just because Lin Xiao hasn't tamed any mechanical spirit pets since he came into this world. What Lin Xiao cared about most was why this so-called Dr. Benjamin wanted to create so many mechanical creations. But what is the purpose of these mechanical creations possessing consciousness? What is the relationship between the video recorder and the mechanical artifact he saw? Lin Xiao always felt that if this matter could not be thoroughly investigated, he would have no peace of mind. After making up his mind, Lin Xiao chose these 4 courses. Meanwhile, Tian Pan, who had been keeping an eye on things backstage, sat with her legs crossed in the computer room, watching the staff around her. Hey, what's wrong with you techies? I haven't seen Lin Xiao enroll in my class yet. Is it because your elective course website is down again? The programmer standing nearby looked embarrassed upon hearing this. Teacher Tian, you're blaming us for saying that. It's impossible for the elective course website to be inaccessible, because all the other students have already selected their courses. I bet Lin Xiao hasn't chosen your class because he's still in class and doesn't have time. After hearing this, Tian Pan looked disdainful. No, it's way past the time to choose elective courses. Get Lin Xiao's backer working for me. After hearing this, the programmer quickly investigated Lin Xiao's background. Upon closer inspection, they realized. How could Lin Xiao choose these 4 courses? Is this kid crazy? Tian Pan was furious. He originally wanted to talk to Yi Chunhua about this, but then he thought for a moment. No, Long Jun doesn't have the guts. He wouldn't take away my elective courses after taking over the main courses. then the only explanation is that Lin Xiao acted on his own initiative. So, Tian Pan immediately went to find Lin Xiao, her face contorted with murderous intent. Lin Xiao, what's wrong with you? I've already selected elective courses for you. Why didn't you choose my practical course? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Tian Pan with a puzzled expression. Tian Pan then introduced herself, saying, I am the teacher of the practical course. Upon hearing Tian Pan's answer, Lin Xiao simply said, oh, and then nonchalantly added, I didn't choose the practical training course because I don't need practical experience. After hearing this, Tian Pan almost laughed out of anger at Lin Xiao. No practical training required? What will you do if you participate in the International College Pet Competition? Lin Xiao then realized that the other party had come to him because of this matter. So Lin Xiao replied calmly, just go and kill them. They're no match for me anyway. Tian Pan sneered, you don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Underestimating your enemy will only hasten your death. Lin Xiao nodded upon hearing this. I've overestimated them, but they're still no match for me. Left with no other choice, Tian Pan felt he needed to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Therefore, Tian Pan decisively proposed to Lin Xiao to give a guidance lesson. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao readily agreed, and so, after the two arrived at the arena, they immediately attracted the attention of the entire school. It turns out that Tian Pan was just one step away from becoming a god, but she was no match for Lin Xiao. Everyone believes that Lin Xiao's strength is enough to make him the youngest god-level beast tamer. During the duel, it was discovered that Lin Xiao's spirit pet was only at the 3rd rank. If it evolved to the 9th rank, he would be invincible. And so, Lin Xiao upgraded his humanoid spirit pet step by step, eventually reaching the pinnacle of the world.